ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Best believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground till the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. Never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war. Now boarding.
Operators, welcome aboard your direct flight to sunny Urzikstan. Please adjust your seat to the upright position and ensure your loadouts are securely stowed in the overhead compartments.
Dude, get off.
If needed, gas masks will drop from the compartment overhead, ensuring your safety throughout the war zone. If you are teaming with someone who needs help, assist them only after placing on your mask first. Ensuring headset devices are fully operational for crispy comms. Because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance. Expansion regions are back, and that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the massive $1 million prize pool. Thank you for flying Urzikstan Airlines. We know you don't have a choice when flying, but we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck and may the best squad win.
The World Series of Warzone is back. Shortly pushes the fight. No! The best Warzone players from around the world dropping in for a chance to prove their region reigns supreme. And you have a front row seat to all the action, all the hype, all for the glory. Are your champions. The biggest Warzone competition on the planet just got bigger, bolder, and badder than ever. Let's go, baby! This is the World Series of Warzone.
On the right! Broken! One more! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let me in there!
And welcome everybody to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone EMEA Last Chance Qualifiers. The final chance for 5 teams from EMEA to punch their ticket to the global finals, not only to win that World Series of Warzone trophy, but also play for a guaranteed $1 million. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Gio and Enigma. Gio, it's great to see you again. Today is a big day for the competitors.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited. I mean, I feel like going through the lower bracket round 2 and then the finals was like, it was such an emotional roller coaster, and today is just going to be the accumulation of all of that.
Emotional roller coaster is the best way to put it. Yesterday was an emotional roller coaster, Enigma. Today is going to be just the same for 35 teams who will not make it, but either way, it's good to see you. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We've got a lot of storylines here to settle, of course, and to book those final tickets. I couldn't be more excited to talk through everything alongside you and, of course, Gio here on the desk.
It's going to be a great day. It really is. And the best of the best will be competing today, again, to try and solidify those final 5 spots. But let's talk about yesterday. It was all about North America. They went through the gauntlet through the last chance qualifier. We did end up with our 5 teams who will be moving forward. And that wild card map was incredible. We saw the reaction just a second ago. Gio, this is never an easy spot to be in as a competitor, right? Last chance qualifier, your last chance to make it happen after such a long and arduous journey. It comes down to this.
Yeah, I mean, the clue is in the name, right? And I think you can tell that the competitors really feel that. And because of that reaction that we just watched, you can also see the release of all that emotion when it actually finally pays off. But you have the fewest opportunities to be able to get through at this point. You know this is the end of the road for you, and it just makes everything so much more intense.
But it was intense yesterday. We saw our first female, right, make it through. Outside of Smixie, of course, right, from last year. Now we see T entering the mix. Excited to see her on the global stage.
Yeah, 100%. I think she falls into a crowd with a lot of the other players that qualified, just silencing their doubters, putting themselves on through. I think we all made predictions yesterday. Not a single one came right for pretty much everyone, and I've avoided all predictions today because I don't want that same tag against me, because it well and truly is the story of the underdog this year thus far.
Underdog story, right? Ghost set that up yesterday, and that rang true. Baba Huff, Future has game. Almighty TJ also making it through, and this was the wild card result. And Nick Cole absolutely losing his mind as his team makes it in. Nick Cole, Watch Waldo, Colony 2K to play for this $1 million guaranteed prize pool. $300,000 for first place. That is life-changing money, and I don't know how they're going to split it up. I don't get paid enough to decide that, all right? But at least it could be 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, depending on your rules and stipulation. But still, life-changing indeed. And, well, we talk about it, right? This is also what's up for grabs for our LCQ today, but also the route from EMEA finals, right? They were played to get to this point, and a lot of teams already punched their ticket to the global finals. Gio, I loved the EMEA finals. It gave us quite a few storylines, but more importantly, a lot of teams that are playing today through the LCQ actually won during the finals, but didn't make it through the finals to global finals.
Yeah, and that's the really important thing that you have to remember about Warzone is that having one really good game isn't going to be enough. That's not going to get you through to anything. You have to be consistently putting up those numbers, consistently getting kills, consistently, if you end up in a gulag, winning your gulags, you know? And so I think it can be really great for a team for like a mental boost when they manage to win a game. But like, that's not it. Your averages at the end of the 6th round have got to come out really well. And unfortunately for a number of these teams, they had those great games, and that was kind of it.
That was kind of it. And, you know, I will say one of the biggest storylines here, Enigma, Louisium Wars bubble, right? Putting everything aside and coming out dominant in 2nd place.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They went absolutely massive to get themselves through. We spoke about the drama, let's say, that went about in with their roster. Could they put it all behind them? Yes, they certainly could, and they booked themselves through to Global LAN.
Well, like you said, they booked themselves a global LAN, but for the LCQ, 5 teams are looking to do the same. Top 4 teams from 5 maps will move forward, and then we've got that one wild card winner. One map to decide it all. Winner takes all. By that point, it'll be 36 teams competing. And when we go back to last year's wild card, right, in 2023, it was absolutely incredible. The last chance to make it happen, and well, one special trio ended up moving forward, Enigma.
They did indeed. It will be Tactical Brit alongside Peters and Ghost. And I mean, I'm not making any predictions today because we've already spoken about the troubles of making that yesterday. However, these are the guys that I backed last year. I talked them into it. What I will say, however, is that this year we are looking even more stacked than we were last year. So those spots not only become thinner when we talk about our first 5 games, but Wildcard is going to be full of huge names, and you don't want to be putting yourself in that position.
Well, I love that you talked them into coming back again. You have great power, Enigma, clearly it seems. This was a crazy moment, Gio. It was through the smoke. There were a lot of great teams. Pentagon was there. Pentagon Fuzzin', right? We saw them compete a little bit earlier during the finals. They also were in 2nd place, so close to victory. But Gio, when it comes to wild card, there can only be one winner.
Yeah, and you know, we were just talking about how, you know, just getting one win, it's not enough. This is probably the only exception, right? You know, you don't need to have this crazy, consistent trail behind you.
Right.
You could be a team who's never won a single game before and still find yourself booking a place at finals.
That's it, right? The crazy prospect to think of. Well, that's going to be game number 6 today. But let's talk about some of our rosters, Enigma, and start digging deep because there were quite a few roster changes. I know we have 3 to discuss. Who was the first one?
Well, I'm going to start talking about Jesus Jr. coming in for Intercensor, and this is to join Keybase and Pele. And the thing is about this pickup is that Jesus Jr. actually made it to the global LAN last year, finished 18th alongside Mutex and Huskers. And I think that you've got a squad there that, with Jesus' experience coming on in, I think you can actually mold this side into a far better contender than they've been throughout this thus far. I truly think that what he's already shown on LAN could as well be a sticking point for them if they do get through to LAN this time out.
Jesus Jr., he's got the experience. He wants to be back on that main stage. Him coming in is a big plus, as far as I'm concerned, for that trio. What other roster made a change, Enigma?
So I'm going to talk about Jama Fando. He comes in for Novak. Now, Jama actually made it to LAN as well last year. He was alongside Louis CM and Vapula, and it wasn't a great day at the office. They came 47th overall, but they were consistently trying to contest, Biffle & Co., which, was an awful idea. However, Jama comes in with some experience, and he's going to be teaming up with Abwiz and Master 5K. Now, Abwiz was trying to play with Novak and Master 5K, and that's a very young, inexperienced team. Abwiz was trying to IGL that, and that was a very difficult task to ask, so brings in Jammer, and I think that will help mold this team into a far better lineup, and I think really unlock Abwiz's prime potential as an IGL.
So played, I believe, with B Groovy and Benno, right? A little bit earlier in the qualification stage. Yeah, so Jama was, and now joined with Abwiz. The experience should play part there. Abwiz is a great competitor. We saw him compete, countless times throughout the Esports World Cup that just took place. I was very impressed with his prowess. Now joined, like you said, by the veteran Jama. I have no doubt that they can be one of our top 5 teams today. Who's our third Enigma that we should be watching out for?
So the third team that's on my list that has made a substitution is going to be Benzi, coming in for YR Liam and joining back up with Stukex and Boogs. And if you watched the World Series of Warzone last year, you'll recognize who this team are. They shocked absolutely everyone to qualify for London last year, and then shocked people even further by coming 8th, the second best team overall, amongst a star-studded set of names there. They put themselves right in. You ended up with Liam coming in instead this year, and although it's gone okay, they want to get back on over that line. And it's interesting because you had Boogs, Stukex, Liam, and Benzi all fly out to the Esports World Cup that we had recently in Saudi Arabia. Benzi playing coach role, but there was a clear chemistry communication thing there, and I think the 3 of them have just decided to come back together here for our last dance.
So they come back together, and I believe 8th place at Global Finals last year, right?
Yes.
So this trio in the LCQ, they know what it takes to get to the highest level, and they're looking to do exactly that. There it is, the breakdown. Gio, it's not easy though, is it, right? When you make roster changes, it's high risk, high reward.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing about roster changes, right? Is kind of like you have to assess where your weakness has been throughout the course of the tournament and what you could improve on, and think, okay, we have made all of this chemistry together. We've built this rapport amongst our team. Do we sacrifice that for the potential that someone else could be providing us a solution to a problem that we may have been having? And that's a really big thing to weigh up, because then it's, who do we get rid of course. But, well, it's true, like maybe you're the problem.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, and I think that for a lot of teams, there's kind of that, okay, we believe in ourselves, we can fix this problem, and then sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. Meanwhile, these teams who do make a substitution are the ones that see that paying off.
Well, you even look at the biggest rosters, SSD making a change, Sage is out, Hisoka's in, yet they continue to win. The big talking point there when we get to global finals. But let's take a look at our first 20 teams competing today, and a lot of powerhouse rosters here as far as I'm concerned, Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm going to take a look straight away there at Team 9, Rocket, Clapper, and Zakar. Rocket and Zakar actually got to LAN via LCQ last year and ended up getting 23rd in LAN, brought a lot of support to the Copper Box. Clapper comes into this, I think he IGLs the team really well. I'm surprised to see them not make it through in finals. It was a stumbling day for them. I think they were just a little bit unlucky. I think they make it today.
Big supporter of that team number 9, as well as Team 10, Pink Turtle, going absolutely massive during our previous broadcast, more specifically the finals. But gee, I'm curious, who are you watching out for?
Oh, I mean, come on, who else is it going to be? It's got to be team number 6, Jukies. Listen, this is a fan favorite, and everybody expected so much from them going through the bracket stage. And I know some people had a lot to say because I may have said they got mentally cooked, but you know what? They did get mentally cooked, and you could see it, especially when we were going through the finals, and this team just kind of started to play more and more individually. You know, it really felt like they weren't necessarily meshing as a team. Even though that individual skill is there, that's just not going to carry you through in a team game. And so unfortunately for them, you know, we saw an average placing for them in the upper bracket of 22.7, an average placing in the finals of 22.3, 37 kills total in the finals. It simply wasn't good enough. And I think one of the really important things for them coming into this game is having that a much better defined structure, and that's actually something that they've said to us that they really want to implement, and they kind of recognize where those problems were. And so we're going to be seeing FIFA Kill taking a lot more of an IGL position, so they very specifically have that one voice that's going to be leading them in through the charge. Jukies is going to be playing the entry, and they're going to be generally aiming for a much more aggressive play style, which I think if they can stay in that zone, that could really work out for them, because we know the skill that this team have.
Sure.
It was just kind of all over the place in the bracket stage.
It was. Look, I try to be non-biased, but this is my favorite roster competing today without question. Big fan of FIFA. Jukies, Linen obviously have the potential to make it to the big stage, but the big question mark is, can they? Getting more aggressive. Well, that's something they tried to do with an anchor, I believe, of FIFA, if I'm not mistaken. Jukies going out and slaying. It didn't work out, but maybe they've got some other things up their sleeve, Gio, as you said, right? FIFA coming in as that IGL. Enigma, another big roster, though, that made some of the biggest plays and the biggest wins, winning games 5 and 6. Marcus Raffick's Scuffology, who almost went the distance but fell just a bit short.
Yeah, I mean, the finals come 19th in the end. It's an unfortunate falling, but yeah, Marcus Raffick's Scuffology, German trio. What they're looking to do here today is go back to how they performed in Losers Round 1, where they came first overall, absolutely battered it, and found their rhythm. And there's a question mark about whether or not you were the biggest fish in a small pond, but I think it was a case of, in finals, they tried to change their landing positions. They ended up in a spot where their opening game as well as their mid game was really unsettled, couldn't really get themselves into any sort of late game position because of that lack of loadout and just understanding around the map. Going back to familiarity today and looking to play around what worked for them back then, which was trusting in each other and their game plan from the very start.
You know, a talented trio, though, again, Gio, it's like it is about consistency, but showing that life, right, in Game 5 and Game 6, taking the win. I know 12 eliminations for Game 5. Like, this is a trio that I think could go all the way. Consistency is key, but they showed that they can win maps.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the crazy thing about the LCQs is there are a number of rosters that we can pick out here and be like, oh, this team should be really good. This team should perform really well.
Yeah.
And you can see those little glimpses, the little like cracks in the door, and you're like, I can see how good you can be. You just gotta do it every map now, you know? I say as if it's really easy, which it obviously isn't, but that kind of is the key.
That is the key. Got to win 6 out of 6. Well, I guess in this case, 5 out of 5, right? And then it maybe be a bonus if you win the 6 with the wild card. Yeah. A lot of fun stuff taking place. We broke down a lot of teams. Obviously, our top 20. Let's take a look at the other 20 that'll be competing today. A lot of big names here, right? King Benji, who's going to be competing in that 21 slot. Enigma, obviously Tony White, in 35, representing the old heads. He made it to the global stage last year. He's looking to do the same this year.
Yeah, it's rough calling him an old head because a lot of us on the desk are approaching 30 or maybe the wrong side of 30, but yes, he is in there alongside Impacts and Slayers, and they actually won a map in finals, I believe it was. So the fact that they're still here in LCQ says that they just need to find a bit more consistency. If they do get themselves to end games, execute in the same manner, and I think that they'll be fine there. A lot of leadership in that lineup, a lot of great comms, a lot of calm heads, so I'm expecting them to be a part of our conversation through the day.
Some take note of as well. Team 24, Bistobov, Valve, and Trance. They are a fill-in here. There was a substitution, which means they could very well be our Cinderella story to go all the way and be top 5. They've been given the opportunity. They have nothing to lose. Well, will they win today? A question only they can answer. Gia, who else are we watching out for?
I mean, listen, you're talking about old heads. I'm looking straight at team number 23, which is Team Gangsta Chi, and this is the team that has Tohor on it. And Tohor, if he makes it to the grand finals, then I believe this will be his 5th Call of Duty grand finals across his entire career, which has spanned over a decade at this point. This team is formed of veterans, and you know, we actually saw them do pretty well in the upper bracket. They just missed qualifying through the upper bracket for the finals by just 1.6 points. They came 21st. You needed to be in that top 20. So that was kind of unfortunate for them. But unfortunately, you know, when it came to the finals, they didn't do so hot. Came in 35th. 20 total kills, 27.2 points. It was a really lackluster showing from them, actually. And this is another team where, you know, we know that that skill is there. Now, across any esport, you're going to have this constant argument of, like, are the veterans better? Are the, you know, are the new kids on the block better? Like, these young Gen Zs coming in. But I think, like, the important thing here for them is that they just kind of keep their heads in the game, and they do continue to play aggressively, and they don't allow the gunplay and the structure of the other teams to kind of outdo them. They need to consistently believe that they can be that team, that they are him. 3 hymns, but they are him, you know?
three hymns, right?
Hymns.
To try him.
They
It gets wild.
3 hymns to, like, you know, pray to the COD gods.
Gotta pray to the COD gods sometimes. There's nothing wrong with taking a calling out there. Spanish trio, by the way, who's looking to represent themselves. We'll see how far they can go. But Gio, I'm glad that we shouted them out and see how far they can go, right? A big question for all the rosters out there. Let us know in chat who you are personally watching out for. And by the way, chat, if you didn't know, well, let me let you know. The Out of This World pack is available now. This bundle includes the Spaced Out Operator skin, rocket weapon blueprint, decorated emblem, and more. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. It's available in-store now using Call of Duty points. Make sure you check it out, because that Spaced Out Operator skin makes me want to hop on SpaceX. I don't know, go to space myself if I could. But then again, I'm not smart enough to be a rocket scientist. That's why I'm on the desk. Hey, game number 1 is just around the corner. You do not want to miss out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, EMEA Last Chance Qualifiers will start. welcome everybody to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone EMEA Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Geo and Enigma. Game number 1 is just around the corner, but some things we need to tie up a little bit, and some teams I think we should discuss, right? Because there's a lot of heavy hitters that are competing today, and just like North America yesterday, Geo, some of these heavy hitters are not going to make it through, and that is a sad testament, but that's the way it goes at the upper echelon of competition. So Geo, as far as another roster goes, who are you looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, I have to really be looking at Robstar, Vortex, and Blade, because this is a team who actually have history of being a very successful team. If you go back to the 2022 Trios World Series of Warzone finals, they were the champions of that. They had Savvy Ultras on the team instead of Robstar, but bringing in Robstar clearly hasn't torn them down, that much. They actually, they did really well in the upper bracket. In the 2024 World Series of Warzone, they came away with 67 kills after that. So they've had a really good run so far. It was just in the finals, they clearly fell a little bit short. They only got 48 kills in the finals, despite coming top 10 in 3 of the games that were played. So this is kind of, once again, harking back to that conversation of doing really well in a number of games doesn't necessarily guarantee you anything. And it's just another team that, I think they've been working really well together, considering the fact that both Vortex and Blade have had a lot of success with a different third member in the past. They've kind of adopted Robstar very well. So just being able to use that to be a little bit more assertive, I would like to see some more audaciousness perhaps from this team. I think that would work out really well for them. Yeah, I'm a thesaurus, what can I say?
I like it. Audaciousness. That's I like that. I want to start using that for my own, trying to improve my vocabulary, Geo. That's what I want to do. My lexicon is pretty limited, but I try my best. Hey, Enigma, Robstar, though, a great team to talk about. Obviously, just broke it down from Geo. When I think about Robstar, Vortex, Blade, I think about a trio that should be, right? Much like that of FIFA, Jukies, Linen, who I thought were already going to qualify. Getting 14th, though, in the finals. They were so close, yet so far away. They're mental. How do you think it's going to be for Robstar and co, right? I mean, can they lock it up when it matters most here during the LCQ?
I think so. I think that you have in Vortex and Blade, you've got plenty of experience there. And Robstar has always struck me as the kind of player that if you just light a little bit of a fire under him, he's deadly on the map. I think he's got a lot of proving to do. I think he has indeed. I agree with Geo fully. I can't match the vocabulary, of course, but I can agree with her when it comes to the fact that he definitely improved this Vortex and Blade lineup. They cut Savvy at the back end of last year and brought in Ghoul, and they were not hitting form. Robstar comes in. There's a slight language barrier there, but Robstar's IGLing this, leading, making the calls. So the fact that that language barrier persists, but he's able to IGL them into great spots. They missed out by 2.6 points when it came to finals. I think that today they are a big fish, small pond. I think they clean up.
That's okay, and that's a big thing, right, Geo? Just because your name in the past has guaranteed success, or at least has proven success, it doesn't mean it's going to prove success today. Any day can be anyone's. The Underdogs yesterday from North America, right? It was their day. Names we hadn't really heard of before, but now we're going to be hearing a lot more about them going into the global finals. The thing about Robstar, though, and his trio, Geo, is that they're very elimination heavy. They like to get aggressive. Can you maybe burn out a bit too quick, Geo, right? If you're too aggressive on the battlefield?
Well, it's funny because I was actually going to say, like, when you compare the number of kills they got in the upper bracket versus in the finals, that's a 19 kill difference, right? In the way you don't want it to go. So actually, I would quite like them to be focusing on those kills, because I think that's an area of improvement versus their outcome in the finals that they really need to look at. Now, it's not that this is a team that has historically struggled to get kills. It's more that you can't let yourself slip into that middle ground where, like, you're just on the cusp. That's not going to happen, especially here in the LCQs, where there are fewer spaces to even be able to go into the grand finals. But I do understand the point. Yes, you absolutely can get burnt out, but I think that perhaps more importantly for the teams in this position, including this team here, is don't try and get too meta about it in your head. I think if you kind of start asking yourself, like, oh, you know, it's like, you know, that scene in The Incredibles where like Dash is running the race at the end and they're like, no, go for second, like first is too fast. Don't start doing that in your head. Don't be like, have we got too many kills too early? I don't think that's going to work out for you. I think if they find themselves in that flow and they're getting the kills, absolutely go for it. But it's more like, don't make stupid risks to go for early kills where you don't necessarily need them. I think that's the balance.
Fair. Well, speaking of balance, Enigma, let's talk about the balance today, what the teams have to accomplish. So when you compare, North America yesterday, points thresholds, eliminations, what should the teams be shooting for at least for the first 5 maps, right? Both in eliminations as well as points to potentially guarantee a top 4 finish.
Well, elimination is a difficult conversation, so we'll come back to it, but let's talk about the points. So yesterday, if you wanted top 4, you need to be averaging 16 points per game. Now, a lot of the teams here, they have crossed that threshold multiple times within groups, within the same bracket play. So a lot of the sides should make that. It's all about consistency, as Gio brought up earlier. However, when we start talking kills, we bring up the eliminations of those top 4 teams. 56 for Team Jesus is King, 48 for Team Baba Hoof, 51 for Team Slide, and 52 for Little Mario. So I think if you're north of 50, you are safe today. I think if you start nudging around that low 40 mark, you're putting yourself right on the bubble.
On the bubble, not where you want to be, especially when every map counts. You know, yesterday, Gio, we were watching EMEA, and one of the things that I take note of is like Raided's roster. They had a massive pop-off game. They went from 21st place all the way up to top 4. Unfortunately, they ended up falling short by the end of it. They did not qualify for global finals. But it comes to show with that multiplier, if you come in and you fry in any of the games, you can jump up from 20th place to top 4 just like that.
Yeah, we saw that happen a few times actually in the bracket stage here in EMEA as well, where you just have a team that they get all the way to that, the final circle. They're one of the last few teams, and they just get kills with the crazy multipliers, and yeah, it can really boost you up. But like once again, that's where we talk about. It's not enough for it to just happen in one game, but if you do get that boost, use it to your advantage. You know, after that, you're in such, like, mathematically such a great position to be able to continue your way into one of those top teams without needing to rely on those. Like, really, you only need to do that once.
Only do it once. Man, Stable J, I just remembered I was watching him compete yesterday, Enigma. 4th place? So 2nd place, I think, game 1 or 4th place around there. But either way, I think he had 4th place, 2nd place, highly consistent in the placings, but didn't have the eliminations, right?
Yes.
So you gotta find the balance. And I believe you said just a second ago, right? Is it 16 points you should be aiming for per game?
Yeah, so around those 16 points, and I agree with you when it came to Stable J. Obviously, watching his story after everything that happened in the Esports World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, his brother was sick for a day, so he subbed in and actually won a map by himself, which was incredible. However, comes into this, and I'm keeping track of what he was up to. He gets himself some solid placings, but you're looking at a handful of kills, and if you win a map, you need to be picking up, I'm saying as a squad, at least 10. You need to be picking up at least 20 of those points, north of that 16-point average if you're picking up a win, because then if you kind of roughly guess around your average pacing there, if you're then not winning maps, which is obviously difficult to do consistently, your points are not going to be too far off where you need to be. You'll be making up the difference. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We have a saying here in the Warzone space, and that is that placement is something, kills are absolutely everything.
Well, I want to actually go back to you, Enigma, as we are literally just right around the corner from game number 1. So thank you, everybody, for your patience. Talk to me about Zach, Azen, and Hollow. Again, another trio that is looking to go all the way.
This is a French trio that definitely should be looking to book their ticket today. Zach himself has been on the #1 French team at every previous World Series, and he's looking to make sure he's there to contest that throne again when it comes to the team of Enkyo, Gromelok, and Heeds. I spoke to them. The 3 of them felt like that they were fine. They spiraled a little bit in finals. They missed out so narrowly that they're not going to change their game at all. They're just going to look to execute in the exact same way. They feel like with a slightly easier lobby, obviously air quotations there, they should be completely fine. So I'm expecting them to put themselves on through today. They did have the 2nd biggest game of everyone in upper bracket, picking up 19 kills, 1st place, 38 points. Hallow dropped 10 of those kills. You repeat one of those today, you're more than halfway towards qualifying.
And I do believe Azen is mouse and keyboard too. something to shout out, right? That is, hey, look, shout out to the mouse and keyboard players. Not easy to be at the top level playing on mouse and key. I'm not starting to debate. I'm really not. That's not what this is about. I'm just saying shout out to Azen for using mouse and keyboard and being at this top level. If he can qualify, he'll join one of the few players who are on mouse and keyboard at the highest level. Again, today, LCQ, it is the last chance for 5 teams to make it through. We've got 5 regular maps that are going to be played, 5 big map games. 40 squads will be dropping in. 4 teams at the 5th map will punch their ticket to the global finals. Now, we have the wild card map for game number 6. Winner takes all. There, the 4 teams who've already qualified, they will be removed. No reason for them to qualify again. They've already done their job. For the wild card map, 36 teams will drop in, and you win how you win. It doesn't matter if you turtle up. Doesn't matter if you go into the water. However you do it, you just want to try and qualify, Gio.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, would I rather see like an all out and out brawl, or do I want to see some like really sneaky way of winning? You know how sometimes you see teams who like, they go in their landing zone, they kind of stay there for a while, they're not in a rush to be making any crazy rotates, they let everyone else around them kind of blow each other up, and then, oh, what do you know? They kind of just happen to be in the end circle. Like, that's always very sly and it's very fun, but also for it to be the end of everything before we get to the grand finals, part of me is like, no, I just want it to be like an insane bloodbath.
And so you will get the insane bloodbath. And it's funny you say that, because Enigma yesterday for the wildcard map was a bloodbath.
Yeah.
That final zone couldn't have been more open.
Well, so one of the things that I absolutely loved about that finals, I'm with Gio on this one. It seems to be a running theme tonight. I don't know what's going on, but it was a 3v3, true 3v3.
Yes,
We didn't have one where, you know, a solo up against a 3. We had both teams set up, ready to go, and just flew at each other across open ground, and it was whoever could gun the other. I think it was settled in true COD fashion. Would love to see that happen again today for sure. I just want to see teams absolutely just trying to beat the brakes off of each other, without doubt.
Well, that was Nick Colwatchwaldo Colony 2K, who was given 100% of 100%. Shout out to him, by the way, for that. Gonna make a meme out of it. Actually, I want to get that printed on a t-shirt, because why not? You can always agree with the 100%, 100%. And by the way, 15 eliminations to get that victory. So when they were slaying out, you wanted a bloodbath, and they in fact had a bloodbath performance, which was crazy. We take a look once again at 1 through 20, and I want to kind of focus in on Pink Turtle. Remember Pink Turtle, Gio, and that what I think was the bridge play, going across, staying alive.
Oh,
big fan of Pink Turtle. Pink Turtle's competing today.
I mean, this is the thing. This is why I brought this up in the last point that I made is, you know, sometimes you just want to see someone win something in a very sneaky way, in a very cool way. And that's one of those teams you want to be looking at to be able to provide things like that.
All right, well, there it is. There's your 20. Be Groovy. Shout out to them. We talked about a lot of rosters here. Again, I asked you in the chat, who are you watching out for? Who do you want to win? Well, we are about to get started, so let's get started bringing in our casters. We've got Spider, Tiff, and Ghost for game number 1 time to figure out, or at least start to figure out, who our top 5 teams will be for global finals when it comes to EMEA. Who's it going to be? Well, Tiff, Ghost, tell the story.
All right, we got to figure it out. And Goj, you know, this is the first time we get to reunite after what occurred yesterday. And all of our predictions went out the window. I saw a ton of people asking you for yours, but you're right. We've got 5 more teams to send to LAN, and I couldn't be more excited to do it alongside you.
Yeah, I just had a couple people in DMs, like, who are you going to predict to win it all? Who's going to qual? And I put out a tweet. I used the meme, you know, I'm in danger, with a little bit of chuckling, because everybody that put predictions out yesterday, you're right, they were dead wrong, and it wasn't even close, frankly. A lot of folks, that underdog story really made names for themselves yesterday, and a lot of folks struggled for whatever circumstances arise. So anyways, it was a great day yesterday. Had a lot of fun with the action, but today the big question is history going to repeat itself, Tiff? And that's what I'm excited to see, because I think when we think about history, the Jets talked a little bit about numbers. We love calling out kind of guessed metrics. History repeats itself from yesterday. We're going to see that metric be about 78.6 points. That was 4th place. That's the amount of points you need in order to make it. But if history is going to repeat itself from the EMEA different stages, we might see that number be a bit higher, more like 16, 17 points. Those points pretty tight. But Tiff, game 1 right around the corner. Any quick words for the broadcast before we send it to the first map?
Nah, you just gotta send it. Do you want to be on that global LAN stage? Well, then you better lock it in, because these 5 maps will be some of the toughest games you have played in your entire Warzone career. Let's get into map number 1.
Well, the waffling is done, folks. Game 1 is here, and thanks for staying patient. I'm excited to get into it. I'm sure you all are as well. And, well, as a quick reminder, as we drop into this very first map, we're only playing 5, folks. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to run. You can't drop 2 or 3 maps. There's a lot of teams that did that yesterday, and we're not going to see them in the grand finals. So figure it out and figure it out early. Our litmus test is here. First map, ready to rock and roll. Look at this zone here, Tiff. It looks like we're going to be hanging out fairly centrally located, maybe favoring that city location. Frankly, didn't even really see a city in circle yesterday, so it'd be good to see one today.
That's very true, and I was wondering about that. I was like, would we get something that favors Zaravan City? But where the plane line has kind of cut through Urzikstan, there's going to be some difficulties for a lot of our rosters if they're used to landing on the southern side of Urzikstan. So a lot of people kind of just hanging it on out, hovering just above Bazaar. I'd be curious to see if this roster for 2 Strong is going to keep on hovering over. But Robstar, Vortex, Blade, this is a roster that we talked a lot about at the top of the show, kind of coming in 2nd seed here for the EMEA last chance qualifiers. Would love to see this roster be able to get into that global finals, but you know, a lot of our picks yesterday, like you said, they just really didn't come through. And I wrote all the teams down that I thought would have qualified, and I turned my notebook, I guess, into a death note, and I didn't write predictions down for EMEA.
I do get that reference, Tiff. Okay, I'm learning slowly but surely. Yeah, I'm excited to see some early contested drops. I think there was some chatter here and there on broadcast and off broadcast about EMEA being a bit slower. I don't know if we're going to see that today. You got to be top 4. You better get a move on right now. It looks like our German trio is doing that. Scuffology already on 1, pushing what looks like Team 15 right around the corner here in Riverside. As you can see, Rafix is going to try to make a play from down below. They've got player advantage, just a matter of how do you address this fight to make sure you don't lose a player in the process. Be smart, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Not going to take any chances here. Saw some teams do that yesterday, Tiff. They try to push 1v2s or even 2v2s where they didn't have the advantage. A low percentage gunfight means you're probably going home in a body bag.
That's true, but if you take that player advantage for yourself and then you just kind of give it too long of a time to wait, they're likely going to come back from the gulag. But finally, a couple pop-ups to get to the high ground and maybe reapproach from a different angle nets them a nice few more eliminations. However, it has garnered that attention. You can see Zeet and Trance just on the opposing side. Yes, they've got streaks going out, and Scuffology, that team is doing something that's so right? Just smoke and disengage. Focus on kind of fighting forward, and we think about the number of eliminations you need per game to hit that metric you were talking about while we've got a moment here, that 15.8 or so. I want to see 2 to 3 solid team fights on your rotations, and you know, this is the way to start it off.
A great way to start it off. Your Prado, need a big one here and need it now. We're just getting started, but it feels like we're already in the end game almost because the margins are so thin. You have to get these kills, and Spyro's team falls. You hate to see it from that squad. A team, as per the usual with LCQs, we got rosters that break apart, split apart, pass around. We got an Italian roster mania that I could spend 3 hours breaking down where everybody's trading teammates. But for a team like Spyro, weren't supposed to be here, then got the call up because rosters fractured. So we'll see if maybe they can restabilize after going down early. And speaking of restabilizing, Pink Turtle, how about a most wanted in pocket and in trouble? We're going to try to secure some extra cash for Robstar and make sure Pink Turtle can't restabilize. See you later. No cash for you, Mr. Turtle.
Too bad the trap was already set right there as they collapsed around it, but now you have to focus forward. You've got that roster, number 12 on the screen coming on in. That's going to be 2 Strong, and there's not a lot of cover in this nearby area, but if you're going to rip that last player and then kind of disengage over here, it's smart. Start putting up a couple team fights like we mentioned, but making sure that you're not overextending too far out into the open because, you know, some teams still rocking a player on that Kar 98K despite a few different iterations of nerfs is still still nice to have for those mid to long range engagements. You can see Blade, Vortex rotating on out. You know, Be Groovy and Physic, hey, they want a piece of the action.
Yeah, they definitely do. Again, another team that made its roster changes. About half of our teams here made roster changes, specifically 17 out of 20 teams. Ridiculous stat. Or sorry, 17 out of 40 teams. And when you have player advantage like this, you're moving with Physic this time around with Be Groovy and Bino. Would love to clean up a squad that is down a player, but back to the action we go as we see Clapper making a move. Squad 9 on your screen. For the most part, people at home, if you see a number, that's kind of what they were quote-unquote seeded coming in. Now, that's not holistically true. We'll try to keep you updated on some of the teams that were subbed in because of roster changes and roster fractures, but for the most part, that is mostly the case. But if anything, if we learned anything from yesterday, Tiff, the on-paper top 4 didn't make, the in our heads top 4 didn't make. I mean, it's just about to be chaos, so really none of this matters. It's just about who performs today.
It really is. And if you're going to be rotating in through the Seaport district, having a couple of these isolated fights before you start kind of carrying on that rotation down towards the south of Urzikstan, when you have a lot of playable space in Zaravan City, in Zaravan suburbs that are going to be left, you want to make sure that you can go ahead and focus on that rotation with enough time to set yourself up for a proper building. Now, for Clapper, Zakar, and Rocket, I think it's vital that we get some eliminations before we get there, because think back to our match 1 winners yesterday in NALCQ, that team sit rep. They won with only 10 eliminations because they were so focused on the rotates. So you can see that the opposing squad, they're like, hey, we're wasting a lot of time here. Let's go ahead and disengage. And I thought Rocket was going to be able to rip one out through that rotation. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, just a hair slow on the read that they're going to rotate out. So frankly, a great play by their opponents. Again, would love to see this team remake, or at least part of this team, remake LCQ history here and make global finals. But again, this, Enigma broke it down beautifully. This Rocket team with Rocket and Zakar, they actually got second last year in the LCQs, barely missing out on global finals during the normal stages. I remember cursing them and saying they missed 1 kill, and that's that was the kill they needed to go to global. So luckily they were able to make it through LCQs. We'll see if they're able to do it again this time around. Love the support that they received on LAN last year. But off to the bridge we go, which means, well, you don't have a lot of cover. So even from distance, getting peppered, you're going to have to use some of those resources. Now, as per the usual, Tiff, it's smoke and run, smoke and run.
Of course, and throw some C4s while you're at it. No, for real though, I like this rotation. I'm not hating it. There's not a lot of people over on this side of the map, given the way the plane line was at the start, right? If you're gonna find people over here, it's because they worked so hard to get there. But for FIFA Kill, Lennon, Juki's, on paper, one of the favorites coming into this, and we're actually shocked that they didn't qual through some prior rounds. For now, everything comes down to this top 4 last chance qualifier, and the team on your screen, well, I think it's better for them to maybe kind of go for that disengage. Now, granted, where we have found ourselves on the map is a large majority of where it could potentially pull to, right? We're talking about the playable space inside this circle, and setting up early can lead to a lot of success in the late game. Let focus on the location and let the eliminations come to you.
Yeah, I like that strategy usually, as you see a massive fight happening with FIFA Kill and Control off screen. This is the team that was a potential third party, but they bailed, right? Went all the way over here to way across the map, actually hitting the redeploy across. But I don't know, Tiff, like, I like that strategy, but I think all the teams that had that strategy yesterday didn't secure the top 4 position. Like, you can't just go that early with basically not a single kill to your name. Like, you've got to get eliminations. And I said it yesterday, I'm gonna say it again today. If you secure a 2x multiplier with less than double-digit kills, you are doing yourself a disservice. It's not gonna be enough. You've got to make those count, and this is what you need to be doing. You need to be flying and frying. Edge of zone, I think, especially this early, is fine. You can make a big rotation with a vehicle, redeploy, whatever you need to do to get across the map quickly with not, losing your life. I think there's a balance you got to strike. You've got to find early kills to be top 4. There is no room for error.
There really isn't. And for Black Bandana, Viero, and Belv here on the screen, they're already working towards some eliminations. We've got 0 so far, but can we stack this staircase? And the fact that we peek right on in, and that's definite a delay. Trying to get some angles on Amonzo, finally dropping him. Gonna focus forward, make sure we get our armor plates back on, and the full comes through. Regardless, you need to be careful on these engagements. You can already see that one member of that squad has just been like, all right, look, I'm looking for my regain. I'm just gonna get out of dodge right now. And it's smart, but when you pop up UAVs and you start looking at who's going to be around you, there's not a lot of areas that are gonna be rotating in through this Opal Palace and into Old Town, right? Because of the way that circle decided to kick towards the west goes, we could be in for a really wild endgame.
Yeah, to be very clear, we're down 6 squads, and here's a couple of them. We've got squad 20 gone, done and dusted. Paxor out of here in the very first map. Not a good one. Team 15 out of here. Kong gone. Team 10, Skinner, Pink Turtle, fully eliminated. We're talking big hitting teams. A lot of folks, really looked at a couple of those squads and said, hey, we could see them doing really well. We saw Paxor with some crazy plays during the couple stages leading up to LCQs today, but dropping map 1 with little to nothing to show for it, gotta be brutal for some of these teams, and hopefully they'll be able to regain. But back to seemingly outside the action we go here on the outskirts of condos, looking for a play in from Visions. They don't have to move, not yet, but again, no kills really to boot. So it's like, where is this team rotating behind us? Well, we found them. Team 33 rotating in, and they're going to hit the redeploy as well. Ideally, we'd like to land one of these shots. Going to be very difficult, and nothing landing currently. Maybe a couple ARs would help, but not right now as well. Oh, actually, it's somebody else. I think it's Azen picking up one of those players out of the air. Azen, a walking highlight reel. Gotta shout out that team when we can see him later. A really strong keyboard and mouse player.
Yeah, they're still holding kind of down south of Cargo on that bridge, but Huncho, Agree, and Tempe trying to get a move on some of their eliminations in this early game, but not before you get caught off guard by Tempe, holding down the stairs, forced to disengage, and you connect the thermite. The EOD keeps him alive a little bit longer, just enough for the trade, and now we're in the gulag.
Yeah, it was honestly, I think if he just backs off, well, we get a good, nice gulag win. We take those. But I think if he just backs off after he gets the stick, gets the knock, replates, and then readdresses the fight, they can't res in time. Might have been able to win that gunfight, but would have been pretty difficult. We'll see if they can go 3 for 3 here. We saw some quick back-to-back action in the gulag, and they both won. Their teammate, Tempe, looking for the 3rd. Again, this is your kind of on-paper threshold team. They got 4th. Or could get 4th, seeded 4th, and unfortunately gets gunned down, but both your teammates won, so you're right back into the mix. Again, being 4th seed essentially means you got 16th in the finals, so you can repeat that seemingly some success. Might have some success here in LCQs as consistently getting gunned. We've got Strunk falling, Team 12 by Team 11 here on the outskirts, Opera House. This is what I'm talking about, Tiff. We got to play outside of zone. We got to play for kills.
Yeah, and this is a squad that's been looking, right? Too strong, kind of going over towards that bazaar area and just a little bit south. Rips Chow off that rotation. The smoke's coming in just a little bit too late. Solitude, they're on cleanup crew, and now we've just got to switch the angle and look for Renzo kind of that's heading into the water. We do have this bunker buster in pocket for some of our later battles, especially when you start pulling into those building heavy centrals of Urzikstan. But you're right, if we're going to be playing this outer edge of circle here, why not rack up a few eliminations? And it's starting to work. You got Solitude already on 3, north of 1k damage, and we do have to keep moving slightly forward. Hopefully Too Strong can go ahead and net this gulag win and allow them an easy regain for end.
That's a great shout. Strong would love to win this one, get right back into the mix. Teammates don't have to spend their cash. They have some, they have enough for a buy, but you'd like to save that for in-game. Finds his opponent. How about a gun to the back? How about a gun to the face? Cannot finish him off. How about a pistol? That'll do. Finally grabs the kill. The problem is it was too little too late. Look, Solitude in trouble. Gets one teammate back. Sisti falls out of the window. What's going on? You're not Jason Bourne, my friend. Back up. Oh, that had to be a misplay. Luckily, he was able to stay alive as teammate flying back in is going to be a kind of in-air UAV without the U. I don't know. Unmanned. Definitely a man flying around in the air. Get some info for his teammate to say, hey, maybe you can wrap out right, go to the water. I don't mind this play as it looks like Strong is going to fly somewhere else, but unfortunately, not enough.
Even with the self-res, I just don't think it's going to be a good regain there. You can see that Italian roster has already pushed up and found that full, albeit a very valiant effort at escaping. But now we can kind of go ahead and focus on that rotation, keep pulling towards the west. We will have some people that are going to be looking to rotate through the water around that end game. And I do want to go ahead and give a huge shout out to this because we did see FIFA kill Juki's Lennon kind of go down in the kill feed earlier. They made a full regain over in Zaravan City on that southern side.
That's a great shout. And taking a look at our circle again, you can take a look at the map view on YouTube, Call of Duty channel there on YouTube. Always got the map, but here's a quick look on main. You can see Vortex holding some of these teams, trying to take out some of the power position spots, but we are headed to City, I can only imagine, which is exciting to see. Haven't seen one in a while, and some of our top teams fairly well centrally located. This squad on your screen is our top slaying squad, currently on 9 eliminations. A lot of folks at home said this is one of the top teams today. Our guests said they're one of the top teams, and seemingly this is proving to be the case in the very first map, as they are on 9 kills currently, fairly centrally located on the edge of Riverside, perfectly positioned to pick up some of the teams that didn't rotate across the river that will have to come in late. This should be a nice farming position to pick up probably 3-4 in transition.
And this is great, right? They're already performing above average from prior performances throughout World Series of Warzone. Their average kills per game before this is sitting around 8. So to be on 9 and growing with that gatekeeping position, this is a beautiful pace to set, especially here in match number 1. But for the squad on your screen, Bagel, Stukix, Benzi, we've got some work to do. We got to get out of this sea town area, cross, whether it's through the water here, which could be one of the safest opportunities for them, but not when you're going to have to contend with other squads that start lurching down. You've got Huncho just across the way. We've already seen them burn their gulags and look for eliminations, but I just don't know how we approach this because Bagel's already looking for angles.
Yeah, this is a battle for the backside. The zone pulled fairly aggressively west, actually, going into this fifth circle. So this is going to be pretty brutal for a couple of these teams that are hedging their bets to the kind of eastern side or north side of City. We are like way over all the way almost to Bridge with this new zone. So Bagel and Co. gonna have to make a play here. And again, this is a team that one of the top performing EU teams from last year on global LAN, talking 8th place overall and seeded 8th today. And they made the swap to reunite with their former teammate with Benzi. And right now, all they're doing is C4ing themselves as they try to figure out where to go from here. Gonna grab high ground and then probably fly over. The problem is there's 1, 2, 3, 5 teams holding them, and several of them are top kill leading teams. That Blade team has made it in a circle. That's that purple 2 you see at the bottom of our mini map. And we actually see off-screen FIFA Kill Squad being one of the latest teams to rotate on the south side of this city. So watch out for that pink team 6. We see them in the mini map as well.
A lot of their rotations just being thwarted due to the fact that they keep having to make regains, which was one of the biggest issues they found in the earlier rounds of World Series of Warzone. But for this rotation at hand, Stukix really kind of navigating this terrain along the coast and mirroring Donathan and Ben on the opposing side. But when you've got a vehicle for cover, let's chuck some C4s and maybe hit a Hail Mary and see if it can work. But other than that, we kind of creep forward under the guise of these smokes.
Nice.
Can Bagel find a good angle? That is such a stellar way to open it up and force them kind of more towards the building.
Yeah, again, battle for the backside. This is exactly what they want to do. They're playing edge. They finally are finding some eliminations. They only have 4, by the way, and right now, low on resources, low on plates going around. They need to get another full team wipe to grab their opponent's resources, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be Revolt. Hiding inside of that shack's going to be brutal to break through, so they actually go for a wider rotation. As we see the new zone, it is pulled a hair south of Bridge, so we are still inside City, and frankly, the best teams in position. We'll get Team 23, Team 25 already in zone. A lot of folks going to be rotating in from this eastern side of City, working their way to the west. You can see Squad 29 as well up ahead of them. That's in above. This is going to be a brutal rotation as teams continually fall in the kill feed, and we have officially made it to our 1.4x multiplier with our top 20 squads.
Yeah, I don't know what Azen's on, but it's got to be something because I saw a lot of teams getting wiped, some constant action here, but hopefully Benzi can bide some time right there for Stukix to hit. The res does, bumps into the tunnel, and it's just not going to be enough. Aaron hits the rotate and looks for the cleanup. Now Bagel trying to do a final standoff and just can't hold it together.
Can't hold it together, and hey, it's Aaron. He's saying hey to his opponents too. A nice wipe there from Hey It's Aaron with some subs, playing the outer reaches of zone. Look at him walking in. That's Walker having to sub in emergency substitution because of some power outages from Rakes, their former teammate. So we'll see what Walker can do. Maybe he's going to be an X Factor day in the last moments being subbed in right before the competition, but Here we go. 17 teams remaining, and deep inside the zone, we're already PDSing. We're already maintaining position because this team is there are kill leaders. They want multipliers. We need to get to top 10. Look at this new zone right in the middle of it all. And frankly, Tiff, there's hardly a building to boot inside this new zone. So not the city zone we were expecting, but the city zone nonetheless. As all of a sudden, Bladed is in trouble as they're rotating in late. And somebody, it's Belv, there, waiting, lurking, looking for a couple eliminations in the late game. Looking to make top 10 as well. Robstar makes a play and gets it. Nice takedown. Doesn't actually get netted the kill, but stays alive for a moment.
We get the reset, we get the buybacks, and now you're going to have all those budget UAV live pings coming in from the teammates flying on. Now, I'm really worried about the building that you see in the north here. You have control deck down, riding that fence line, and Robstar looks to be down inside. The gas will be unfortunate, but Vortex and Blade, they're choosing to full send this building. There's like multiple squads here, and we still have to pull out of it. But one thing's to be said is that FIFA, Juki's, Lennon, they make an early wrap. They leave the building. We do get that res earlier onto Juki's. And now we're looking to go into that end game with 3 of our team. Tony White on the screen, a lot of talk to them in the pre-show, but can they withstand all of the rotations that are going to come out of this building without wasting too much of their resources?
It looks like the team falling right now. FIFA Kill breaking down on main because it's Blade. Vortex, they got here earlier, and it's paying off. They're winning. That's team 2 in the purple. Now being cut down, Vortex takes out Juki's off screen. There's FIFA answering back and wiping our top kill leaders. Now they did get top 10. They did get a 1.6x multi, but they will not get the 1.x. We're down to the final 5 teams. Juki's team, I believe, out of it as well. Down to the final 5, and neither of those top 2 teams are going to get the 1.8x multiplier. It's all down to Big Tony, and down with 2, it looks like Kibby's off on the other side. Some of our Italian teams still in it into the final 5.
And we've got to hit that major pull. Everyone looking for the early rotation, but maybe you just worry about cleaning up the teams that aren't rotating just yet. Looks for the rotate around control. That gets iced out, and now we're into the final 3. The squad on your screen, they took one of the earlier rotations. Jesus Jr. on 4, looking for 5, but we can just play this fence line and honestly get a little aggro with it.
Come on, Jesus Jr. How about a 1? How about a 2? How about a full team wipe? Welcome in, and Mr. X Factor himself. They could win it all, and they do. They bring in a substitution, and it pays off in the very first map. Team Kibby's, Jesus Jr. and Maze Pele come out on top with a nice game under their belts. And well, Enigma said Jesus Jr. was going to be a difference maker, and apparently that is definitely the case.
It really is, especially when you can just kind of know your positions and your roles on your trio. It can make such a large difference. If you're allowing Jesus Jr. to kind of go out and create these angles, take these elimination opportunities, and just kind of rack up those for your team, we have the biggest question, right? Did they hit double-digit eliminations? Was it enough to make that 2x multiplier do a lot of the work for them?
Yeah, it's a big question mark. Again, kills are everything. They found several in the final zone, right? And they had a couple going into that. They weren't our kill leaders, but I think they did just barely breach double digits. So a decent game, certainly one that'll give you a lot of momentum starting out here. But here's a quick look back on the other side of what we didn't see. This was Vortex with the pistol just appearing out of the smoke and saying peekaboo to FIFA Kill & Co. And it was Crazy Snake that actually played spoiler to that play. FIFA trying to get top 5, can't do it, does take down Crazy, but then falls from a distance by his teammate. His Bayer team, really well done, by the way, to play high ground, get a couple of eliminations, and then make their way to top 5. Even though they didn't win it, watch out for that squad as well. Another team with some roster mania happening all over the place. But the Italian trio with Jesus cleaned up the rest of this lobby with some incredible outplays. Look at this. And this is the boon that having player advantage gives you. When you have a full team of 3, you can do things like this, playing around with cover and relying on your teammates to make trades.
Yeah, see, I was really worried about FIFA, Juki's, and Lennon kind of hitting that early rotate, but this squad on your screen, Jesus Jr., something that they do is they go after FIFA and Lennon. They leave that building and wrap on the late game, and this is where he starts getting aggro. We pop up on the fence line, you grab a knock onto one, there you go, and you've also got Bell kind of that's just bringing up the rear for the squad, and you just anchoring with the team captain in the back, that it just does everything that you need to do to perfection towards that end game, and that is such a solid way to control that space.
Yeah, I think the story yesterday, the story today is which of our substitutions of the 17 teams that made subs, which of those subs will be an X factor. And right now, I think the front runner definitely Jesus Jr. Last year, kind of left it up to chance, barely snuck into global finals after our team couldn't make. This year, I think he's decided he's going to pave that way himself. So excited about this first game. We'll do some math and see what their total was. I assume it'll be just over 20 points. So setting the bar pretty early here, the very first map. Ideally would like more, but hey, we take those wins every single time. Let's see what the desk and the analysts have to say.
Big game one for a lot of teams out there. Obviously, our substitution team of Jesus Jr. coming into the mix and taking game one is huge, but there's also some huge and massive underdog stories that we're going to have to break down and discuss. Enigma, talk about our game one winners, right? Obviously, a big substitution. We covered that at the top of the show. It seems like that high risk paid off.
It did indeed. I mean, I think one of the things you see with this lineup is Jesus Jr. I don't want to gas myself too much, but I did call him out as a little bit of an X factor, right? I talked about him coming in and doing his thing. Picks up 18th on Global LAN last year, 12th in Caldera. He's always involved when it comes to the prize money. So when I heard about them bringing him into this and picking this, what he could add to this roster, that experience, yes. That decision making under pressure, absolutely. But one of the things is as well, like when you're one of those players that just always appears in the prize money, always a part of the conversation, you got that little bit of something about you that just makes your teammates a lot more composed, and you can see that happen through that final play.
Happen indeed, man. I can't believe they take it in such a spectacular fashion. We're thinking at least 20 or so points, but honestly, they might not be in first place, Gio, because we had a lot of other heavy hitters. Talk to me about Diablo, Ghoul, Infernal, a team that would consider the underdogs, right? But a massive game number one for them in terms of eliminations.
Yeah, definitely an underdog in the sense that it's a team that aren't necessarily the worst in the lobby, but they've also not necessarily done anything super special in a number of the games that we've had in recent history to make them stand out, and yet they've done really well here. This is a team that has had a substitution. They brought Ghoul in to replace Briar, and, you know, maybe that's been the answer because, you know, when we look back at the previous rounds that they did in the bracket, they only managed to get 15 kills total in the upper bracket, and yet here they've just had, and it's such an insane first game that they're by far and away going to surpass that. So I think this is a really important one for them, just to kind of like have that personal reminder, like, oh yeah, like we rock, like we're awesome. And definitely a team to watch out for, just because they weren't one that was necessarily on our radar.
That's right. Not on a radar indeed, but they make it happen. Again, I think they're going to be up there in top 3 based off elims. But another one that ended up having, 17 eliminations, at least the last chance I had to check them out, was a Crazy Snake and his crew. Enigma, 17 elims for game one. That was a big game for NA yesterday, an even bigger game for EMEA.
So I was just checking over my numbers, and through the entirety of finals, Crazy Snake picks up 23 kills as a team, as a whole team. They pick up just 23 kills across the entirety of finals. So to walk into today and find yourself on 17 just after 1 is a ridiculous improvement in performance. And honestly, looking throughout the rest of their statistical performance, it's their best performance thus far in the tournament. What a moment to pop off here in map 1 of your LCQs.
Hey, that's huge, right? 17 elims, and you're saying, what, 20? A little bit over 20, right? When it came to your finals performance. It's LCQ, and I think the teams understand, like, the pressure is on. We need to be the top 5 teams. The underdogs made it happen yesterday. Well, us as underdogs, we can make it happen today. But let's talk about one of the top dogs. Gio, I point this towards you. FIFA Kill, Juki's, Lennon. How did their game one go?
Yeah, you know what? I was actually pretty happy to see how they went. It was kind of interesting in that early game, I'll be honest, because where they decided to come in on their landing spot, they were surrounded by a number of other teams, and they did some interesting things with their rotations. So they were kind of in an early altercation in stage 2 with Control Deck. And what they tried to do to sort of combat this when they ended up in a fight with them was to sort of bring about this sort of pincer technique where they separated off into 3 separate positions for all 3 players and kind of triangulated around the team. They did end up not actually choosing to engage in that fight, and they ended up coming away and actually ran straight into Toho's team as well. So they were surrounded quite early, and the fact that they were able to navigate their way out of those situations, for me, is really positive. We did hear Tiff talking about, because it wasn't caught on camera, we did hear Tiff talking about the fact that a couple of them did go down early, but they brought themselves back. And you know what? That's fine. As long as you're winning your gulags, that's whatever. You're still in the game. Like, I'm not going to sit and berate you for that. But I did think it was good the way they did navigate those sort of situations and ended up really far into, you know, circle 8. They're still there. Our top teams were all there, and well, at least the people we expected to be our top teams, and they should be there. So good start. I'm honestly relieved.
I'm relieved too, you know, especially with their deep placing eliminations. They're not going to be top 5, I don't think, but they at least are improving from the last time we had a chance to see them.
Yes.
Let's bring in one of our game 1 winners. It's got to be Jesus Jr. filling in, and well, might very well be a mainstay when it comes to this trio. Jesus, congratulations on game 1. How you feeling?
Guys.
Hello. How's everything going,
great.
man? So game 1 winner.
Hello.
You're feeling great. I love that. Sorry for cutting you off. I apologize. Well, tell me about your roster, right? You come in as a substitute. Now you're filling in.
That's why.
Oh, okay. I'll let you catch up there.
Sorry.
I don't know how much of a delay there. Yeah, it's okay. Well, talk to me about your roster, Jesus, and how you guys came together.
Okay, so Keybates, I've known him for a long time. He's been around for a long time, but I don't know. He's been good. He's been grinding. He has a lot of talent. He's very young, and like he has anger. You know, like he want to win. And I thought he could have been, you know, like a good teammate. He's great in supporting me. I love his game style. He's so skilled, and I like how he plays. While Pelle is a great support when it comes to ammo boxes, when it comes to PDSs, when it comes to, you know, like tactical stuff. So I thought me feeding that team could have been, you know, like a good fit. I thought I could have been a good fit. So yeah, that's it.
You know, I'm really curious, you know, you coming in as the substitution, presumably you kind of saw what this team, how they performed in the previous stages. Was there anything that you specifically came in and said, here is where we need to improve, this is what we're going to do?
Yeah, for sure. What I noticed at first, it's confidence. Maybe they weren't feeling confident with their prior teammate. So I thought I could have been a great opportunity for them, because I know for a fact I have experience. I've been competing in Warzone for the last 4 years. I've been giving my all. I love Warzone. I love the game. I live for the game. I mean, I've been competing for 15 years since I was a little kid. I've been loving this you know, this world trip, and I love where Warzone is taking me. Like, even if I was away from competitions for a little bit, but what I bring to the team is experience for sure.
Hey, Handsome. So last year, you spoke a little bit about this a moment ago, saying you live for the game. You flew over to North America, played with Mutex and Huskers in the LCQs, qualified, got yourself through to LAN. If you managed to do that today, considering how little time you've had with your teammates, would you consider this a greater achievement?
First of all, it's nice to see you, Handsome. And
hey, how are you, dude?
And yeah, I mean, Canada experience was insanely good. I loved every single bit of that experience, and you know, I would do it again. I would say I would do it again. For the game, I live for the game. I got passion. I can't wait to show you what's in my heart. You know, like I love competing. That's it. So yeah,
Jesus, I love the passion. Hey, look, if you have that kind of passion and that kind of drive, you can go anywhere in life. And clearly, when it comes to Warzone, your next path seems to be the global finals. I wish you the best of luck going forward. You got 4 more games to lock in top 4. I believe in you.
Yeah, we'll be locked in for y'all. Thank you so much for having me. Bye.
Of course, brother. I love that passion, right? Passion drives this scene. Passion drives esports as a whole. I remember starting as a young commentator, and all I had was passion because I wasn't making money. And here we are today, right? We've come so far when it comes to Warzone competitive, and I love the competitors. Just passion. It's everlasting. It refuses to die out. Let's take a look at our standings and see who ended up on top. Gio, there was a lot of discussion. Well, Crazy Snake and Co. will take first place by a pretty good margin.
Yeah, and you know what? Kind of deserved. We saw that Bayer, I think, got 10 points himself. So, pretty insane scenes there. And you are right. Team FIFA Kill didn't quite actually make it into that top 4, all the way down in 8th. But still a good start from them. And I just think we saw just so many teams really locked in for that first game. I think the interesting thing is going to be like who can keep that up and who starts to fall by the wayside a little bit, because someone has to.
Well, something to point out, Enigma. All top 3 are Italian, by the way. So the Italians showing up and showing out.
Yeah, Italian Stallions absolutely flying right now. But as we move on down to our next screen, I'm looking at a player that I think should be doing a little bit more. I'm looking at that B Groovy Physic Benno Jr. lineup. I expect them to be doing bits here in this and seeing them down in 13th. It's not an awful start, but we know how slim it is to get on through to your global finals here in LCQs.
That's right. Well, obviously, and two, something to point out, the point gap from top 4 on down, even after game number 1 is, I think, a lot wider than it was after game 1 in North America. So some of these top teams might be taken away with it without a chance for anybody else to catch up. For example, like Team Chow, who's down there in 23rd place, a big namestay, and also Team Abwiz, right? Another big heavy-hitting team, Geo, who's sitting at 24th.
Yeah, no, we can kind of see the same about a number, because obviously we brought up Team Toho at the beginning. They're in a similar position, and then even I remember back when we were doing the, the upper bracket and the lower bracket round 2 and whatnot. It's been Zesty and Joel's. That was another team that we brought up and we spoke about quite a lot, and they're down there in 28th place. So a number of these teams who we've really highlighted having some struggles.
Struggles indeed, but it's only game 1, right? Still plenty of time to step it up. I go back to that story from yesterday, rated 21st place, then to top 4, I believe, after game 3 or game 4, right? That's what it takes. And already some big numbers coming out. The biggest from Team Crazy Snake and his crew, 17 eliminations, but there were plenty that ended up breaking 10 or more eliminations. Now they just got to focus on the multiplier. Well, that's game 1 done. 4 more games to go to solidify our top 4, and then that wild card game number 6. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the LCQ will continue. And welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone EMEA Last Chance Qualifiers. Game 1 is done. About to hop into game number 2 to see who's going to end up on top. And, well, will our top team stay on top, such as Crazy Snake and his crew, currently up by 8. Let's bring in our casters. We've got Spider Tiff. We've got Ghost. Game 1 was exciting. Game 2 is going to be even better. So I hand it off to you to continue to tell the story.
All right, well, I'm excited. And to be fair, we did see some pretty high elimination games for some of our players in map number 1, which is pretty extraordinary, right? When I was looking at some of the NA LCQs, I was like, wow, not a lot of eliminations per game, but it's not going to leave room for improvement from some of our other rosters if you're finding yourself outside the top 4 goes.
Yeah, I think it's a great call. I think yesterday we talked a lot about the top of show. Hey, there's going to be a point sink. There's a big sponge at the top. Some of the top teams are going to run away with it. That definitely was not the case. it was a tight race all the way to the finish line. But all I can say about today is, mamma mia, Italians are on top. My goodness, top 3 teams, all Italian rosters, and even the 4th place team. 2 of those players on that squad are Italian. Come on now. Italians reigning supreme after map number 1. We'll see what region comes out on top at the end of it. But this is what I love about this EMEA region, Tiff. It's just so much more exciting than North America. There's people from all over the place, different countries, different cultures, way cooler than America, where we're all just hunky-dory playing Warzone. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think that also makes it so much cooler when we go to that World Series of Warzone global LAN and we're reuniting all of these players from all around the world to compete on that stage. But for the teams that may not have made it there and you want to get those Italian rosters onto that global LAN final, then you've got to lock it in for game 2.
Here we go. Game number 2, it's here, folks. Let's get strapped and ready to go. We're moving quick.
You can see our players that plane directly above Urzikstan Community Center. We are going from the southwest and going to be ending our trajectory over by that military base, which I'm excited, right? We've got a more central line, and hey, we said turn up the action, and Crazy Snake trying to do that.
Yeah, definitely some action here. It looked like Crazy Snake at the top of our leaderboard was maybe going to get wiped here early, but instead they do the wiping, and they don't even lose a player. Barely don't lose a player. 2 players down and 1 low, but Bayer comes out on top. And Nigma called it out. Look, they're basically already matched the total kills they got in the other stage they competed in. I mean, we're talking slaying early in this competition because maybe they watched yesterday and they know what it takes at this point. Now, Valve, into the gulag we go immediately after getting wiped by the Bayer squad, and right now, no bullets connecting for either player, but there's a couple. Little hip fire. How about some more? And a nice win, taking out another Italian team there with Kong, Gabs, all falling.
Well, let's go ahead and keep a lookout, and Zeke kind of coming on back. FIFA kill winning that gulag, and seems like Lennon will as well. But for Jukies, you love to see that. A full regain from this squad. Actually, maybe Lennon does lose the gulag, and the pistol kill was just something of a contest early off rip. Jukies and FIFA will now be tasked with a regain yet again.
Yeah, look, if there's any team that can get absolutely obliterated early like this and have to fully restabilize, basically just re-drop back into the map, no safety net, no resources, pistols only, and then find their way to the end game, it's certainly that team. But that is a brutal start. We'll have to tune into them on the next drop and see who's contesting them off drop, and apparently winning off drop, at least this time around. But quick look at the map view. We are headed north this time. Usually this is Popov or Popov related, but could be anywhere in this northern circle, as we see several of our teams already there. And then team 2, that Vortex Blade squad, currently in 4th place, way down there on the south side of farms, all by themselves. That's that purple 2. We're going to watch out for that team. They were top slayers up until the final hour of the first map.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of our teams still working their way towards that north, and FIFA and Juki's using it as an opportunity to go out to outpost directly for their regain. Maybe that was all part of their strategy, to go to the gulag, grab some eliminations, and hit a free rotate. But for Rancid, Monzo, Spyro, time is of the essence here in Lowtown, because when the majority of the teams start to kind of work their way up towards the north, then you're gonna get all caught up in central Urzikstan here. But I love that we're breaking out heartbeat sensors. We're kind of using what you find out on the ground, and that makes some of the best players just even better.
Yeah, and this team, again, an underdog story. Didn't think they had a spot in LCQs and then got offered as roster splintered. So we'll see what they can do. When you have basically nothing to lose, I think hopping in a vehicle and flying at a team is the right idea. Unfortunately, they are flying away from this team because early shots means they are in trouble. This vehicle likely low. We're going to swing around and see where they go from here as we took a quick aerial cam of the Great Escape, as it were. So they drive on their merry way to village, but back to some more action. Liam, hey, it's Aaron. Made a little bit of some waves in the first map. Not a bad showing. We'd like to duplicate that and maybe expand on it, but unfortunately, they're getting flanked by 1. They should get a trade here, but we're still plating. We can't put bullets down. What's going on? We can't find anybody. This is a slippery, slippery snake, and it's not Crazy Snake. On the other side, finally falling. Being Zesty, getting Zesty. Liam in trouble, but can he make the play? No. Zesty finishes it off with a bit of spice.
What in the world was that? All I know is we are in hot pursuit, trying to break Kangles and all that stuff through the building. Now Walker in the gulag up against Sniper Pigna, and you can see already taking those early shots out. Sniper Pigna starts hopping about, goes prone, hits the drop shot, and can't keep it together against Walker. Let's see if Aaron's able to do the same and get another win.
Yeah, I need a big win here. Gotta get back without using cash. Unfortunately, low in health. Gonna try to push the equation to win it, and does so. Talk about an ego chow. We take those. 50% health, no plates? Come on, Aaron. Show out on main stage. I am so here for this.
More ice in the veins, more ego chows. We're going to need it all, but we're about to get into that next circle to see where it pops, and will our over rotates toward the north pay off for our squads? We got someone standing by that wants to chat a lot about those rotations, so let's get in here. Enigma, I'm ready to hear it.
First crack in the code of the evening. Thank you very much, Tiff, for the throw. And I'm going to transition into our map view here so we can see exactly what is going on. And we have ourselves a circle that is heading slightly north, slightly northwest on your screens. Now, what this means, especially for teams that are landing down around city or down around suburbs, you've got a lot of waterways in which you're going to have to cross. These are very dangerous crossings. And what you've got is people, for example, like Jukies and Co., who have decided to avoid their landing down by high rise and instead play around pop-off power. This is going to avoid a crossing that they would have had to make through water, even potentially around here as we're looking towards where this final zone may end up.
Good call out, Enigma. I like the breakdown, and you're right. Juki's FIFA on the regain said, we're going all the way to pop-up. We're not taking any chances. And apparently, it's paying off. They got a couple kills in the kill feed. But in the meantime, we've had utter chaos ensue on main stages. Teams on the outskirts of zone work their way in. And Tiff, got a quick update. Squad 25 fully eliminated out of that lobby. Guess who that is? That's Buyer, Crazy Snake, Dummy. Not going Dummy in map 2. Top of the leaderboard in the first one. Second map, one of the first teams out.
See, and that's why you've got to put down really consistent games, right? Because you're like, okay, will my first map of the day that was 30 points give me the momentum that I need in a 5-game series? Well, it doesn't always work out that way. We saw just what happened in NALCQs yesterday. It wasn't enough. So keep on moving forward, just like the squad on your roster. Pack, Soar,
Yikes.
R7, kind of getting cut down here. Can we see some crazy shots come out? And Zach down, and where we go, and got the full just like that from the train cards. Would love.
Yeah, watch out for Azen. Again, top seed coming into today, just barely missed out on global finals through our EMEA finals, and is gonna have to play back and get the res because of R7. So saves the day a bit. Again, that Paxor team that was down and out, R7 last alive, that's another team that fell very early in the very first map, which means they have little to no points on the leaderboard. And well, we all know what that means. You really only have an opportunity to drop maybe one map. You drop 2 or 3, I can't imagine you make it. Maybe an absolute banger gets you right back into the mix. We saw that a bit yesterday, but more slaying happening off screen as we watch against Solitude. This team got a decent map, not a great one, still playing edge of zone. They want the kills. They want to make this big rotation all the way from Opera. It's a big one, though. One of the largest on the map currently, and they have a long way to go with a lot of teams in the way. Reminder, this zone, like Enigma was talking about, is likely pulling up towards Popov, and so they have to make this huge wrap and over the water or bridge. So we'll see what they decide to do. Likely going to kind of sneak through the water here and come up from behind Pink Turtle up ahead of them, who apparently have spotted them out.
It's true, right? They had that 8-point game in map number 1, which is not necessarily bad, and it's not really good either. It's just kind of that middle of the pack game that you'd like to seek to improve on, which puts them in about 16th place coming into this game. And they're gonna have to cross 2 bodies of water if they carry on that trajectory towards the north. And we talked about that Old Town area, which is going to get kind of dicey. So I'm nervous for our squads like Toyor, Palooka, Gunstachi. We're still on that outer ring of gas trying to hit that rotate. All Peters and Splowik have to do is kind of set up shop, turn around, and grab some eliminations. You can see they just get that buyback now, and Splowik is already anchoring down for the push forward.
Yeah, it's a 2v3 for a moment as their third comes flying in. They gotta make a play. They gotta get a knock for any chance in this fight. Palooka, yes, being held, but they have player advantage, so they push. Gons goes down. That is gonna be a trade out. Unfortunately, it's gonna be Pete by himself. They have no chance. Their floater's still in the air. Loom said, well, information not gonna be helpful when you guys are dead, so I am gonna fly deeper into cargo and deeper into the zone. Question is, will he find a safe space? Probably not with 37 teams alive, but back to the Germans in the gulag, in trouble. Rafix last alive for his team. This is make or break here. Tiffin map number 2 gets the early shots. A little bit of weird timing, but does clean up the kill. Rafix still alive, but barely breathing. My goodness.
My COD timing doesn't work like that. I don't know. Anytime I would stop shooting, even for like a 0.05 second kind of matter, I would have got dumpstered on. But I love that we kind of pull that together and keep on centering up over pop-off power. It's very similar to the zones that we witnessed just yesterday. Now, we had one that pulled up kind of towards the open spacings in Industrial, and then we have the one that did pull back towards the coastline on the east of pop-off power. For the majority of our teams that have been there early, we've got about 3 teams in Industrial, and you got Ghoul still over in Kotovo blocks, trying to fit an LTV through a thin area. And honestly, this might be like the way I drive.
Yeah, look,
fair.
I'm sorry, Ghoul, that we had to watch that on main stream, but we get to watch your amazing shots. Look at this, breaks both, snaps onto his opponents, grabs 2 breaks of plates. They're gonna think better of that push. It does look like he will try again on the vehicle as we take a quick look here on our replay to see, wow, Jesus Jr. last alive for his team. And I think is going to go, oh, he clutches up by zipping out. He goes down there. They're out of this lobby as well. Would have opened up the door for a lot of other teams as we watch Cool continue to struggle with this LTV.
I think we stay here. No, I think we go back. I'm just enjoying it at this point. Nah, for Toyor, who continuously had rotated out of that south cargo area, now through Outpost. This is how you play the edge of Circle. You just kind of force the positioning on these teams where they have no space, and then you just break them down. You can see that outer wrap comes through, but unfortunately, Toyor goes down. Tachi here on the screen trying to play angles around the rock. Rips Preto down, but he's getting flanked. Can we clutch up Ghost? Another one.
How about 1? How about 2? Making a 3rd. Palooka coming in with the trade. Where is he? No, somebody self-revived from behind. Preto saves the day in the final hour with a self-revive and 1 iota of health. This is what we talk about resource management, Tiff. Sometimes self-revives could be the difference maker in your team being fully eliminated. I think they lose that if that self-revive does not come off. That was wild. We love to see it. Resource management, always king. Sure, cash, but use that cash to your advantages. Get everything you need to win your 1s. Maybe your 3s. I don't know. Everything in between.
Win your 1s, get your fulls, figure it out. We'll get it. But for now, we just got to keep on working out of the Kotovo blocks area. When you've already got someone set up for the most stellar gatekeep that I've seen, I'm talking Clapper. Team number 9 on that mini map. You can see they're just kind of skirting out in the open areas, which could be dangerous, especially when Infernal's out here going for live pings for days to allow Ghoul, who has finally left the LTV, thank God, focused on the gunny, gets that knock on to Clapper, and now we're hitting a push of the century.
Somebody hit their good mornings. My goodness. That was a wild shot. Able to take down 1. A couple C4s from distance. Not quite a frisbee, more like a shot put, but does not connect. Gonna continue to swing outer edges of zone. Now they're gonna get held here, so I think going snipe makes a lot of sense. You could open up a little window. They might wrap all the way up. We see this often, Tiff, where you wrap all the way on the outer edges of the map, all the way onto the out of bounds line, a little oob action, and could make a play in here. There's just not a ton of cover, so it's going to be a smoke and run situation. Going to take a while. So back to the action we go, and well, a quick team wipe there as you see Scion fully eliminated, down to 29 teams on the map. We saw some teams rotating out of military base, some of the teams coming in from south, some of the teams coming in from Kotovo, but it is all pop-off power all day. And as we take a look at some of our last remaining gulags, Tiff, it seems like that Vortex, that Blaze Squad, they're following the 4 Ps of SSD. Power, position, pop off, power. All right, it is maybe 2 of those words are both power, but look at them. Purple 2, dead center, pop off, power, ready and waiting for this final zone.
That's a lot of P's.
That's right.
I mean, I was getting lost, and I really never know what you're going to hit me with when it comes to acronyms, but I just let you go off. Your acronyms are my kind of anime, so we'll go with it.
Sure, yeah. I love that. Well, I'm trying to think of some more. The 4 Ps, pop up, power, power, position. I'm going to keep saying that. A little tongue twister for the lads at home, but it looks like outer edges of zone. Another P. Pink Turtle in a bit of trouble as we head to Ripper here in the Gulag. Could win. Barrel stuff? No. That was tough timing as Pink Turtle does come out on top of that one.
Don't ever doubt the Pink Turtle. Don't ever doubt it. Ooh, patience. Skinner, though, has to peek it at some point in time, and honestly, if he does, you want to see it. Here comes the push, and Scion, who just could not react to the timing that Skinner brought to the Gulag. Well, back to Urzikstan we go, and we get this nice setup shot here, looking to the north of that industrial area towards the west, right? Abwiz and Master 5K down to a duo, missing out on Jama, but we're going to look for angles, but Abwiz looks to have gotten a bit caught on that, I'm not gonna lie. Still able to make it out with a pixel of HP left. Now the push comes through. 900 damage, 1 elimination. Would love to see more if we can make it happen, especially here. But you don't want to get caught into a fight knowing how many squads are around here. That Clapper roster is still looking to get as many eliminations from this area, but Ghoul effectively suppressing the momentum there from Rocket.
Yeah, man, I think a lot of folks would love to see more from this Abwiz roster. You know, an interesting player. Wiz, a little bit controversial, had some tough times, a really tough time in the finals and in some of the other stages of the competition. Swaps out Jama, could be a difference maker, a little bit of an X factor. Jama, a very talented player. The team just seems to lack chemistry, and adding in Jama apparently hasn't made difference, not yet. We'll see if it could here in the latter half of the tournament, but they're in deep into map 2 as our fourth circle rather closes, and we see New. Yeah, they're gonna have to go through this Italian trio up on top who are shooting straight. And right now they continue to have to rotate to zone. As we see the new zone, it is all the way to the north. I mean, literally about as far north as you could possibly go on this map, at least dead center of north. We've got one team centrally located. No more power position for that Blade Vortex team. It is team 13 in that lavender. That's the squad to watch out for. That's Caspian. Haven't seen Prince Caspian in a little while, but did play power position in a couple other stages leading up to this one.
Look, I know production usually gives us times on listen-ins, but eventually I want to hear how some of these squads on the most outer areas who have one of the darkest rotations to the north are going to have to fight for it. Because you think of Lennon Juki's FIFA kill, right? Juki's on 5. Let's jump in and listen. Thank you so much, production.
Listen to Len.
Yeah, can we get up there or what? Yo, look at this. Look,
look at this kid. Look at that kid. Have we got mod? We got mod.
I got mods.
Yeah, we got mod. I'm gonna chill inside for a bit. I don't want to get fucking screwed up.
Yeah, same.
We can look through this door though.
Yep.
Yeah, they're working the bunker side. They're working bunker side.
They're fighting it. We need to figure it out.
Yeah. As soon as that mod.
Yeah.
I'm going Franks.
Kids in here too. Yo, look. Kids crossing on the left, please.
Yeah, left here, feet as well.
Okay.
Is it easy picks now?
No.
No, it's harder.
We just hold these kids on the left. I'm gonna make sure the kids on the right don't push us.
Yeah, I like that. Crossing now.
I don't think it's possible, you know, unless I go gas. Was it?
Nah, we can't. I won't go gas, Lee. Just come back.
No. Come back. We have no buys. We got
Yo, please, understand with me.
No, we need to forget about him. We need to roll.
One below.
He's already pushed up.
I'm rolling.
They're in the building to our left.
Close to me.
Oh, people inside here, bro.
We can get in the truck. Come.
Yeah, we should. Get in the truck. Try to play placement if you can, boys.
I'm dead, man.
You got to sleep. You need to get placement. That's all you need to do. We got kills.
I splashed is in that truck, Case, solely.
Great comms, Tiff, from the team. Unfortunate position, though, because of this extremely difficult pull all the way up to the out-of-bounds line, consistently having to battle through team after team after team to get to position. And right now, it is all in the back of Juki's. Now, they are the top fracking team right now, or they were just a moment ago. This team on your screen has taken that position. This team on 14 kills. Juki's was on 12 as a team. That team is one to watch out for. They've got to play for placement. Next multiplier is top 10. That's 1.6. Both of these teams need that multiplier bad.
And Juki's kind of skating away right now. Might be a squad wipe soon. You can see Hollow right there picks him up. But you're right. This squad is on a banger. They're looking for a rotate through the east. We're getting those trophy systems down and some smokes for cover. C4, because we really have to watch the roster on your screen towards the left. That's Spyro, EU, Rancid, Monzo. So they will be one of the biggest threats because of this pull to the north. I'd be really curious, because even if you extend on out and try to play from kind of the rocks and trees area, and it goes even further, Ghosh, what is this?
We are so deep into the woods. I mean, we're trying to move to a different map. It looks like the game's telling us that the new zone's going to be in Verdansk or something. I mean, this thing is way up there on the out-of-bounds line. We're going to see some out-of-bounds plays. I can only imagine, but the team on your screen slaying out right now. They need top 5, and they need it now. Nice take from Blade. Great trades. Vortex is on 10 by himself. Talk about a barn burner. The boys are cooking right now. Out and deep into zone, they get the top 5. They get the 1.8x. They're making the move into zone, but look how difficult this rotation is going to be. They get a portable buy on the right-hand side. They get Rob back, gonna have a floater in the air for some info. No one wants to take this rap except for Vortex. The probably is going to be cut off in transition. Team 10 holding, and this wide open smoke and run maybe, but this is going to be so brutal because you can't even go further north than this. This is the out-of-bounds line. You can play up on top of these rocks for a moment, but it'll show you as out of bounds. Watch out for that as they try to make some flanks, and they do cut down Skinner. It's all in the back of Pink Turtle for Team 10 to stay alive. They've got the 1.8x. There's the team wipe with a full team of 3 Tiff. This is Blade's game to lose. Wow.
It really is. And now that we've hit this early rotation, there's not a lot of cover out here. Bagel is tanking here with a PDS from the high ground, which is giving them all these angles onto that Robstar roster. And they are just using everything that they can to bide their time. When you've got 2 squads still in the gas, delaying that rotation into zone, but it keeps on pulling out towards the east. What the heck is going on?
I watch a lot of Warzone. I'm not sure I've seen this moving zone. Maybe I haven't, I forgot about it, but a ridiculous pull, and frankly a god pull for this Vortex team. They got a little bit of a flank here, but Vortex shooting straight, looking for his 11th. Takes down Zach, has the zone. All 3 still technically alive. There's the push. Hollow just wants the points. He does get one all the way down. We'll see if he gets valued the points. No, how about a Riz? Deep in zone, Benzi's gonna get second. This Bagel team doing everything they can, but right now, it's just free kills for Robstar, free kills for Vortex and Blade. They dominated this map. A massive victory, somewhere around 42 points here in map number 2. They were 4th going into this one. They're going to be at the top of the leaderboard after this one. Brutal way to finish it for a lot of our squads here, Tiff. But this team is on top. There's no question about it.
Gosh, this squad, their average score per game prior to this in World Series of Warzone is sitting around that 11.57 mark. Now, let's kind of move back into the last stand, because at this point, this squad had to have at least had 15 eliminations between the trio. Now, you do have that #1 seeded team kind of just across the way, but even Benzi and Bagel looking for that stand, smoking down towards that portable buy station, and there's a lot of really cool things that they do to help out that Robstar squad unintentionally, right?
Yeah.
We keep on buying back, and they're just going to keep on looking for those eliminations. But that early rotate to hold the fence line and take out the trio prior to them, and then focus on setting up around these trees. Man, this was one of the craziest end games, but they did everything right. And we usually don't say that you can, you know, lock in the top 4 based off one map.
Yeah.
But they might have just done that.
Well, you got to think about our metrics, right? When you drop a 42-point game and you had a good map 1, Tiff, I mean, they're going to be up in like the 60s, like high 60s, I think, somewhere around that margin. Yesterday's cutoff was 78.6. They need like 12 points, 15 points in the next three maps. I mean, that's very easy to do for a team of this caliber. Now, I got to give a shout out to that Benzi team, Tiff, because frankly, if I was them, I'd do the exact same thing. I PDS on top of the building and I go, hey, there's no way this zone continues to pull to the north, right? There's no way it pulls up to them on the next and final moving zone. It's going to come to us, right? We're going to be in the best position. We're going to be in the God spot. Sorry, a great chance, a great bet, but unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. They do get second place. You can only expect to see Benzi's team further up the leaderboard as well, but a massive, massive shout to that Blade squad. Again, it's Mamma Mia all day. Apparently, 2 Italians on top, and with the side of Robstar as their support, it's working well for this trio.
It really is. And I'm so proud that they kind of went ahead and chose the northern side of that area, because all the teams that moved into pop-off power early, but hailed kind of from that southern side, all collapsed upon each other. And we did see some LTVs trying to come out for the rotation towards the north. But the only thing is, I'm just shocked there wasn't more LTVs towards the open area at the top for the end.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Now, folks at home, if you watched yesterday, it was an underdog story all day, every day. I don't think a single person hasn't got any predictions right, except for maybe Super Evan for the wildcard game. Today, this is one of the top squads. This is a squad that nearly everybody I talked to, if they said, hey, if we can just forget about yesterday, these are my predictions. And well, they're right so far. This squad was second seeded going into this, and they're going to be top of the leaderboard. And for good reason, frankly, this squad, a lot of us didn't expect them to be in LCQs, Tiff. I think this is a huge point. Obviously, we talk about Blade's prowess in 2022 in the EU World Series of Warzone competition, won that and solo YOLO, but they got 25th at LAN last year, middle of the pack. They made global finals, and they're here to do it again. This time they got to battle through LCQs, but they're looking in final form right now in map 2.
Well, it's kind of crazy that you kind of bring that up, right? I'm just thinking to their finals, their average placing was sitting around that 15.3, and that's just not going to cut it when it comes to the last chance qualifier. And you've already vastly improved those numbers, plus your position. I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing that gap that they've really implemented on the leaderboard. And knowing that your series here is short, right? It's not 6 games. We're looking at 5. And when you think about the average of 15 points-ish per game, that's usually what you need to at least lock in that 4th place. You've pretty much done enough to secure that. Now you just kind of got to ride it out and maybe look for double-digit points throughout the rest.
Yeah, a great shout. Again, our metric for success, somewhere around that upper 70s margin. Who knows where it'll be today? That's just based on yesterday. So really excited to see where it ends up being today. Because again, this could be the point sync team. This is the point sponge team. We could see those numbers get lower and lower for 4th place if a couple of these top teams start running away with it. But again, I got to talk about Boogs, Benzi, Stukex. Watch out for this trio. It's kind of a welcome home moment for Benzi, a really strong team in World Series of Warzone last year, 8th place overall, subbing Benzi back into the mix. Welcome home, gentlemen. Well done in 2nd place. Folks at home, we're going to take a very short break. You may be wondering, why are these Yanks talking about EMEA? Don't worry, we'll bring back your EU experts on the desk here shortly. Don't go anywhere. Map 3 right around the corner.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone EMEA Last Chance Qualifier. Game 2 has concluded, and what a game it was. As we go through our highlights, you can see some of the teams dominating in true form, and naturally, we have to start off with our Game 2 winners, Robstar, Vortex, and Blade.
Man, it was one of those teams. It was one of those teams we were saying they absolutely deserve to be making it through. Obviously, no guarantees yet, but they have all but put themselves in a very, very safe spot. Just played extremely well. I mean, their last team alive, all 3 players were still standing, and on such a difficult and awkward final zone as well. They had the northernmost position of any of the teams who were remaining, which I think gave them a really big advantage because it meant that there was really no issues of flanking or whatnot. They had such a power position at the end there. And just throughout the whole thing, to be honest, you know, they were getting really early kills. The kill feed right at the beginning of the game was lighting up with their names. I just think this team really have found their flow.
Yeah, 21 eliminations too. Something to point out. One of the biggest games we've seen, matching that of J-Tech from North America yesterday, excuse me, from game number 5. But a team, right? One of the biggest talking names, Jukies and Co. come into game number 2, Enigma in 8th place, but they don't have the best finish to game 2.
They don't, and it's a shame, really, because I was talking so much in the back about how I'm a fan of what they're doing right now, right? It seems like if throughout this tournament, they've just relied on the fact, like, we can shoot our gun, we'll be completely fine. I think they've had the realism check that they needed, and they're doing a lot of things right. They switched their landing from high-rise to pop-off power. I spoke earlier on in the Cracking the Code segment about what I liked there. They then gate-kept and had 11 kills by Zone 4, and their initial comms showed great patience, great communication, something that they've lacked. They had a little bit of a system there. Their execution was poor, but I will go back to something Goj said. I don't think anyone on this side of the desk or out there in chat thought that that zone was going the direction that it did. They hedged a lot of bets and unfortunately came out the wrong side. And when you're trying to hit one of those awful rotations, stuck between a rock and a hard place. So I think that that is their only undoing. I like what I'm seeing from that side.
There's definitely in the listening, right, frustrations, clearly. And who couldn't be frustrated with a zone pool like that? I don't think that's indicative of their mindsets and their mental currently. I just think it was just an unfortunate circumstance to be in. I think they're going to be all right. Still very doable for them to qualify top 4. We're going to be keeping our eye out for them. Gio, let's take a look at the standings after game number 2 has concluded. See who's on top, and no surprise, Team Blade, Robstar, Vortex up there leading by 20 points. One of the biggest margins, one of the biggest leads we have seen yet when it comes to LCQs.
It's absolutely insane to see that they have 59.6 points after 2 rounds. A lot of teams don't even hit that after all 6 rounds. This is absolutely insane, and I think is such a testament. Look, I'm not going to say they don't deserve to be here, because at the end of the day, they didn't qualify to be through already, but it does just go to show how good this team are, and that they are well on their way to making it through to that LAN finals.
Well, other big names, Zach, right, sitting in second. Boogs, Dummy as well. A big game number 1 coming out from them, and a game 2 that, well, wasn't as good, but still managed to get several eliminations to put them up in the 4th. We take a look at a list down below, 11 through 20th. What names stand out to you, Enigma?
I mean, I called them out at the top of the show. Rocket, Clapper, Zaka. This is that Polish duo with the UK, man. They made it on through in LCQs last year, but Clapper's coming to IGL this team. I believe that they well and truly have it within them, but just the 16 points after 2 games. You've only got 3 more to go, gentlemen. You would be missing the cut currently.
Absolutely. Well, nice to see Chow and all coming up a little bit. He had a good, or I should say a decent game number 2 with a lot of eliminations. He jumps from the 3rd page now to the 2nd. Question is, how far can he continue to go? A big talking point throughout the finals was number 24, Team Marcus. Marcus Rathic, Scaphology, who won game 5 and game 6. Now looking to potentially do the same here. Granted, only 3 more games to go to break into top 4. After that, they'll have to go to the wild card and try and just really full send it and be the last ones standing. Big talking points, though, obviously top 4 at this point. Robstar leading the charge in first place by 20 is huge. But then down the list, Gio, it goes from 39.6 points in 2nd place all the way down to 8th place, which is 30.4. So now you've got 7 incredible teams who could very well make a run for the top 4 placing. So nothing guaranteed, right? You want to make sure you get as many as you can, because right now that point spread from 2nd to 8th is very close.
Yeah, and I think that if you are a team like Team Crazy Snake, you do need to be very careful, and you want to make sure that this next game especially is going to be really strong for you, because to be quite honest, They, like you mentioned, they did phenomenally in game 1. And yes, they got a couple of eliminations, but they were also the second team to be eliminated in round 2. And they were eliminated in stage 2, right? So that is a disastrously early exit for a team who had such a strong stage 1. And that's why they're still averaging out to be very high in the standings. But that average isn't going to last, as you have to keep dividing it by a higher and higher number. So they need to make sure that they're really defending that spot in that top 8. Meanwhile, teams, for example, like Team Blade, who have shown a more consistent showing right now between those first 2 rounds, they probably have a lot less to worry about.
Fair enough. And also Juki's right, sitting at 31.2. They can absolutely make a run for it. They're way more consistent now than they were in the finals, which is great news for their fans out there who obviously want to see them qualify today and go to global finals. Let's take a look at our top elimination list. Enigma, I want to see if Robstar, Vortex, and Blade are all on there. So Vortex, Robstar, and Blade makes sense, right? They're sitting at 32 elims. Who else do we see on the list?
I mean, gotta be talking a little bit about my man there, Jesus Jr., right? Comes in not just because he calls me handsome, but also spoke about the kind of performance he was gonna put up. I spoke a lot about how, you know, he's this experienced player and he's always in the prize money. It turns out he just likes to slay out as well, putting on, showing exactly why he should have been part of the conversation throughout the rest of the tournament, coming in today and being the X factor that Keybase and Pele needed.
There you go. The X factor they needed. Jesus Jr., I love that passion from him. And I know I went back and watched the interview and chat, all the huge fans and a lot of competitors coming out to support Jesus Jr. How could you not, right? With a smile like that, compliments coming out for you, Enigma, calling you handsome, which I don't disagree with. Absolutely. Good stuff coming out from all of our rosters. And obviously 3 more games to go, Gio. That's all you get to make it into top 4. Every game matters. Every moment you have to take. If you don't, you're going to fall behind. Next 3 games, Gio, what are we looking out for the competitor's sake?
Is it boring if I keep saying consistency? I feel
Not at
like
all.
It's boring, but it's like that is literally what it is, right? You know, you can't be relying on these huge games. And I think that the teams that have done well so far, they have been the teams who have been getting involved early, not necessarily seeking out kills from teams who aren't nearby, but depending on where their landing zone is, if they've had to deal with other teams, they've dealt with the other teams, you know, and making good rotations, you know, towards zones. We haven't seen anyone yet, or any of the top teams yet, be really caught out on things like water crossings or anything like that. So I think it's just that really strong understanding, spatial awareness, map awareness, and understanding of how the other teams around you are going to pose a threat.
Oh, all great talking points, Gio. And consistency, it's a consistent topic because, well, that's how you win championships. Let's bring in our casters to go into game number 3. Obviously, Spider, Tiff, and Ghost to call the action. There's only 3 more games to go. So for all those teams who are on page number 2 and page number 3, they've got to step it up here and start a strong narrative to make it to global finals. Tiff, Ghost, take it away.
Yeah, you definitely do. I can't believe we're already about to move over into that halfway point, Goj. I feel like we just began, and even yesterday, everything kind of ran away from us, and it started to get to be a bit too late for teams to stage their comeback. So I'd like to see teams that are outside of the running right now start to kind of throw down the eliminations, push the equation, be hyper aggro, because you can afford to drop 1 game, right? And then kind of make up for it on the back half. But for now, take it off. Get crazy.
I know. They need to get crazy. Look, Gio's talking about consistency. Totally agree. There's 4 C's in Warzone, all right? It's communication, chemistry, cash, and then consistency. So we're right on the money there. The 4 C's, the 4 P's. I'll think of another later. But no, really excited about map number 3, because this is where really a lot of our teams need to come alive. There's a lot of folks wondering where's Juki's, where's FIFA. The Death broke it down perfectly, Tiff. They're 2 points away from 4th. Yeah, they're there. They're doing fine. However, I listened into their comms, and I don't know. That communication, not looking good right now. They were yelling at each other, talking about calls. They were talking about Juki's being on too long of a leash. Time is now, gentlemen. Let's lock in, lock and load, and get into map number 3, folks. We are chugging through this tournament.
get a lay of the land. We ended north, so albeit we're gonna start up in the north, right? Just hovering above that Kotobo Blocks industrial area as a lot of our teams start to filter on in. You can see some of our heavy hitting squads, the top players on the left-hand side. You can see that Vortex, Blade, Robstar. I don't really know what happened already, but it seems like we got hit, and we got hit hard.
Yeah, lost an early encounter, was able to grab a helicopter to get out of dodge really quickly, but you're right. A very frustrating drop for them as we take a look at, frankly, a team that is doing well. Second place on our leaderboard on the right-hand side. You can see that. Team Zach is the team we're looking for. This is a team that a lot of folks, again, they kind of put the caveat out. Hey, I put predictions out yesterday. I got 0 for 4, at least in the top 4 for the teams moving on to global finals. A lot of folks said, barring that, I think this Hollow squad makes it no questions asked. They were top seed going in. They barely missed out on global finals, and they are in second place right now. So far, EMEA is mostly going to script, at least on paper script, of our top seeded teams being near the top, but Valve is going to try to play spoiler to that as a last minute substitute team came in the last hour, literally before the tournament started. They didn't think they had a chance, but chance to make a name for themselves on main stage. Looking for the first option. How about one out in the open? Misses, not too much to write home about, and just brutal timing on the push and able to get a trade, but I don't think it's gonna be enough unless Trance can play spoiler. Yes, he can. Great flank by Trance. Unfortunately, just a hair too late to not lose both of his teammates.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to burn those gulags early on, which you'd like to hold on for at least a couple minutes here off the start. But in Lowtown, we're already getting mixy, and we're getting mixy early. You can see Monzo here on the screen looking for an angle straight onto Benno. But the thing is, yes, you can catch a couple plates, but all you're doing is making noise and allowing them to kind of work on their positioning. Be Groovy looking for that flank, trying to deny anyone that outer position. So Monzo just goes deeper, right? But if you extend too far out away from your team, this is going to probably result in a full send of the remaining duo unless Monzo can kind of get back closer to them.
Yeah, perfect breakdown. That's exactly what happened, right? It was a 2v3 because the third was 2 split apart, and it seems like teammate Team Physic on your screen right now, a sub for this squad, recognizing now they get the res off in time to play a little bit of some trades, but not a lot of health. Really not able to make a play actually inside the building, so Rancid has to make a wrap outside, somehow doesn't get spotted. I don't know how that's the case. I guess a mortar providing a bit of covering sound. There's the spot. Monzo trying to play backup, and maybe we'll trade out Physic here, but it's gonna be too little too late. Here comes the onslaught of the full team of 3, and he knows it. Monzo trying to get out of dodge. The sub for this squad trying to be an X factor, last alive for a squad, and it is a smoke and run all day, and I don't think Groovy and Physic are gonna let that happen unless Monzo can isolate a breakdown. Bad timing, and well, Iota, a pixel, and everything in between, barely any help to write home about, but gets the plates back in, and now it's a true 1v1. Continuing to run, continuing to isolate these ones. Okay, Monzo, I see you.
I was about to say, this is a best case scenario for that opposing squad, but now Monzo just really makes it work and gets out with their life and an elimination to boot. Now this is the team's kind of flying back in. They can look for a regain over in this area. Now we do still have that relatively central zone that we are pulling towards, but from some of our squads that, you know, since we ended in the north, maybe they want to keep on fighting up in the north since they're so familiar with it. You have that Ghoul Diablo squad here in the warehouse alongside Abwiz and Master. Now, I'd be curious to see how we're going to set up angles. You can see the rooftop relatively blown out, and I'd be curious if Ghoul can take some cheeky angles onto Master.
As you can hear, their third flying back in. There's the support they need. Abwiz again on the run. This is where both of these teams have been landing. And frankly, this Diablo Ghoul squad, the Italian trio, has been coming out on top of this encounter, I think, every single time thus far. But Jama's right back into the mix as well. Likely not a ton of resources. Ghoul, can you isolate your ones? No, 1, 2, yes! Gets Abwiz, are you kidding me? You can see a quick replay of Monzo slaying out as Infernal and Diablo try to do the same. A true trade here thus far, but Abwiz cut down. Just some rough timing by the duo indoors. Not able to really do much of it. There's Jama being a hero. Well, I'm gonna eat my words. Jama goes huge, and that's 4 for this team. They needed a big win on this fight as a third party comes in.
Hey, Hey, we asked for him, get hyper aggressive early. If you have to drop a 0 or a 5-point game, that's totally fine, because then you can kind of clutch it up towards the end. But this is your chance, probably the last one in the series, to lay it all on the line. Zakar here doing a really nice job to pick that one up, and now we've got reinforcements coming back in on the opposing side, but we're still working on this utter breakdown of the rosters to pick up those elims.
Got to get the early eliminations, and right now Jama's doing a lot of that. Unfortunately, Jama is last alive for his team. It is a great swing by Zakar and Rocket. They know what it takes to make it to land via LCQ. Has got second last year with a different third, trying to do it again. And right now they come in third party, grab a couple eliminations, and then reset. I'm thinking, Tiff, looking at these new zones, I'm thinking we're headed to maybe South Military, and I don't know for sure yet. A little bit too early to call, but that's where my eyes are looking at. And right now there's only one team in that South Military position already, and that's Chow, way down at the bottom of the leaderboard, gonna have to make a move. And right now, all by his lonesome up in Mill.
Would be a good strong start for them, right? You start thinking of kind of where they've found themselves on the leaderboard, and this would be the game to improve on it. But that #1 seed, right? Aloe, Aizen, Zach, kind of still hung up in this pop-off power area. And you do have that Clapper Rocket roster rotating in, and sometimes you got to get a little bit ratty. You like the troll under the bridge, but don't expect to not get punished for it. Has to disengage out into the main and kind of use the hill line for cover. But when you've got streaks incoming, you've got the crossfire, and just not enough smokes to go around, you do what you can to run away.
Yeah, I didn't like the setup, frankly. You had one isolated under the bridge. There just wasn't a ton of cover there, so unless you grab the knock by that isolated player, you lose the gunfight, and that's exactly what happened. Didn't get the knock, had to back up, loses his life. Now it's a 3v2, getting chased. Aizen's got to get back into the mix. High value keyboard and mouse player looking to make a play in the gulag against Pink Turtle. More P's to go around. Unfortunately, those P's are headed to the lobby. Out of here. Squad 10 fully eliminated as Tomsterbomb wipe as well at the same time.
You can almost thank that squad there on the right-hand side. Visions for holding down the fort and giving some suppressive fire here. But Zach, Aizen, and Hollow, they just keep finding themselves broken apart from each other as they kind of work to come back and reconvene. And when you get this full swing, there's really not much you can do. For Aizen and Hollow, we're just going to have to reset on our own and stay away from that Visions roster.
Yeah, that's a great team play there, just to body stack and swing through the building, especially when your opponent is low and down in numbers. So nice win, but again regaining, again backing out. Again, second place right now, but the margins are so thin aside from the team at the top. They can breathe for a bit. 59.6 going into this one, but everybody else, I'm talking 4th all the way down to like 10th, is like a 5-point spread or less. It is a tiny margins right now. This game will really show us where this leaderboard will lie going into the end game, if you will, of the tourney, and how many points you need to really make it or break it. Saw some teams yesterday make it or break it in the final map with some raw slaying power, so it's never chucked. It's Warzone, baby. That's how it works around here. Never chucked. No matter where you are on the leaderboard, all you need is a massive banger map. And with 2x multiplier, certainly you could do it. But Team 27 again, restabilized, back with AB Wiz. Jama, decent little map going for them. Squad 27, they're on 5 kills currently, nearly entirely in the back of Jama. And right now, playing on the outside of Industrial, don't have a really anywhere that they should or shouldn't go. They're kind of wide out in the open right now. And they're going to make it a zone, but not a ton of teams really in the way. It looks like that Aizen squad is kind of restabilizing up towards pop-up that they'll likely run into again eventually. But right now, they're kind of free and clear, going to be hanging on, just chilling for a bit.
All right, well, where they've kind of situated themselves, I don't hate it. But now that we have that zone kind of centering up towards that military base area in the north, and yes, it does include a lot of Old Town and Low Town on the northern side. You called it, right? You want that zone to pull towards South Military Base. I also think that we've seen endings on that kind of water line towards the west of Military Base. We've also seen it kind of pull where that collapsing area in main of Military is. Now, a lot of different options, but if I'm a team that's rotating out of pop-off off power at this point, I would want that bridge control either in the north or kind of the one between pop off and military base. And you can see that Team Zach is that #1 on the screen that could be looking to do that.
Yeah, it's a great breakdown. What we didn't see, I was calling out Chow there, South Military. That was Team 11 in the orange. Got pushed out, by the way, by Team 25. That's Crazy Snake. Getting a little mixy there in South Military. Watch out. That's green 25. We got to watch out for center of zone in South Military as we watch another breakdown from Team Marcus, fully eliminated. Back to the lobby you go. A nice take by Control Deck, looking to continue to make a name for themselves. This PD Quicker Control Deck squad could surprise some folks, but frankly, they need to do it now. They need a big game right now as they wrap. You can see it. That kind of, I don't know what color that is, but I was going to say periwinkle, and that's so wrong. It's not even close. Some sort of like coastal green in the 22 skating up to the right-hand side of our mini-map as Solitude lost life of his team.
It's so wild because periwinkle used to be my favorite color, low-key.
That's very not green, by the way.
A good bluish
Seafoam.
purple. Yeah, sure, Seafoam is kind of nice, but for now, Solitude living up to the name and just kind of staying alone, looking for angles there, and the squad getting mixy in power. Now, we saw that we were going to hit this rotation out of the pop-off power area, and this squad with Crystal Shots, Doomy, King Benji, has found themselves kind of to the far-ish east of pop-off. But when the opportunity arises and you want to extend kind of back into main, you want to find this last member of that squad, number 17, Infernal, just ahead of you. But how far is too far? And honestly, start worrying about that positioning in general. Going to be your key to success for End.
Yeah, and this is really where a lot of these teams are kind of holding for a moment, a small collective breath across the map as we wait for this new zone to show here in 9 seconds. This will really dictate what rotations need to happen right now. There's a lot of POIs still in the zone currently, but it's about to change quite dramatically. Will it go South Military Base? Will it head closer to Popov on Bridge? It does go South Military, maybe a hair more west. That bridge almost near dead center. Look at this map right now. Pretty much every single team needs to rotate to zone right now, besides like 3. It's a question of where do they go from here, and right now it is all water all day. This is going to be a wild final couple circles.
And all the teams that have found themselves kind of on that circle line all round, they are going to have one of the hardest next 2 minutes as all the teams from the outside start filtering towards that rotation. From the south, it's teams like FIFA, Lennon, and Jukies who had that really terrible rotate into that industrial area in match number 2. And that was just because some of the way these circle pulls have been happening. But for them, they have an actual redeploy zip that should allow them to kind of get situated perfectly. Now, granted, you've got to make sure that timing is perfect. Speaking of perfect timing, Blade, Robstar, Vortex, phenomenal match number 2. And they'd like to see some of the same rotation timings here in match number 3 to continue on that utter domination of this EMEA LCQ.
Yeah, again, team at the top, 67.6 points currently. That's a live leaderboard. Yeah, they have 9 kills right now. Almost a top fracking team. Just barely behind, actually, squad 23, which is Toyor. So watch out for that squad. Already on 10 eliminations right now, moving into the new. Now, hey, it's Aaron is going to be saying hey to the lobby, unfortunately. Out of here. Team number 3 in the orange gone, but back to the top teams. Oh, both of them fighting each other. I knew they were close, but apparently they want this building. They want it bad. 2 of the top slaying teams today in this map at least. Rob in trouble. Rob goes down. Now it's Blade all by himself. World Series of Warzone winner. Can he do it here on main? Can he make it to the grand stage again? No. Toyor cuts them down. See you later. Our top team wiped. Sent back to lobby.
Have no fear. They've already made such a staple and a points disparity at that top to really allow them a map to maybe not go to plan. But for Toyor, they're going to welcome all those eliminations and keep on looking for the water rotates. We knew we'd see FIFA, Jukies, Lennon being able to just skirt by that number 1 seeded roster, A's and Zach. They're not going to let up on that firing, still looking to grab one of them. You can see we're bringing in that mobile buy station, but it'll probably get knocked out of the air early on, and Jukies unfortunately going down. A little bit of wall bang action. I'm assuming we have no smokes. We've already burned through our utility on that southern side, and you are meeting the ultimate firing squad on that island.
That is brutal. I'm glad we caught it because 2 things are unfortunate right now. We lose 2 from just onslaught of a firing range of bullets. It didn't even look like they had to reload. Maybe somebody's ripping some big old like Bruins from ground loot or something. I don't know what's going on over there for Azen, but they did not stop firing for about 60 seconds. The second thing is they're getting sandwiched by that Team 9 in the light pink as well. So FIFA in huge trouble. Likely quick buyback and likely restabilization as we head right back to the action here with Stu. Again, this team got second last map. They had a pretty solid map. They're looking to continue to push their way up the leaderboard. When you see Boogs on the leaderboard, 3rd place, that's Bagel. Same person, same thing. Everybody calls them both. So Bagel, Boogs, all the same. This squad doing really well today. Apparently this sub in with Benzie is making all the difference.
Oh, quite interesting here when you can see that pip for the circle pool, right? And you got Azen on this island. Yes, they're gonna have to move. And you already thought we saw that water rotation out of FIFA, Lennon, and Jukies. Well, job's not done. Yeah. We gotta go over to the east. We gotta try again. Whether you go under the guise of the bridge, whether you go underneath, whatever it is, it has to happen because we are pulling off to that military base side, kind of like what you mentioned. It's a culmination of both of our predictions. And for squad 19, well, good luck. You've got one of the farthest rotations at hand.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great call. It is technically South Military, but it's also on that bridge. I mean, we were right in the middle of the 2 areas. I think Team 14 really would have liked it to be more closer to South Military. That's that Kibby squad with Jesus Jr. looking to continue to make waves on the leaderboard, and they have the South Military spot. They are on the very edge of zone, so they're likely safe, but the problem is they're actually fighting Crazy Snake right now. Team 25, Team 14 in trouble in South Military as we take a look at the far left-hand side of our zone. This is the Popov power side. They're having to rotate across the bridge. Several teams going across the bridge right now, including FIFA Kill, by the way. So here's the look. FIFA under the bridge, control deck on top of the bridge. Who goes first? Or maybe you just bide your time and wait for the last possible second. But you can't go in the water because you're a sitting duck. You're not in the zone currently. You can't get to the top of the bridge. There's not really a way up here that is even kind of remotely safe. So right now you're kind of just sitting ducks as trolls under the bridge. And a vehicle could be the play. Okay.
Yes, FIFA. Yes. I said just send it. This is a good way to do it. Honestly, you've got that Team Boogs roster that are going to be on that opposing side or still working on Team Darzity in the north. Yes, you're going to make a lot of noise. So maybe FIFA was like, I sacrifice myself as tribute. I will cross. I will allow all that noise because Control Deck Quicker on the north are doing everything that they can to whittle down Team Boogs, and this is the distraction we needed. We've got the cover of the vehicle to allow for a little bit more play, and maybe we can rip some few more eliminations because you can see it on that overall standings. We are just skirting the line, 1 point away from 4th.
This is what I was talking about, Tim. It's a great breakdown. Because Control was taking shots down from above, everybody was looking up there. No one shot down beneath the bridge. The zone continues to get smaller and smaller, and it is just past the bridge and just outside of military, right in between both of our predictions. FIFA Kill looking to clean up this Doom squad. These are great value kills here in the latter half of this game. We're moving into the 6th circle, but here comes Control. Says, wait, there's somebody underneath us. How about a couple thermites to the face, Control? Yeah, don't look down here. The trolls are here to play. Right down underneath the threshold in 5th place right now, according to our active leaderboard, but still a lot of work to do. They need the multipliers. We are quickly dwindling on our teams. I blinked and all of a sudden we're on 12. Jukies and FIFA have got to be screaming, we need placement, we need placement. Got to get top 10, and then you can make a move for top 5. Again, top 10 is the 1.6x multiplier. These are big, big moments, but Azen's squad trying to play the greatest offense of all time to protect their spot on the leaderboard. They're looking to wipe every single team behind them and take this entire side of the zone to their advantage and to their prowess.
Honestly, Lennon and Jukies and them just need to send a thank you to this roster, right? They take down that squad just towards their left, and it just takes a little bit of pressure off of FIFA and Jukies. Now, I'm not sure if Azen and them are going to look for this. Oh, yeah, FIFA's already shooting. You just opened yourself up to potentially getting eliminated. Now, do we see them focus on hitting that rotation, or will they throw it for the eliminations at hand? It looks like they're going to go ahead and rotate in on that northern side because we do hit that next multiplier. We are into the top 10, and from now the only thing that can be better is going to be a 1.8, but Jukies and them, they're not gonna get it.
Golly. Now, Tiff, quick update, then we got to get back to the action. They did have 14 eliminations, and they got the 1.6x multiplier, so likely going to keep themselves in contention near the top 5, top 6 overall, but job's not done for the teams on your screen. This squad, they were second place going into this map, all 3 alive with a solid zone positioning. I think this is theirs to lose, especially with that Jesus Jr. team in the Maroon 14 in trouble and in a fight. They got to get through StuKX first, though. A couple trades back and forth, a true 2v2. We're going to go for the Revs instead of make the play here. They have zone positioning. They're going to get pushed, but who goes first? It looks like Bagel has to self-revive in zone. They are weak. This Azen team is in the best position. They've got the rocks. Binzy has to be a hero and is currently one falls. Azen, can he connect? There goes Bagel. Just clean these one up, gentlemen, but this is not going to be a free and clear win. They lose 1, they lose 2, and now Azen is all by himself. Binzy is playing spoiler off in the distance and finally gets cut down by teams deeper inside the circle. Azen, a massive game, makes top 5. I thought they could win it all, but the zone goes the opposite direction, Tiff, and look who's there. Squad 23, Toyor, still in this thing.
So is Team Kibbies. That kind of took that map number 1. So keep your eyes on them. But there were some really interesting moments in that fight, right? That Boogs roster was in 5th place, and FIFA and Kill and them are in 4th. So everything that they held on to do to break apart that number 1 seeded team could have given them enough to jump into the top 4. Now, granted, 1.8. Every elimination from here on out is going to be worth an astronomical amount. So Brandon Skull, stage, revolt. The time is now. You've got that circle pull in your favor. You're looking for the early wrap. Now we have to effectively take those angles, get up on this storage container, and just rip down Jesus Jr. Azen falls, though, and into the final 3.
A big moment for this trio. A brutal competition thus far, just barely eking round after round. That Microvolt team is a strong one on paper, just haven't been able to piece it all together. A 3v3v2, it's a great call, and now the zone, the final zone, starting to close, and it's going to close on that Microvolt roster. Who will get the better of who? And frankly, this always comes down to who fights first, Tiff. Who's going to play spoiler? Brandon getting pinched by Rafix. The Germans making waves. There comes Marcus. They are making the move. They've got a couple knobs. They swing around the corner. Brandon trying to break the play. Doesn't get it. 2 go down stage. Is the hero. Right now, it's a 3v2. However, 1 is just now flying in and low. And it's the Italians. Jesus Jr. trying to be one of the first teams to win multiple maps in the LCQs. The X Factor on main, looking to throw bullets down range and grab a knock, doesn't get it, but they now have zone. The tables have turned, and here comes the push. 3v2 Tiff. I don't know what's gonna happen, but Brandon goes huge. They hold off the onslaught. The Italians are cut down, and Mike Revolt, Brandon, Luciano, the sub coming in for this team, they grab a victory when they needed it most. A massive map here in map number 3 for the squad.
And this squad was outside the top 10, closer towards that 14th and 15th position prior to match number 3. Knowing how well these map wins, getting that 2x multiplier, it could really shoot them up the leaderboard. I believe it was around 31. So thinking of that nature, we need like a 27-point game at least out of this if they want to make a play for that top 4 goes. So it's likely not going to be on the backs of just one map win. You're going to have to throw it down for the final 2, but regardless, Revolt, Luciano, Skulls, that early rotate, that trap they set up for that breakdown of Jesus Jr. Honestly, I loved what they were trying to do, but the push at the exact same time didn't really set up those duos that were left to kind of help out one another, right? They just got broken down at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's such a good call, Tiff. I frankly got all over the place as well because of the way these teams were kind of swapping positions. I truthfully thought that Jesus Jr. might be able to make the swing here and win it all. Azen's trying to play spoiler, but here's a quick look back in this final stand moment. Tiff, keep talking about this because, again, you look at Brandon's position on the outside, you've got power position here with Jesus Jr.'s team, but the zone pulls to the Brandon team, and they have all 3 alive. So the 3v3v2, I thought Rafix and Marcus were going to play spoiler and swing on Brandon earlier and at least get 1 to make this a harder fight for the Brandon team.
Yeah, there's a couple different things here, right? You said it, right? You do not want to be the first team that goes into a fight down into the final 3. Rafix and Marcus, now they could decide if they want to send towards the Revolt roster, or do they go to Jesus Jr. and Pele? Instead, Marcus gets an angle off of Pele, who has to jump off that ultimate high ground now that they're done with their PDSs. They jump on the cross to set up to take down Revolt, but then they kind of double back towards that Rafix positioning. If Pele doesn't get ripped there, and there's definitely a 3v3 here, you would have been able to full send Revolt, not allowing Brandon Skulls to get that self-res off, bringing it up towards the player advantage. Then the smokes start to cause a little bit of chaos, and Brandon Skulls pushes from the right stage there, and you can just see that we've already left our 3rd player back, but let's hear the victory moment.
20 down. Nice, boys.
Fucking
go, bro.
Into him, boys. Come on.
Nice, man.
Fucking go. Good shit. Oh my.
Holy.
Wow.
18.
Yeah, we take
18.
those. We take those. 36 points, a great map for them. I thought it was closer to like 10, 11. 18 is a massive game. 36 points from the boys in Lavender. There's my Lavender team. I've been waiting for them. Very strong game. And I gotta say, Mike Revolt, it's about dang time. This dude has been competing since like early Verdansk. A lot of folks kind of hearkened him as one of the harbingers of Verdansk back in the day. Kind of that golden third that floated between multiple teams and then kind of not fell off, but went silent for a very long time. Welcome back to the main stage, my man. A great team fight, and it really came on the back of the spoiler play from the Germans. That Marcus team with Rafix, they swung on the team that I didn't expect them to swing on, which is that Jesus Jr. team. Let's hear what the desk and the analysts have to say, because that was a doozy.
It definitely was, right? A fresh winner, but nearly a secondary win for Jesus Jr. and his crew, right? That would have been huge. But granted, they're more than happy with that 2nd place. They also had a ton of eliminations. They're going to be moving up the leaderboard, breaking into top 10. I am sure of it. A lot of teams actually breaking into top 10, or maybe even bettering their placing in top 4 after a very successful game number 3. This is the time you want to do it. There's only 2 games left. We take a look at our highlights, Gio. We first have to give our flowers to the winners, Revo, Luciano, and Skulls.
Yeah, I know. What an insane end. You know, actually, that clip of that reaction at the end reminded me very much of the NALCQ one we saw at the very beginning of the show, because there's just so much passion and so much emotion in all of it. And to be honest, this team, they've kind of, so far today, they've kind of had some ups and downs. In game 1, they ended up in 11th place, not the end of the world. Game 2, 25th though, so it's a lot further down. So to be able to come out and get that 1st place finish at the end of this game is really huge for them. And just like we heard Goj talking about, you know, Revolt kind of getting his flowers after, you know, being around for such a long time. And it is really just that, you know, they're not necessarily trying to be flashy, but we had a really weird and kind of difficult circle, like, you know, towards the mid to the end of the game here. And so to be able to you know, be able to approach that in a way where you've got all of these teams who have been more consistent, have been doing well, are going to be coming out of you all guns blazing, and that's a really difficult thing to target. You know, just really impressive from them, you know, especially given who they beat at the very end.
Exactly the case, right? Who they beat, which was, like you said, Jesus Jr. Talk to me, though, about Toyor as well as Robstar. They got into this massive battle, Enigma, and those are 2 powerhouse teams to be fighting.
Well, I mean, Robstar and Co, I think that they can start to write out their ticket, right, to land wherever we're going, because they've been looking real good throughout this. But with Rob and Co, what they do is they set up from Academy, and they decide to use the height that they've got to float in towards the central building in Military Base, which was the center of zone at the time. Thing is, Toyor and Co had already picked up 10 kills and decided to just sit themselves centrally, play for that multiplier. But the fight that goes on there is actually massive. Toyor and Co get the first knock onto Rob, and then actually Blade nearly goes huge and goes almost to a point where he picks up a 1v3, but there's a disengage by Toyor himself to then replay, reconnect, and come back in from a different angle that Blade is caught out by. Is a huge moment from Toyor, because his team then go on to place 5th with 16 kills. They were right on the bubble, right in the conversation before this map. That moment will likely have lifted them even closer.
Yeah, 16, that's a lot of eliminations, nothing to play around with. Like you said, on the bubble to break into top 10. We'll see if they do so. And also, not to mention, Robstar was already already in first place. Do they maintain it, though? Let's take a look, because there was a lot of heavy-hitting scores that ended up moving teams up. And, well, Robstar and crew will be in first, and 71.6 at this point. They're cruising to the global finals. Gio, who else are we looking at?
I mean, this is kind of insane, but like, I have to really call out our second place team here, Team Zach. There's a lot of stuff I want to talk about them, but the first thing I just want to mention is that, is this the first time in the 2024 World Series of Warzone where our top 2 teams have actually been the top 2 seeded teams? I think it might be here in EMEA, because we've had so many wild cards just come in and out of getting really, really good scores throughout the course of the lower, the upper, the finals. And now here, we actually have expectations being met. It's kind of insane.
Absolutely, and expectations for Team FIFA. Enigma, they are in 4th place. They still have a long run to go to lock in their global finals, but this is the best performance we've seen yet.
Look, I was talking about it earlier, right? They needed to just come out, put on a show. I've kind of sat here and gassed them up over this tournament and spoke about, you know, they were never going to perform that badly again. And then they did. So I don't want to sit here and speak too highly of them until they cross that finishing line. But it is better. We are seeing the kills. We are seeing the communication come on through. We are seeing the positionings, the landing spots. They have a plan. Now can it finally come together and book them to land?
And they do it. We find out. Let's move to our second page, and this is going to be 11th through 20th. And you notice 11th place is at 35.2. Now, that gap yesterday from 11th place up to top 4, it was only like 4 points. Now, we're looking at 35.2 points from 11th place all the way up to where Team FIFA Kill is at 53.6. That is nearly a 20-point gap, so very significant for all the teams that are on the secondary page. These next 2 games, they have to go bananas. Absolutely ballistic if they want to even sniff the opportunity to be at the global finals, or else they're going to have to play that wild card map, not where you want to be. And a team there in 20th, and even further gap for them, Rocket, Clapper, Zakar, right? A team that I definitely want to see make global finals, but right now they are looking, well, pretty far down there. But again, a big game, right? Anything can change. And while we're even talking about 31 points for our 3rd game winner, and speaking of which, let's talk to one of them. Let's bring in Skulls. And Skulls, man, great game number 3, a massive amount of eliminations, I believe 18 if I'm not mistaken. That puts you now in 5th place, just about to break in the top 4. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. Honestly, the game was looking rough for us. Like, we were all dead at one point. We had 1 gulag. Mike won it. And then pretty much it was a rough regain. But, I mean, we got all the way to the end circle. And as soon as we killed that one team with the buy stations, I knew, I mean, we had 2 PDSs. We were set for the end game. We were set to win that.
Hey, rough regain. It doesn't matter if it's rough or not. You got it done, right? 18 eliminations, 1st place, and again in 5th place, nearly about to break into that top 4. You just got FIFA, who's just above you, right? That you got to surpassed a little bit. Talk to me about global finals. What it would mean for you and your roster, and obviously trying to make it there. If you do make it there, what are you looking to accomplish?
Honestly, if we get there, we're looking to win it. You know, it's been a rough road. We've had like a couple switches with a team, like the roster's changed a couple times. But yeah, I mean, if we make it, then it'll be huge, honestly.
I love the attitude that you've gone in with, and it's kind of something that I really want to ask you about, because your game 1, you sort of came middle of the road. Game 2, you were a lot further down. Now game 3, you know, you came out on top on this one. What was it? What were those conversations amongst your team like going into this game to actually really lock in?
Honestly, it was at the start of the game, we said, like, we just have to win this one. If we didn't win it, then we knew the next couple of games are just going to be rough. We needed a lot of points. We were 18 behind, I think, before like going into this one. 18 behind top 4. So, I mean, if we didn't get a load of points, we would have been in a rough spot for the last 2 maps. So, honestly, we just went in saying, we have to win this. That was all it was.
You've come into today with a change. You're bringing Luciano into the fray. What kind of difference is he making to your play that could see you through to LAN?
He's very vocal, and like, we don't really have a single IGL right now. We're kind of both taking the role, and but like, the thing that matters is we're responding to each call like perfectly. We're not questioning it, no nothing. And our last teammate was a little less vocal, but yeah, Luciano's really good, and obviously he can shoot his gun, so that's all we need.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes that's all you need, right? Be able to shoot the gun. And I love the co-IGL, at least at this point in time. That might change, obviously, as a couple of months till the global finals. But regardless, you guys are in a good spot, about to break into the top 4. This is a big opportunity for you and your roster. I wish you the best of luck in the next 2 games, brother.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Course, Skulls, there it is, right? Mean a lot, obviously, to make it to the global finals, a fresh roster, but they're still figuring it out. And you know what? That's a consistent story we've been hearing in the LCQs, even from those who have already qualified from the NA side. Hey, we're a new roster. We formed a week ago, but we're making it work and we're learning as we go. And sometimes that honeymoon phase, it hits different. And well, for these guys, it absolutely is hitting different. I wish them the best of luck, right? Breaking into the top 4, but they've got some stacked competitors to go against. Speaking of stacked, let's take a look at our top elimination list and see if anything's changed a bit. Well, no surprise, we still have one of first place up there in Vortex, Gio, sitting with 16 elimination, but Boogs not far behind in second.
No, and I mean, Vortex, to be honest, has been an actual machine, because I think 12 of those eliminations came in the last round, which is kind of insane. So he's been doing, it was something like that. He's been doing absolutely insane. And yeah, kind of interesting actually, because one person who was on this top eliminations list, who isn't on it now, is Huncho. And when we were going through the teams, you know, Huncho's team is actually down in something like 22nd right now. So it's very curious to see if he was gonna retain his place on the list, which he obviously has not. And I guess that's kind of a sign like that team needs to pick something up, because, you know, we've got some players here are just making themselves very much at home.
Hey, at home indeed, especially in first place currently at 71.6, being Robstar and his crew. That is a tremendous lead. And honestly, at this point, Enigma, I think they're going to qualify. Anything can change, though. But I want to talk about our second place team currently, one that we covered in the beginning, or at the top of the show, I should say. Zach Hollow and Azen currently sitting in second at 63 points. Very comfortable in second, but not comfortable enough to where they can slow down in the next 2 maps.
No, definitely not. I mean, at the end of the day, you are a hair's width from being eliminated from this. It is purely top 4. I feel like most of the time you'd be sitting in second, you're just thinking, like, yeah, you know, it's going all right, we're doing good. But Team Zach here are going to be well and truly looking over their shoulder. I think one of the good things for them is that typically they start slowly. In finals, that was no more present, and they really had to play a chasing game. Whereas now, you know, when you're leading this, you might feel there's a bit of a target on your back. But in a lobby the size that we have here in Warzone, you might feel a bit more comfortable executing your play style, going out and doing your things, especially when whatever changes you've made between finals and LCQs seem to have gotten you off to a hotter start.
Well, it's fun to talk about playing your style. And Gio, we had a chance to actually talk while the game was going on, watching Azen and his crew on that island, right? Just kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Those water zones, they're difficult to maneuver, but they were doing their best.
Yeah, I made a little joke saying they're repopulating the earth. You know, they found their little homeland. No, but it was a really cool strat. I mean, to be honest, once we saw that that was the way that the circle was going, there was going to be a lot of, you know, water play.
That's right.
So you know what I mean. You know, they found that little island. They were right in the center of the circle, and they were pretty safe. You know, we saw a couple of teams who tried to aggress onto them a little bit. They were pretty locked down. They got left alone. It was only really the point at which they became on the edge of the circle that they had to start moving. And even then, they ensured that the landing spot on the other side of the water was perfectly clear for them to be able to do so. They moved towards the bridge, which is where FIFA Kill's team were playing, and they just made sure their rotation into that final circle was really clean. And I just thought it was a really well executed play.
It was. It's never easy to traverse, especially be center island and then traverse across the water while getting beamed and then make it to mainland. But they made it happen, and that's why they're currently at number 2, just behind that of Team Robstar and his crew. Hey, chat, by the way, just a little shout out. Did you guys know the Out of This World pack is available now? This bundle includes the Spaced Out Operator skin, Rocket Weapon Blueprint, Decorated Emblem, and more. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in-store now using Call Call of Duty points. Well, there it is. That's 3 games done and 2 more to go to try and solidify your spot as the competitors over at the Global Finals. You need to make top 4. Who will it be? Well, we're about to find out. Let's bring in our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Goj. 2 more games. Game number 4 is so important, right? Especially if you're on page 2. We looked at that point gap. It's getting quite severe, going from even the 11th place up the top 4. So any of those teams on second page and maybe even on the lower end of the first page have to step it up. Tiff, Goj, let's get game 4 started.
Let's get it going. I'm ready to rip it. But for real, let's go ahead and talk about it. He said something that was really important. That points gap, it's definitely a very stark difference in comparison to the NALCQ that we kind of had yesterday, right? When you think of Team Blade at the top, 71.6 points, I'm pretty much dead set on them being locked in for Global LAN Goj, barring anything absolutely horrendous that occurs these next 2 maps.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if we think about our cutoff from yesterday, if we're going to emulate that again, it's around 78 points, so they just need to not have 2 goose eggs, frankly. And I think that's well beyond reason that they will do that. But anything goes. It is Warzone, Tiff. And I think one of the big things is we actually are going to reset that one. We'll be right back into that game here shortly. As you get into the final 2 maps, all it takes is a banger. And we always know that. It's always the case with Warzone, especially the case here with only 5 maps. I mean, Brandon Skulls, the perfect example. They were way down in 20th some odd place. They said they were 18 points behind 4th after 2, by the way. It's a big gap when I think 4th had like 30 some odd points, right? So a massive game. They needed it. They got it. 36 points. They're all the way up in 5th place, almost there in 4th, right behind FIFA Kill and Jukies and Lennon. So it only takes 1. We've got 2 more to go. You need it now. You don't want to rely on the very last game. However, we got to talk about yesterday at some point, because yesterday, some of those teams in the last game did enough to make it to the end. Now, while we get that lobby reset, folks, we'll talk a lot more about all things Warzone. We're going to head to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Map 4 of the LCQ is right around the corner. We'll be right back. Well, folks at home, welcome
What's up,
back. Oh, yes, Tiff. We both get to intros back. That was on me. Take it away because...
Nah, dude, nah. It's usually ladies first, but apparently you've got some really nice hair. You're go for it. I'm ready. I'll wait.
No, I'm excited to get back into the map. That's why I just got too amped up. We got to take a look at our leaderboard, though, before we head into map number 4. And Tiff, I want you to break it all down.
Do you? Ghost? Do you really want me to break this down? Because I mean, honestly, I was ready for you to keep going. But nah, for real, while we're here, while we got the squad standings up, top 4 is what we want from our 5 map series. You can see that threshold over there held on by Team FIFA kill, but barely. 2.2 points separating that map 3 winner on your screen. Skulls, Revolt, and Luciano, right? You got subs coming in. They're doing what that work needs to happen. Now, granted, if Jesus Jr. squad right there in 6th place would have went on to win, it could have been enough with that 2x multiplier to put them back into the 4th place, considering they won match number 1. Now, here's something interesting, Doge, because match number 1, the winners in NALCQs yesterday went on to place, I believe, 5th at the end of the day when all was said and done. So they're not going to the global LAN, and we really want to see some Jesus Jr. Not because he's super nice and obviously loves Enigma at this point, but I've got, I'm a fan now.
Yeah, I'm a fan as well. And speaking of the teams that are maybe not in favor, let's head down to the next page of results. This is 11th through 20th. Now, this is where things get a little bit scary. If you're maybe right dead center of this page, Pink Turtle, I mean, this squad, it's possible. You just need a pretty big one. This is pretty much exactly where we saw that Revolt team a moment ago, down in about 20th place or so. They're down by a sizable margin, but all it takes is a banger. You drop a 36-point game. I'm looking at Rocket, Team Clapper, this team in particular. 36 points gets you right back into the money. You're right there on the threshold, and then you can knock on that door into the winner's circle in the final map. But that's the key. You got to go now. You can't wait to the final map if you're down in 20th or so. The teams that breached the door of opportunity and got to global finals in the final map yesterday, Tiff, they weren't down in the 20s. They were in the teens.
Yeah, it's going to be a big difference, especially when we have so many points at the top of the board being owned by 2 squads that were our top seeded teams coming into the last chance qualifier, which is very, very different story than yesterday. But if there's one thing I learned, it's expect the unexpected, and it's not what I'm talking about. Not the wild card we're talking about. It's the series. It's expect the unexpected.
And yesterday, Tiff, we said this too. Like, if you didn't watch yesterday, the final map yesterday felt like its own wild card game because whoever won that could probably make it to global finals. Today, not quite the case because of what you're talking about. The teams at the top are starting to spread out. What we expected to happen is finally happening for the most part. The threshold for 4th still very, very close, a very tight race where you're going to hang on to that. But the teams at the top are spreading the points out. They are likely going to be safe, so it'll feel less of a wild card game and more of a kind of traditional Warzone game where anybody could jump up there. But let's take a look at our elimination leaders because frankly we know placement's a lot, but kills are everything, and Vortex at the top still just barely holding on to that top spot with Boogs as we see a couple new faces hop into here. Like Gio said, no Huncho anymore, but you still see Vortex, you still see Blade, and you still see Rabstar for good reason.
Yeah, because they're absolutely frying. 42 eliminations alone between that roster, which is by far the best of any team. You do see FIFA or Lennon just trying to get in there, but Skulls from that map winner that we just witnessed kind of holding on with 13 eliminations. Now, granted, we are going to see some movement when it comes to the last 2. And if you are outside the top 4, this is the time to start anchoring it together. If you are just skirting the line by 2 to 5 points, it can come down to just less than a point, Goj, and we've seen heartbreaks over less.
Oh, definitely. It will come down to less than the point. I'm going to make the call here again. If not less than a point, it'll be less than 2 points, which frankly, near in-game, if you find yourself falling around 5th place or so, that is one single kill that could be the difference maker between you making global finals and you not making it. One kill is all that matters. So at the end of the game, you're going to see this a lot today. You saw it yesterday in LCQs, folks. You are not seeing people die to gas. They are are not worried about giving kills to other teams when they might just need one single elimination, especially if they know who their competition is. So if some of these teams are playing with their brains, which they definitely are, you're going to see a lot of that. Buying back teammates when it's a 1v3 in the final fight, because just getting one kill, if you could get it, could be the difference maker. There's a lot on the line. Skill is on display, and I'm just excited to see who can perform under pressure, Tiff.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, with the way some of these circles have been pulling throughout our map series, it's been really weird to focus on those rotations, especially when we've been ending a lot in the north. So a lot of our squads that do land on that southern side of Urzikstan, they've had one of the tallest tasks to try and even get into some of those final circles, which is really kind of putting a damper on their overall series. So do we finally get to see another southern zone to maybe gift some of those teams just a little bit of luck? But I think you once called it out. Luck is for the weak.
That's right. Luck is for the weak, all right? We don't need luck, all right? We need skill, we need prowess, and we'll figure it out on the fly. Frankly, we can talk about the 4 C's of Warzone, the 4 Ps, but at the end of the day, the best Warzone players, the best Warzone teams are the teams that can think on their feet and adapt. All your planning, preparation, everything in between doesn't matter. Luck, we don't need it. You've got to be able to adapt, Tiff. So excited to see what these teams are able to do in map 4.
Me too. Honestly, let's be real. If you want to find some success, get those early team fights out of the way and just keep on pushing through. Think of the teams yesterday that laid it all out on the line in our final 2 games. Do you want to go to that global stage and compete for $1 million? Well, then you better prove it. I want to see everything that you've got right here in drop number 4.
I gotta say, it's a beautiful drop animation, Tiff. Every single time it gets me right in the feels. Unfortunately, we are gonna have to reset that lobby, folks. So we're gonna take another short break. Don't go anywhere. Map 4, it's right around the corner. We're having a lot of fun here in LCQs. Just means we get to have a little bit more fun. We'll see you in just a little bit.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the World Series of Warzone. Okay, look, here's the deal. I DoorDashed some tape because we wanted to make sure that this man not only decided not to talk over me, but he couldn't drop his predictions on the timeline or out of his mouth because we're worried about him, to be fair. So it's me. Yeah. I just see reflections go rip the facial hair. Chat, I need you to type your predictions into chat right now. When he rips that tape off, are we losing like a lot of that beard or what? I don't know how long you've been working for it. Okay, good. Anyways, let's go ahead and pull towards the drop one recap because we're here for the EMEA last chance qualifiers and to stamp some tickets into the global LAN. And this one, well, it got kind of wild, right? We had some early team fights that we weren't necessarily expecting, and Monzo tried to go big and just wanted to hold on for this team through the stairways, but unfortunately gets found out. Goes you back? I just want to make sure
I'm back. It's painter's tape.
Good.
Don't worry. My facial hair is totally fine. Everybody relax. No, our drops have been so sick, frankly. Like, I think the speed of play has increased. I felt like our North American LCQs were just a hair slow. Points were very tight. It was very exciting, but the teams here are full sending. You're seeing higher value kill totals when you grab these wins, but moments like this from Aaron and co swinging around the backside of a lot of these teams. Fights have been hot, heavy, and I've been really excited about the action thus far. Excited to get in these final two.
And this is where things started to really ramp up for a lot of our teams, not afraid to dive into that gas and look for the sweeps to rack up the eliminations. And this is where it started for Blade, Vortex, Robstar, right? 42 eliminations after 3 matches, and a large majority of it kicked off here. But Jesus Jr. stole the show, especially when it came towards hitting that early rotation, navigating around this vehicle, and then the open to full send pop up on this and just get dummy on him, like you said.
Yeah, it was a big win to set them up for success going into deeper into the tournament. The problem is they haven't done as much since. They're outside of the threshold right now. So when we got to drop 2, it wasn't a Jesus Jr. story. It was a totally different story. Vortex, Blade, Robstar at the top. Sure, still Italians for the most part, besides Rob, but a massive game from them really set this team up for success. And this is where this squad catapulted to the top, and it's been races since then. No one can catch up to them. They're pulling away from the competition, and they're likely making global finals on the back of this game in particular.
Yeah, and this was that really crazy zone that just kept pulling beyond the wall in the north. So all of our teams that had found themselves in that C-Town kind of rotating out of outpost and even trying to kind of reposition in that second circle to get up into that pop-off power, it wasn't enough. And the majority of the breakdown occurred here in that Sorokin Industrial. We got that great listen in for some insight between that FIFA Kill Juki's Lennon roster of how they were going to get out of there. Well, the #1 seed on your screen made a play for it, but unfortunately could not predict and take down that Robstar team that set up so brilliantly across the way.
Oh, the predict word is a beautiful word in this instance because, again, Benzie Bagel, a great map from them. They predicted just incorrectly, and well, so did I. It pulled way off further north, and it never came back down all the way to the out-of-bounds line, and they grabbed the victory there in map #2. Again, setting them up for success, and it has just been a race since then. But the race for 4th is the race indeed. So as we take a look here into map #3, Brandon Scholes, a huge effort in the final moments of this map, but it was a lead up here from several other teams to get a ton of eliminations to keep this race very, very tight, Tiff. We saw this Asian squad do very well. We saw that Juki's team do very well as well. And even the Blade Vortex team, they didn't have a bad map necessarily. They still maintained a decent position on the map, but they did fall quite a bit earlier than we expected after the first 2.
And it's true, and as a team that prides themselves on their smart rotations, this is the one that stole the show for me in that match #3, right? You've got the control deck roster up on top of the bridge, and despite all of that attention going their way, it left a little bit to want here for that FIFA roster. They could not get out of the underneath area, and unfortunately do have to go towards that north and rotate in, and they get picked up by the squad that was sitting just behind them on the leaderboard. That #1 seed really kind of bringing it all together yet again, being so consistent, which is well needed. But that Rafix roster effectively tries to push onto Skulls, who had already taken a knock onto that Jesus Jr. roster, which left them without enough players towards the end, and they just get full sent. Regardless, It was brilliant, but Revolt is going to have to run it back to back if they want to get into that top 4.
It is so close at the top, folks. Again, first, second, starting to barely pull away, but everything behind that so incredibly close. Boogs, they're in third at 56.4 points. FIFA Kill 53.6. And in that 5th place, Brandon Skulls, they won the last map, but they're in 5th, and they're 2.2 points behind Team FIFA Kill. I think we need to give a little more credit too to that Marcus and Rafik squad. You talked about them kind of opening up the window of opportunity there for Brandon Skulls, but they've made a jump in the leaderboard as well, Tiff. They're all the way up into 9th place right now. Now, they're a little bit further down, about 6 points behind 8th, but 8th all the way up to 4th is only another like 6-7 points. So they're still in it, but they need a big game. I'm excited to see what our German trios can do. I'm excited to see what our Italian teams at the top can do, because folks, it is finally time. Map number 4 is here. You're not going to want to miss this one. These teams are going for broke. You gotta be top 5. Here we go. Top 4 rather, as we drop in to map 4.
You know, Goj, I think we're just resetting until we hit a southern zone. But to get the southern zone, I would love to see a decent plane line, but we're cutting right across the far north area. So we got to keep something similar. So our team starting to end out over that military base. How are we going to stretch out towards the suburbs? Teams like Jukies, you know, they like to land just north of that city area. And it looks like we're looking for a big stretch.
Yeah, big stretch indeed. I think some of the teams that like to land Manor as well. We saw that Blade team go all the way down to Manor early in this competition, so they could have a massive stretch. I will say, Tiff, there's one thing consistent about your casting. You're always critical of the plane lines, and I appreciate that from you, because you know how hard it is for some of these teams to fly from the very top of the map all the way to the very bottom of the map where they want to go.
Well, that's okay. Yes, because of timing, right? If you're already landing at the north and you keep it consistent with your drop slots, maybe you love Kotoba blocks, maybe you love Rostava shops, whatever it is, you can get there early on, get your cash, get your loadout, keep on moving. For a lot of the squads, well, they dropped quick, grabbed weapons they felt comfortable with, and started flying and frying. And this battle of this rooftop has been going on for the entire series that we've witnessed this far. And Vortex in the gulag. Blade, Robstar still trying to find angles.
Yeah, and again, if you think about math, multipliers, history, paper, all the stats, it's pretty simple. This team on your screen, they've mostly done enough. They need about maybe 8 points, if North American Threshold is anything to go by, to make sure they make global finals, and they need 8 points in the next 2 games. So all you need to do is win 1 early encounter. Blade trying to help out his team with Sniper, and well, apparently is able to. Unfortunately, there's really no team to help out. It looks like Vortex might try to drop on that player to get the cleanup, and somehow someone's letting him do that, as Vortex from the skies gets right back into the mix and just makes a play. Full team wipe. That is wild. Okay, we like those. Well done, Vortex.
Yeah, we do. And honestly, when I was saying use ground loot that you like and you got comfortable with, but the Moors was hitting like an absolute truck there. Now we can focus on reclaiming Bazaar for ourselves, getting our loadout, thanks to always having kind of a buy station around that area. For Control Deck, well, they're going to hit the gulag this early on in Gab's Intercensal Kong. A nice regain for them, already getting some good eliminations to kick things off in estates down toward that south. See, it takes them a little bit longer to get down here, and we picked up some resources, but we're not going to be happy just yet. Hopefully, see what those perks are and get some good things moving, right? We want some Ghost. If you're gonna find ground loot perks, I want like EOD, I want Ghost, I want the goods.
I want kills. I think this team's down. I think this team's down in 36th place. I mean, we gotta go yesterday. Let's make a move, Kong. They're a very talented trio. Just things are not going their way right now. So start flying and frying, and stretching that far, you might not be able to fry. Speaking of fry, Darcities, nice play. That's a wipe, by the way, on that Gianni team. Sniper Pigna also out. Still in the lobby, technically into the gulag, I'm sure. But full team wipe there as they try to restabilize later. And back to Aaron. Yeah, we'll take those as well. How about you throw that one on the timeline? That evens up the playing field and puts it back into your court to go get a team wipe. And mark this in Scuffology. Noah, this is one of the teams they need to cut down early. This is a team ahead of them in the leaderboard.
I would say Rafix just got kidnapped out of the side-by-side by the Aaron, and I would love to see more of that. They are in hot pursuit of that duo. We'll have to see if they can get ahead of that. Walker and Liam, look, they're not going to stop. And I love that Aaron is kind of taking his pathway to keep him on that high ground, to let that Car 98 kind of give them the ability with those angles. Topology, Marcus, now they're going to be running into other squads inevitably. You can see that cross from that top building towards the north, but that's what's going to be a pressure, right? And if Walker and Aaron and Liam kind of keep overextending in this chase, there has to be a limit, because do you throw your life away by getting hyper aggro, or do you kind of have the Mugen train action right here? It is going to keep on frying it. Physic, Benno, Be Groovy, looking for more elims.
I think there's a movie about this. Something about a fight on a train. I don't know. Y'all will figure it out.
Bullet train?
Yeah, I think
Bullet
so.
train?
But it looks like there's more fighting going on. Look who's going to make a play for the bullet train. It's Jesus Jr. pushing the equation, forcing Benno off the back of the train and on the run. Physic alive as well, but Be Groovy in the gulag. So without player advantage, without positioning, they are out of here, and it is all train for Mr. Jesus Jr. and co. as they try to continue to push their way up the leaderboard. Again, that team, they won a map, but they are not in the top 4. They've got to make a move, and they got to make a move now. So it looks like we've just lost our very first team. I should be able to give you an update on who that was here shortly, and if it matters.
All right. Seeing if we can hold on, but C-Town's getting a little aggressive. We're still pushing towards the south, and this is one of the farthest areas of the north that's currently still in the circle. We are going to be kind of getting more squad wipes for our number 1 seed, but they found themselves in the Gulag Hollow. Azen still back in play, and let's see if we can hit these angles here against Chow.
Yeah, that Petite team, I believe one of the teams fully eliminated. They're in 14, so their chances of making it pretty brutal. And, well, the chances of making out of the Gulag here for Hollow, taken away by a zipline as Chow sneaks out of that one. Doesn't want to take the gunfight and stays alive.
So Hazen there for an Hail Mary regain, just the last one alive on the lobby. And you look at where you are on the leaderboard, 63 points, but only 10 points, a little over that to separate you between you and 4th place. Ghoul, Diablo in the Gulag, and we're still here in this kind of 1v1 against that 2-strong roster. You can hear that they're popping smokes and looking for that high ground, but Ghoul's just looking to see if maybe we can get up towards this next level and maybe pop out of a door, climb on up. Ooh.
Slowly but surely, this Ghoul team in 11th, by the way, and this is make or break. Both teammates fully eliminated. Ghoul cannot fall here. Being chased, it will restabilize. It looks like his opponent thinking better of this fight now that he doesn't have the advantage. Does have high ground, and Ghoul just might be saying, this ain't worth it. At least get to a position where he thinks he can win the fight. Sisty's gonna show face on top. Hasn't spotted Ghoul. Makes a play. Able to crack shields, but unfortunately not in a position to push that fight. It does give him a moment of reprieve to get to a new area, but the problem is you've got Rathix and Marcus waiting, lying in wait to pick up Ghoul in transition. If Ghoul falls here, that could be all she wrote for this team's chances to make global finals.
There's a very big chance that that's going to occur the moment we pop that smoke. It's going to give the signal flare to that roster who has just gotten back to a full 3 stack to push on to Ghoul. The pressure just keeps on coming, and that was our last smoke. We pop in the LTV. It's our great escape that we're looking to make, but you know how hard it is to kind of get through here? It does. It works. We've survived for now.
If Ghoul somehow fully restabilizes his team and has a good map here and puts him up in position, if they qual in general, we got to look back on that play as one of the greatest escapes in Warzone history to make global finals if you can do it. A lot of work to do, but a great play by Ghoul to get back out of there and hopefully help out his team. Unfortunately, we go right back to the mix. Toyor in trouble, losing Palooka. They were able to trade out one, it looks like, from distance. Big Tony out of here. Crazy Snake with the help from distance. That's team 25. They've been a little quiet recently, but Bayer is still near the top of the leaderboard in terms of individual slaying power. And unfortunately, looks like his teammates are being cut down as Palooka tries to play support, but no. It's going to be all on the back of Palooka right now as Team Crazy Snake also in a bit of a blender, and a full team of 3 from Hey Aaron, team 3 swinging in to try to play cleanup.
Yeah, if I'm Palooka, I just want to play very small right now, make my presence unbeknownst to that squad, but it looks like they're setting up the pinch to be able to lay siege to the building. And hey, an isolated 1v1, and we could have started something big there, but Aaron is going to be able to wipe that squad to the gulag. They go. FIFA, Lennon, Jukies, they're skirting the line, and they need to play to perfection for the next 2 maps, which is going to be a very tall ask for this roster. But so far, looking good.
Looking good, but here comes a full team of 3 looking to third party. It's Sakar trying to play spoiler here and is doing so in time. 1, 2, 3. They're all wiped. They are fully eliminated. Are they out of the lobby or do they have Gulag Tiff? I think they are fully eliminated. I will not make the call until we are 100% certain. And it looks like there is 1 player remaining, and it is Lennon by himself in the Gulag. This is a must-win scenario, and unfortunately, shots go out. He loses his plates. He's low, has an angle, able to hit a couple. Tip, this is so close. This is potentially for the life of the tournament. Not all she wrote, but second to last map. Have to make a play for the kill or for the zip. Where are they? I found you! A couple shots, Lennon low! They're likely gonna zip out of here or push the equation. Lennon, cut down! See you later! Fully eliminated! They were in 4th. They needed a good game to protect their spot. They're gonna lose it. It is gonna come down to the final map yet again for this team.
I said play to perfection, and then we see that when you are sitting in 4th place, 58.6 points. 6 points separating you in 5th place. Team Toyor. Now, we saw them having a lot of early action where it came down to just Palooka on the map. So they're already in shambles. My biggest question is, did they hit a regain? Are they full strength back to make a play for the top 4 here?
Oh, good grief. A brutal gulag, and I'm glad we were able to see it because that's a tough one to think about, especially going into the next map. You have 0 momentum on your side. Just all the wind you've gained over the last couple of maps is completely out of your sails. But back to the action we go. We've got a lot more teams to talk about and a lot more teams vying for a top 4 position as the window of opportunity is not only unlocked, it is wide open for a lot of these teams. Quicker tries to make a play on Pele. Unfortunately, getting cut down. It looks like Petey actually able to grab a trade, but is the only player alive and in trouble as Jesus Jr. is joining the fight and taking down control. Here goes Petey running for his life and running straight into the arms of a welcome team flying straight at him. Petey thinks better of it. Tim on the run. Run away, Petey. You're last life for your team and you are in trouble.
Yeah, with Team Darzity kind of moving into the fray, looking for a nice third party, it makes sense. They're currently in 10th place on the leaderboard, just 11 points underneath that 4th or 5th place threshold. So if you're looking for smart fights, that's a great way to try and open and turn some things into your advantage. But Jesus Jr. has already rotated on out and working on that Chow roster. But Darzity doubles back and looks to third party that for our squad that cannot keep that momentum moving. Aizen, Zach, Hollow is constantly in fights, looking for a lot of eliminations and amping up that aggressive nature, but it's only Zach left standing. And we kind of drop back into a full roster of 3. We start chucking those smokes, but we really don't have a lot to work with. Hopefully, we can kind of bob and weave through some of these buildings here down in the south.
The reach out there was insane, but you didn't really have anywhere to go anyway. So that's our 2nd place team fully eliminated out of this lobby, folks. Window of opportunity blown off the hinges. Now it's just a wide open hole in the building to the grand finals. A brutal in for a couple of these teams here in the penultimate map, frankly. We've got 1 more to go, so there's still an opportunity to make top 4, but you could see Zach fall out of the top 4. You'll see FIFA Kills fall out of the top 4. We're going to see some new names into the fray, and it might be Toyor. It might be Darzity. Again, you called it out perfectly, Tiff. This team was in 10th going into this one, and they're wiping teams left, right, and center. They got 9 kills right now. They are just behind some of our top kill leaders in this map. Squad 3, actually. Hey, Aaron is actually our kill leader right now with 11 total. But things are about to get real mixy as we head all the way down to suburbs. Man, this was a map that FIFA Kills team needed. This is their landing spot. They just get contested early. Speaking of contested, a lot of swimmers.
A lot of teams having those early contests, just really throwing a wrench into their series. But on 5 here, trying to keep alive underwater, looking for a res onto Splashed. but we just have to cut off these angles and we really don't have a lot of space to work with. Now, one thing that we can do is you see that Jesus Jr. has been really holding down the fort and getting squad wipe after squad wipe on just the inside of the circle, just south of where this roster has found themselves. Now, which way do we want to go when it comes to getting out of the water for the bridge? And then we kind of take a step back. Beautiful free cam shot to show what lays in wait for that Darzity roster the moment they get towards land. And Jesus Jr., Pele, and Kibby's, well, they're gonna focus on just diving closer into that circle.
And that Kibby's team is one to watch out for, as BinOG is apparently looking out for them as well. Cracking a couple plays from distance, not gonna do too much. Because again, that Jesus Jr. team, they won the first map, but they're still outside of top 4 and by several points. I think they were in roughly like 8th, 9th place going into this one. They're slowly creeping up the leaderboard. You might see their names in the top 5 here shortly. But the problem with every single one of these fights we've seen in this map as we lose Donovan Tick is it's third-party central. I mean, that's always the case with Warzone Customs. That's always the case with these competitions. But with 2 maps to go, teams are getting a lot more fiery with pushing onto these fights to try to play cleanup and try to play janitor in Urzikstan because they know it's their best opportunity to find kills, and they've got to risk it for the biscuit. If you're down in 15th or below, you've got to swing and you've got to get a ton of eliminations. So I'm seeing that from Hey It's Aaron off screen with 13 kills now. I'm seeing it for some of our teams, 8, 9, 10 points, when frankly they're way down at the bottom because they have to. Their only chance of making grand finals is if they fly at their competition.
Well, I asked earlier, what was this roster looking like? Did they get the full regain? And they do. Palooka, Toyor, and Ganstachi are going to be the biggest threat to any of our teams that find themselves in the top 4 right now. Because you've already seen Team FIFA Kill fall. And even with Jesus Jr. kind of fragging out, those 2 in particular rosters are going to need to be watched throughout the remainder of map number 4. And you can even see there, Skulls, Stage, still alive. They're your match 3 winners. They went the distance, found a ton of eliminations, put a 36-point game on the board. They could also open up and get into the top 4 here.
Yeah, watch out for that orange 3, by the way. Yes, 19th place or so right now, but they are your kill leaders with 14 kills. They are hunting the edge of zone. That's Hey It's Aaron, making him move up this leaderboard and making it move a little bit late, but not too late. As long as they can secure some decent multipliers, they should actually have a really strong game that'll put them up at least within striking distance going into the last map. Could see a little bit of history repeating itself from yesterday, but a lot more Warzone to be played as high ground proves to be successful yet again for Palooka, Toyor. They only had 6-7 kills, making that 8 and 9 here if they can clean up a couple of these. And so far so good as several teams trying to push down below them and then to zone. Here's the problem with this team, and they know it. They got to move, and they got to move now. There are 3-4 teams behind them, and they need to beat these teams to zone. The problem, Tiff, 1, 2, 3, 4, and count them up ahead of them on the rotation. This is going to be a really tough rotation. They need the multipliers. They've got to stay alive here.
They do, but honestly, this is going to be so difficult for the roster. So start chucking those C4s, see if they can connect and maybe do a lot of the work for you. But we need to hang down towards the south. But when it gets so open, especially where that Clapper roster, number 9 on the minimap, has already separated out and taken so much of the space. Now, they are the ones that needed a massive game to jump up the leaderboard, and they may have poised themselves in a phenomenal position to be able to do it. We've already lost Tachi here for Palooka and Toyor, and to be fair, if I'm FIFA Kill, if that roster is sitting here watching this whole game play out, you are just preying on the downfall of the teams that find themselves in the leaderboard right behind you.
I was gonna say, look who's playing spoiler. That's Team Rocket blasting off and pushing these teams aggressively. Team 9, they need it. They're down in the 20s as well. They've got to swing on some of their opposition, and it's working right now. Kill after kill after kill going their way, and the next team in their way, Toyor, Palooka, about to rotate to them. Team Rocket playing spoiler, Team Rocket playing for the leaderboard, and they need to. A couple C4s in the face. Unfortunate opposition there for the side of Palooka as they pick up Zakar and even the playing field. Now with a hair of an advantage, but a quick buyback from Team Zakar. They're making a move. That Team Rocket team just now cleaning up kills. They're only on 8, by the way, and we do see our kill leader, Team 3, fall before the 1.6 multiplier. A huge note because they had 17 kills. Hey It's Aaron was about to go viral on this map, but unfortunately falls too early.
Oh, and it's going to come down to the final wire. Here we go. Regain onto Tachi. We've got gas mask for the end game play. There's one team that's had a massive rotate, and that is going to be this squad. Needs to move forward. Let's jump into a listen in.
Wait, Benji, don't leave your back open. Don't leave your back open. You're gonna get us killed. Don't leave the back open.
Yeah, I got it. I'm watching. Wait, what's the back? You mean the ladder?
No, the other roof.
Heli team.
Going back.
The fighting on the heli.
Team on the right here, careful.
How you running there?
Drop in, on the vine.
Got it.
Stay from. Go back in. We're good.
Guys, look at the heli team. If you
Pushing us. Down low, Bagel. You gotta get up.
I'm up.
No, like all the way.
Listen. How many PDFs do you want? I have one.
PDFs. Two. I think we try and roll early.
No.
I think we get to the crane. and PDFs to crane.
I think
we gotta do it.
Great comms, great small talk, great call to get Bagel back up top. Would have lost his life if they didn't, but here goes the rotation. They got to swing out way wide, and well, who's in zone? Apparently, Tachi's way up on crane, just playing for placement right now. They have a decent amount of kills, but here's the big wrap by that team. They've made it all the way, and there's been one team in center of zone since the very beginning of the last couple. Here for 3-4 minutes, it's Team Marcus. They need a big game, and unfortunately, only 4 kills because they got here so early. They do have a nice spot. The problem is every single team is staring at them. Every single team wants that spot, aside from Bagel, who plays outside the zone till top 10. They get it. Now they're playing for top 5, and the only building in zone is held down by the Germans. The Germans need kills, though. They got to clean up nearly the rest of the players in this lobby to have a decent map.
You got R7, though, kind of moved into the center building for StuKX, going for that crane alongside Bagel. That big fight to wipe Team Toyor, who was just on the outside looking in. Did they wrap up enough eliminations to do what they needed to do to get into the top 4? Yes, they jump up to 3rd. Now, Bagel, Benzi, and StuKX looking to do a little bit of the same if they can. What a beautiful shot. Honestly, one of y'all has to have a Kar90 AK.
Unreal.
I need a trick shot for the win off the crane.
Unreal. I just can't even imagine the fact that the top of this crane is in zone. They can just sit up here, grab placement, and grab kills. There's nothing anybody could do about it. Nobody can even hardly shoot back. This is beautiful. No Kar98s. It doesn't matter. I got a Holger. I'm just raining Hellfire from above. Finally, they have to rotate, but they get paid for being up there. So many kills and playing spoiler to teams. But guess what? Team Rocket, they have finally blasted up to the moon. They're looking to catch some freaking Pokemon, catch some kills along the way. Good grief. All three alive. They've got positioning. They've got players. They're pushing the equation. They're picking up kills. They needed it bad, and they are swinging on these teams. They went from 6 eliminations all the way to 16 and likely 17, 18, 10th as they clean up the rest of these couple players floating around.
If I'm not mistaken, they were outside the 20th place threshold before this map, looking for a massive game. And now, well, we just got to clean up Bagel, the last person standing in their way. Was it enough? Regardless, a match 4 win for Team Clapper. Great job.
Wow. I mean, it's about time. This team, they did well in LCQs last year. At least Rocket and Zakar did. They bring in Clapper. They've been struggling today. And then they drop a 38-point game. 19 eliminations. This is the one time where I will go back on what I said before, where not all your kills are going to come into the end game, not in LCQs. This time they did. This squad was on 6-7 eliminations like 2 circles ago at the end of those circles. And then they swing on every single team because they have player advantage. A crazy look back at this last stand, though, because Benzi and StuKX made a huge play on top of the crane, a great IGL call, and they get paid with points here on top 5. Look at this, just raining Hellfire from above.
There's really not much you can do to counteract that. Now, they do have to kind of jump on down, and Clapper's going to be the one that picks up that elimination. Now, just trying to keep what cover they could for now. The smokes to isolate them away from Blade on the left. You can see the portable buy station is coming down, and Blade's kind of trying to do what he can to wait for it. Bagel goes for that high ground, and it does come through. We smoke it out. We hit the buyback, and Clapper, Zakar, and Rocket are just like, hey, you know what? Thank you so much for giving us yet again another elimination that we can attribute and try to bolster our position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, all I want to talk about is this Rocket squad because they did such a great job of swinging on opponents, getting aggressive. They knew they had to, and they did an amazing job. However, my eyes are drawn to the final 2 remaining teams aside from this team. It's our top 2 squads, frankly. You've got this Boog squad, and you've got this other squad. Let's listen into the comms, though, of our winners and see how excited they are.
This guy deep zone, quick, he comes to me, clap.
Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Dead. Not bad. Look in. We need one more good game. Yeah.
Log in.
Am I the only one that's gassed over that, boys?
Look in.
We need one more game like that.
That was like just getting back into the game, you know what I'm saying? We need like a decent game like that.
We need one more game like this. Just lock it in. Whatever we've done, great. I'm glad we got this match won. It was a good one for us, but we're not done yet. Job's not finished until we've secured ourselves in that top 4. And knowing that we have a shorter series and it's 5 matches instead of 6, one more to go to determine it all, Ghosh.
One more to go, and I think they were right. I'm excited to see what the desk says, because they said, hey, that just got us back into the game, desk. Taylor Reflections Noble, they need another banger, man.
Need another banger, but this is a great start, right? Game 4, which means you have one more game to go to reach top 4 in order to punch your ticket to global finals and not leave your luck just based off of one wildcard map where, well, anything goes and you never know who's going to be lurking in the staircase around the corner or even in the water. Enigma, this is a big move, right, from Rocket, Clapper, as well as Zakar, a team that I personally want to see at the global finals. They've been there before, and they're looking to go there again.
Yeah, I'd love to see them succeed here. I mean, they go out to the Esports World Cup as well, met up with them and had a couple of conversations about how they're feeling. I feel like they're actually a better side than they were last year, so it'd be a shame if they didn't make it. And they've sat around that 20th mark throughout this tournament this afternoon. So they did indeed need this game to get them back into things. It's whether or not they've lifted themselves inside that top 4 or do need that extra pop-off moment.
Absolutely. We take a look at our highlights, and again, just to reiterate, Geo Rocket taking that victory with what, 30 plus points, I think 19 total eliminations, a performance we had been missing, right, throughout the entirety of the first 3 games.
Sorry about that. We've had 2 sub 20th place finishes for them so far, but even just kind of like looking at their statistics thus far, you know, there have been 2 games where Clapper himself has gotten 0 eliminations. So it's been a rough ride for them, especially from a team that we expect so much from, you know, just like Enigma was saying. But to see this pop off from them was really quite extraordinary. Yeah. And it's kind of funny because, you know, there are a couple other teams that sort of caught our attention. I think like Bagel's team, just for a second there towards the end, looked really, really good, especially with their play up on the crane. But for then this team to kind of turn around and just slay straight through them is absolutely massive, especially when it seemed like maybe there was a top 4 spot open for them to take.
Well, the top 4 spot that may well be open for them to take is one that they've created there, because they actually, we get to see it very briefly in those highlights. Team Jukies and Co go out early and they were pushing up onto Kong, spend too long cleaning that fight up. Lennon gets down, and who third parties that? Clapper, Rocket, Zakar. They push up, they squeeze, they eliminate one of the big teams, and then that not only means that they go on to have that massive 38-point banger, but it keeps those teams that they're chasing after within eyesight, right? Like they're not, if they go and have that huge game, but you see that Team FIFA Kill have gone off and picked themselves up 30 points as well. That's just watching your opportunity sail off into the distance. They don't allow that to happen. A massive moment for them to put them within qualification conversation.
It's tough to see Jukies fall as they did. Lennon did his absolute best to get out of the gulag. Unfortunately, it was not enough. An early exit despite a very strong start. I was looking at their eliminations, thinking to myself, they're going to go all the way. They're finally going to solidify them spot. They were already in the top 4, but even further, right? Maybe even number 2, but that early exit makes them or forces them, I should say, to perform in map number 5, a place you do not want to be. But again, shout out to Rocket, Clapper, and Zakar waking up out of their slumber, jumping up the leaderboard, you would have to assume, after that massive, incredible game. Once again, trying to make it to the global finals. Geo, I love that crane play, though, right? That crane play was nutty, and so much was happening in that moment. I had a friend actually DM me and was like, yo, those crane plays were insane.
No, it was insane because I think it was like what Ghosh said on the cast, where he was like, I can't even believe that that's still in zone. And I think it was for that crane play, we did get to have the listening of the team, and we could see how clean a lot of their comms were, right? You know, there was one main voice that was kind of providing that IGLing, and you know, obviously a little disagreement, but not in kind of an argumentative way, not in a frustrated way. It was more just like a discussion of plan, but you could still tell they were all kind of running along one main idea, which is a really good sign for any team who's going to be competing. And so to then have that immediate follow-up of them do this really insane play, you know, clearly that's something that they've practiced in the past and they've had set up. It's like a little play they've got in the back of their mind. And for them to have such a dominant position in that final circle did wonders for them.
Did wonders indeed. That was Bagel, Stukex, of course, and their crew, who are obviously looking to, I believe at this point, break into top 10. If I'm not mistaken, they might just be on the edge of breaking into that first page, but still a great performance nonetheless. And a heartbreaking performance as far as I'm concerned from Hayet's Aaron, Rakes, and Bodsy. They were in a position to have a massive game, Enigma. And in fact, at one point, they were at 17 eliminations. That's where they ended up falling right before the 1.6x multiplier. We were talking about that right as a sidebar conversation. Enigma, if they break in and get that multiplier, again, another team that would be coming from the depths of the second, third page all the way up to potentially top 4.
Yeah, well, this is where we're seeing some of our teams that are up towards the top execute that correctly. They're getting those early kills still. By the way, 17 is a monstrous figure at that point of the game. I don't know what they'd been up to. I'd love to watch their point of view back. But the teams that are putting themselves up in the top end of the conversation are getting those kills and then putting themselves safely into center circle and just waiting for the multiplier. Also then gatekeeping anyone that's arriving into that circle, particularly picking those off that are trying to make late rotations across difficult landmarks. The thing is, you pick up those 17 kills, you don't get the multiplier on top of that. It's a great start, but it feels almost like a stunted effort when you just don't see the bonus points put on top.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking for me because I'm watching the scores live while they're taking place. I'm watching the positioning on the live map feed that we have, which you guys could be watching on YouTube, by the way. You know, get a further understanding of everything that's happening on the Battlefield. Warzone can be chaotic. There's so many teams and players competing, right? But we give you an opportunity to check out where your favorite teams or where teams you want to see if they're playing well are at. But, you know, you look at that performance, 17, and did you miss out on the multiplier? It's got to hurt for sure, but it's got to feel good to get first place. And well, that's what Team Rocket did. Let's bring in one of our competitors, Clapper, or excuse me, Zakar. You make it happen. You go all the way. You get first place. And taking a look, I don't even believe you guys were in the top 10. I don't know where you're at now, but you gave it your best effort to break into top 4. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, we're just trying to stay locked in. Don't gas anything. Because, like, you know how it is. We just don't want to get to, like, 2 guests up.
Well, so Global Finals last year, looking to go to Global Finals again this year. Let's say you do make it to that stage. What difference do you think it'll make, right, going from 2023 to 2024 in your overall performance?
I mean, we know what we're doing wrong. We have, like, loads of stuff to work on, surely. And, I mean, honestly, I'm not thinking about it at all. I'm just want to focus on qualing first, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
That's the main goal for me now.
I have to ask, you know, we're obviously getting quite far into the LCQs so far. You know, we're not on round 1 anymore. Was there any part of you or any member of your team who was getting a little bit stressed about where you were in the standings before this round?
I mean, not really. It was just all of us literally saying, like, boys, nothing happened, stay locked in. Like, we didn't have enough points in the past games, but, like, Claps, like, our teammate, our IGL lagged out again. That's the same thing, like, happened in finals, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just keep getting bad luck, but now we finally made it. So, yeah. Just looking forward to the next map.
In terms of the system that you guys run, from what I understand, it is a co-IGL system between Clapper, Rocket, and then you coming in with the slaying presence. A lot of different teams have different systems. Why does this seem to be the one that works for you?
Because we've been trying out everything, pretty much, and Clap is really good IGL. That's why I started playing with him, because I can't really do that stuff. And Rocket was always like the one who's like thinking more than me, 100%, and that's why it actually happened. Yeah, but like this time, like in LCQs now, we actually like every single one of us tries to give ideas, and then we choose the best thing, and that's working out perfectly so far. So yeah.
Well, Zakar, you know, you're a team that I looked at. I said, I want you guys to make it out of the LCQ. Now you have a very real shot with one map left. Obviously, wildcard is there, but you don't want to leave it up to chance. I don't want to take any more of your time. I know you're still locked in for that final game. I wish you the best of luck for game number 5.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
There it is, Zakar. He's locked in. He's ready to go. And I like it, you know, saying like, look, we're just focused on the task at hand. That's just qualifying. Global finals, we'll think about that later. Right now, we need to think about the final game because we need to know where, obviously, they're standing at this point after that massive game. Let's take a look at our standings and looking at the top 10, searching for Team Clapper. There they are in 5th place. Okay, so they've actually managed to tie 4th place, right, with Tojor sitting at 66.4. So the route to global finals is right there. They've just got to be willing to grab it, Gio.
Yeah, no, that's kind of insane that they're really tying that. That's going to put a lot of pressure on both of those teams coming into this next one. I mean, I think the pressure's there anyway, just because they want to cement that spot and it could be ripped away from you. But yeah, to know that you're neck and neck with someone else isn't a fun feeling, I can imagine.
Not at all. Well, big note, Robstar, they've comfortably qualified at this point at 104. Boogs looking all right, but still the chance that they drop down. Zach, Hollow, Azen, a team that we covered plenty of times, Enigma. But let's go down the list for the bubble teams. Obviously, let's start with Team FIFA at 6th place.
Well, one of the terrifying things right now is seeing all of those squads between 3rd and 8th with just 10 points between them. So there is nothing written just yet. The story is yet to be finished. So that's a lot of teams that are definitely going to miss by the skin of their teeth. Tiny moments to watch back over in your VODs and think, where did it all go wrong? Or where did you qualify? I'm hoping that Team FIFA can indeed do the business. But again, I'm not going to talk them up anymore. It's time for them to claim their rightful place.
That's it. They control destiny, don't they? And they're the ones who can dictate whether they move forward or they don't. We look at the second page, 11th through 20th, and that gap from 4th place now to 11th has grown pretty substantially. In fact, it's like 21 points. So at this point, I'm looking at all these teams, and I'm going to call them the Hail Mary teams. They've got to throw that Hail Mary and have a massive game number 5 if they even want a chance to be in the top 4. I'm looking at Pink Turtle. I'm looking at King Benji, right? Team Crystal Shots there in 15th place. Obviously, Marcus, Raffic, Scuffology, one of the top teams that performed well, winning back-to-back when it came to the EMEA finals. So many names who just have to throw that Hail Mary pass to break into the top 4 and dethrone the likes of Blade, Boobs, Zach, Tojor. We go even further down that list, though, and this is like where you need the miracle run, okay? You need the miracle on ice, Gio, right? This is where it's like do or die, or else you're going to the final game number 6, where it is do or die, trying to play for the wildcard spot.
Yeah, and this is where it is crazy to see a team like Team Hunter. They're sat in 23rd. You know, they're team number 4. It's not a direct one-to-one in terms of seeding, but it should give you a general idea of where they were rated, you know, in amongst this cohort of down in 23rd is really quite a shock, and it's probably a shock to them as well. They came 29th in that last round. The best they've done today is 10th, and we've spoken about how, you know, Huncho himself was doing pretty well for kills in the early rounds, but he's dropped off of that list as well. And you know, it's just like, of all the teams that you expect to be in that bottom 10, are they one of them? No. And I don't really know if it's even mathematically possible, bar a miracle, for them to kind of make it to where they want to be.
Yeah, so I say a miracle on ice at this point. You just got to try and make it happen, right? It's no harm, no foul, right? In trying to throw that Hail Mary pass. If they get it, they catch it, well, score a touchdown. You love to see that. However, I guess score a goal, since it is EMEA, right? Let's talk football or soccer out there. Let me be appropriate. But this is the chance to make it or break it, especially for those other teams like FIFA Kill or Team Clapper, currently sitting in 5th and 6th. We're going to take one more break. When we come back, the final game to decide the top 4. Who will it be? Game number 5 coming up after this. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 5 of the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone EMEA Last Chance Qualifier. The last chance to solidify yourself at the top 4. Punch your ticket to the global finals. Was all your effort worth it? Just a little bit before, we're about to find out if it was. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Geo as well as Enigma. Game number 5 is around the corner, and I think we're ready to bring in our casters of Spider, Tiff, and Goj. It comes down to this: who will be our top 4 teams? A lot really standing on this, right? We know Blade's pretty comfortable. Boogs, they're all right. But Zach, right? Team Tojor, Clapper, FIFA Kill, all of them fighting for top 4, and that spot is up for grabs, and I really hope we don't see any early exits from any of them. I want it to go down to the wire. So without further ado, let's head into the 5th and final game for big map play. Spider, Tiff, Ghost, take it away.
All right, Goj, we've got some work to do, right? You call it the Battle of the Bubble. We've got to watch that Team Toyor roster, 66.4 points, tied alongside Clapper, and a great interview, right? You can see they've already known that, hey, we did not do enough. It was a banger game to get us back into it, but we have one more game to really seal the deal.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. It's BBB, no beaming, right? It's big bubble battle. That's what we're looking at right now. We are looking at all of the bubble teams, which frankly is 4th all the way down to what, 9th, really? And maybe some more past that. 4th through 8th, probably the closest there with about 7-point spread. 9th a little bit further outside of that, about 12, 13-point spread. So it's really close. End of the day, we can hypothesize all day long, Tiff, but all it takes is one banger. We've been saying this over and over again at every stage of the competition, and frankly, Tiff, Clapper shows us right here, right now, all it took is one. Right into the mix, tied for 4th, just need a good game.
We're going to be keeping our eyes out on all the rosters that are on the threshold, and maybe we will see one of those Hail Mary plays that Reflections called out at the top. Regardless, where are we heading? What does the zone look like? But for our teams, you've got to get in the plane. We've got to get things kicked off. Let your IGLs do the frying and get into drop number 5.
Everybody at home to take a big collective deep breath and then lean forward closer to your phone or your monitor, wherever you're watching, because Tiff, I thought we wouldn't have a quote-unquote wild card game for the final map of the day. Well, that I couldn't be further from the truth. It really comes down to who's going to win this. We've got 2 teams tied for 4th at the end of map number 4 going into the final map. This couldn't get any higher stakes. We are at the tippity top. We have to succeed in this final map. I'm looking at our bubble teams right now. I'm looking at FIFA Kill. I'm looking at Jukies. I'm looking at this Zach squad. You've got to succeed right now.
You really do, and it's too little in a moment where you thought you were going to be locked into that 2nd place, and then things did not go your way. For Viero on your screen right now, kind of putting the works on a Tony White, sending him to the gulag this early on. It's gonna be tough, right? But we gotta look at where that zone was pulling to, Goj, and I'm nervous. For a lot of our teams that do land on the south side, it's gonna be great. But for the center of the map, that Old Town, Low Town area, things are gonna get spicy, but not before we've got to worry about the pop-off tower area.
We got to watch some of our bubble teams, so we swing over to another fight as we see action galore early game. This is the last map, high risk, high reward. You're going to be seeing these crazy fights all day today. I don't care if your percentages aren't 90% chance you win the fight. I don't care if they're 80%. You got to fight, and you got to fight now. If you're down in the 20s and the 30s, you got to swing on every single team you can get your hands on. It looks like for Team Valve, that was the case, and well, it didn't pay off. All 3 into the gulags, all 3 fighting for their lives in this tournament going into the final map of the day, and well, immediately cut down, and so does their teammate lose. So it's all up to Zeit to keep this team in the lobby.
Yeah, it's tough. You come into this in 18th place. One of the squads that needs a ginormous game, but it all comes down to the wire here, and we get out. We make the great escape. Sometimes the zip play is the way to go. You love to see it.
Well, Pink Turtle sent to the Gulag as well. Again, some of these early squad wipes you see aren't full squad wipes. They do have Gulags, but it is noting that all 3 are being sent. So if you look at a team like Pink Turtle, who we thought could maybe have a really good day today, really frustrating beginning of this map. They're not out of it, but they have to make a play right now. You're going to see Paxor on the other side of this one. Bottom of the leaderboard, no chance of making global finals, but could play spoiler. Definitely not playing spoiler to end.
Let's jump on over. We're down to that bottom right-hand side of Urzikstan Ranch. Now, we've seen zones pull there.
No.
Oh, wait a second, Gosh. This is not good. You do not want to be going out in a blaze of glory right here. Looking for angles. On to Marcus and Rafix, trying to prevent the wrap from occurring. We do get Palooka and Toyor kind of back up, but Toyor, no plates. Tachi in the Gulag. Things are not looking too good for this roster, but one thing that they've done is they've kind of separated themselves out and looked for that wrap, but not for Toyor. Can't make it. Palooka, you've got to get out of there.
That's 3 bubble teams, by the way. That's FIFA Kill tied with this Toyor team. Marcus's squad in about 13th place. You see Zeit's team fully eliminated, a couple teams being wiped out of this lobby, but the battle of the bubble is apparently in City right now as we send Toyor to the Gulag to try to regain and get back to his team as they are running away from their opposition. Every single one of those teams needs a good game. They don't even need a banger. They just need a good game. They need a better game than the opposition they're fighting here in the early game.
Starts here by getting out of the Gulag. Every one of these 1v1s matters so much, only though with the peek on that right-hand lane. Start to filter on through, a couple repositions coming in. We've got the equipment coming on out, the chow, and we clutch it to get back to Urzikstan and keep that global LAN finals dream alive.
Again, tied for 4th is Clapper and Toyor. Right behind them, FIFA Kill Squad. They're fighting each other. They've backed off now as we go to our top team. Again, this team's already made global finals. Just a matter of, frankly, who are they fighting? Not if they win. If they can take out some of these top teams that are contesting them near the top of the leaderboard, great. You're just playing spoiler. You're ruining other people's dreams. This team is like the nightmare squad. So watch out for that team in the kill feed to see who they wipe, because they've frankly already made it. Unless an act of the COD gods happens, which I can't imagine it will, well over 100 points at this point, they are safe. The team not safe, especially when you're on edge of zone without your third, is this squad right here. All eyes on Lennon and Jukis to regain and get right back into the mix. They only have 3K, not a lot of cash to go around. Hopefully they can find something to go their way this time around.
And it's tough, right? We've had actually a good chunk of circles pull towards the south that would favor their drop spot POIs. We do see them get that reset, get FIFA Kill back into the fray, but I'm honestly worried. And I'm gonna say that they haven't really been looking the best in this, but it's hard to get things moving when you know the stakes that are at play, right? These are one of the biggest names in that competitive Warzone scene for the EMEA region, and to see another potential massive titan in this space not clock into the global finals, it's scary.
It's certainly scary as we see some of the other teams rotating on edge. This is Azen squad getting in 3rd right now, 69 points, with a couple teams hot on their heels. A lot of more work to do, a lot of ground to make up. You cannot count your chickens before the eggs hatch, or whatever the saying is, because 69 points is not the threshold we're going to see for 4th place. It's going to be higher than that, most likely. The point sponge up top, frankly, wasn't very spongy. We're right at the metric we thought we would be at. Again, around 16 points per game. If we see 16 points from our teams tied in 4th, it'll put you at about 73-ish at the end of this one after 5. So you're not in the clear until you at least breach that, and then hopefully breach it by a mile to feel like you are clear. All quiet on at least the suburb front as Toyor's team hoofs it through the suburbs, looking for any opposition.
Honestly, they're still separated. You got one that's kind of scouting forward over suburbs, and that squad that was just to their north is FIFA Kill. If those two kind of go at it early, that could be the deciding factor. But for the squad currently sitting in 3rd place with 69 points, they're pushing forward. You got Crystal Shots just ahead of them in King Benji, and they've already started the disengage. They're playing scared here, and that's going to allow Azen and Hollow and Zach to really close that gap and look for a potential squad wipe.
Couple quick notes. We're going to try to shout these out as they come through. Yes, we're down to 32 of 40 teams already. Talked about it being high risk, high reward. And unfortunately, the high risk factor of that duality definitely was the case for our team Ghoul, Diablo, Infernal, Italians out of here. They fall not in the top 4. They will not be making global finals. It was close. They had a great run, but unfortunately in the final map, it's not going to go their way. But back into the fights we go, and it's Linden pushing the equation, barrel stuffing and grabbing an elimination, evening up the playing field here as it really is a 2v3 as FIFA Kill's been cut down, and they must win this.
See, it's just regain central for this roster. If you go into every fight and you lose one player, it's so tough to have to keep getting that reset, because not only does it cost you $3,000 to get them back into the game, but then you've got to make sure they buy their weapons, that they get a self-res, that we're kind of kitted out. And these are resources that you could be using on UAVs, on bunker busters, on things that are going to change the trajectory of your fight.
Yeah.
Regardless, we still do have a duo up, and with that circle continuously pulling towards the east, we're still keeping on the move. The team we heard from, Clapper, Dakar, Rocket, on your screen right now.
Yeah, looking like potentially all the way down to Manor, or frankly, I think where Team 2 is actually situated, that purple 2 you see in the south side of Farms. We've seen a circle in there several times. Likely that's where we go, but only time will tell. I think it's worth mentioning a couple other teams fully eliminated. If you're a fan of that Huncho squad, they're not making global finals. Fully eliminated. Squad 10, that's Pink Turtle, out of here. They had a great run through our stages, not able to put it together here in LCQ. Several more teams getting fully eliminated, but right now, again, the battle of the bubble as we see the team at the top bring terror on their opponents. Vehicle in the face doesn't matter. We're still alive, and, well, we're more than barely breathing. We are huffing that good oxygen.
Was that a full wipe onto that Jesus Jr. roster? Because hopefully they've got gulags. If not, done and dusted for now. And you can see Skulls running into some issues. Chow's team's pushing on to Robstar. They wipe Robstar and now have just to find 2 more. But Blade trying to go big here.
Chow in trouble, proned out in the back of the Farms, looking for an angle, does find it. How about a couple pistols to the face? 1 player left alive for the team at the top, but frankly, it doesn't matter. Way over 100 points at 112 right now, fragging, flying around, and staying alive as the rest of these teams battle for position on the leaderboard. Here comes Team 19 with the cleanup. Third parties all day, every day. That's the name of the game, especially in the final map.
And I am going to confirm that Squad 14 is a full wipe. No regain for them. They fell in outside the top 4, I believe in 8th place, albeit it was a magnificent effort, and they even had a map win. It just wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. Jesus Jr. certainly an X factor, just not the X factor we needed to make it to grand finals, but a great day in the office regardless. Back to the action. We see one of our top teams, Boogs, likely already booked their ticket to the grand finals with 84.6 points and counting as they swing on a couple other teams here. Again, playing spoiler. And speaking of spoiler, it looks like Zakar in trouble. Is again, this Rocket team was tied for 4th, and they are in an utter blender, and they are running at the Reapers, the nightmare on Elm Street here in the 4th, 5th, and final map. Team 2, Purple Squad. I don't think he knows he's about to run into the Reapers of this lobby. This is not where you want to go. If he runs into this team, I don't think he gets out of here. 3v1, no chance.
Well, they've already rotated out. They left the buy station there. And you can see he's in a smoke, which is going to put up the signal for that roster to make a play. And if that wasn't enough, well, they're going to see that buyback, but not before you've got another roster, Spyro, kind of rotating on in. Now, if you can use them as cover, just kind of body block, be like, nah, you go fight this. We're getting out, because they've got a full reset here on the roof.
I don't know if I love the play to send your teammates to help. I think you leave Zakar to die, and the rest of your teammates leave. They're getting punished for it. Here comes the Reapers. They lose Rocket yet again, and Clapper, we know, doesn't have great resources, just finding anything on the ground he could use to try to fight back. This is going to be a brutal fight for the life of the tournament on the line. With Rocket down, your Poland friend is gone. It is up to Clapper and Zakar to make a play. Luckily, there's a little bit of distraction there at Team 16 if Spyro can cause some terror, but no, Clapper runs in for what? To die. Zakar, last alive again, has to run away, and he's being chased. The team at the top is playing spoiler. The team at the top is not going to let this squad make it to global finals. Zakar by himself has one isolated. It's not enough. See you later. Fully eliminated out of this lobby. We will not be seeing that team at the global finals, just barely outside the top 4 right now.
Did they burn all their gulags? That's my only question. Maybe just one of them. Maybe one. Zakar, that is going to be the gulag for the ages against Visions on the opposing side.
Unreal. I thought they were fully out. I thought we had seen Zakar die, but he was the lone survivor. Talk about outwit, outplay, outlast. You've got to do it against Visions. You would hate to lose to a Zip right now. Gotta push the equation here. No info to his name. Doesn't know what his player is. Now he does. Shots coming down. The push. The swing. The ego. No! Zakar down out of the lobby. I hate to have to say it twice. I love the boys, but unfortunately, they will not be making global finals as we see our margins get thinner and thinner for error.
And that team will fall in 5th place. Just missing the mark. Elsewhere off screen, another full regain for the FIFA Kill Juki's Lennon roster. And this is going to be one of the Hail Mary plays that Reflections in the team were talking about. Can you imagine a LAN without them on that global final stage? I sure can't. But we've seen crazier things happen, and they happened yesterday. So what is this roster gonna do? We've got to find the angles, and Lennon, unfortunately, in a very bad spot. Doesn't have smokes, but look what the teammates do. They turn around, and they start smoking for him to allow him some space to get out of dodge and get up next to the team. But we still have to contend with this roster. But you're on the better side. You've got cover. How do we make it work for you?
This is a somewhat self-isolated fight for a moment. Team 23 lurking in the shadows, but you gotta win it. You gotta win it fast. You cannot let this Team 23 make a play from distance. That's Toyor. That's one of our top teams here on the bubble, jockeying with position, and Juki's team knows it. They've gotta swing, and they gotta swing now. As much as they want to hold this team, as much as they want these kills, they are on the bubble. What they don't know is that another untimely demise by Team Rocket means the window of opportunity is just a hair more open. They've got an option to make it to global finals, but they've got to grab it by the horns, and that's what Juki's gonna do. The leash is a bit long, but this time it pays off. 1-2. Juki's gonna fall. Will he get cleaned up? No, Juki's doesn't go down. He wins the gunfight. He wins the fight. They're all three alive. There's one more lurking player in the distance, and Team 23, Toyor, not gonna give up position. They're free and clear for this wrap if they're smart, except they go straight back to the action. They should swing a little bit north. There's just not a ton of cover there, but they are still in this top 14 tip. Next position is top 10. This is the lowest amount of players we've seen at this layer of the lobby because it's high risk, high reward in the final map.
Yeah, and for now, this is going to be the biggest threat, the biggest rotation. You called it. Team Toyor is just anchored down in manner on that rooftop. We're getting a hellish rotate. We've got to cut on over to Zohor Ranch all the way towards that eastern side of Urzikstan. We've still got to cross a massive body of water. There's going to be boats. There's going to be things to do. And if you haven't already made that rotation, you better pick up all the eliminations, and Lennon, that'll open it up. Thanks to Juki's doing a ton of damage there. Maybe a 3-2-1 action, but time is of the essence. We gotta rotate.
Still edge of zone. You're right. It's a rotate from hell itself. I don't know how they're gonna make this play. Likely through the water. And I was gonna say they need info. We know they didn't have a ton of cash to utilize that fire cell to maximum efficiency and get the advanced UAV a couple circles ago. So instead, they use a recon drone to get some information and try to see how clear is our pathway forward. We still have a lurking team behind us. That Team 31 has restabilized. That's Prido back into the mix. All three alive. Likely low resources as well. The question is who goes first. And right now, it's looking like FIFA Kill's making the statement. We got to go, and we got to go now. Here comes a little bit of a spoiler. Team 32, there's only 2 of them, but this could open up a third-party opportunity to Prido if they want it. I don't think this Joel squad is going to make the play. They just want to get to zone. They're going to make the wrap over the water. It's Bean and Joel's don't want any of that smoke. And frankly, that is a huge boon for Lennon, not only because he can grab Nox, but also it means the third party wasn't available to that Prido team next to them, and they get both. Lennon is shooting beams right now when they need it most. Here's the third party. It's just too late. This is a true 3v3 yet again. Can they win it again?
They have to. They just have to keep on frying. They cannot fall here. We're going for our rotate through the north, and you've got to keep an eye on that roster that's going to be sitting on the opposing side. There's two of them, Team Blade and then Team Hey, it's Aaron. Can you get over to him? We're still looking for more eliminations. Got to clear out the backside so we don't get mirrored on the rotate. This will be the scariest part. Juki's down, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get that self-res. Actually, you can see one player come on back on the outskirts of the gas. FIFA, gotta get back up on the feet.
This is make or break. You gotta win these. You gotta get these kills. You gotta get them right now. Toyor is still on the map, by the way. So they're jockeying with position with Toyor and Zach, and they win the gunfight. 1, 2, 3. They're low. There's only one more alive, and it's Poyo trying to make a difference. Does it? FIFA kill. Linen's still alive, but they lose one. Look who's coming to play. Spoiler, the Reapers of the LCQ. Robstar, Vortex, and Blade. They know there's a team down there. They know there's a team they can chalk, but they say, we don't want to chalk our game. We're here for the reps. We're here to win it all and win with a massive margin. They're doing that, and because of that, they swing off of Juki's and FIFA kill. Wow, that was almost detrimental, but here's the opposite side of the coin tip. Team 23 and Team Juki's. These are the two teams we have to watch. 6 in the pink and this tan 23. They've got to stay alive if they want a chance to the global finals. Team Zach is right there as well in the mix. The problem is Toyor's team is not relenting. They will not fall.
Wait, yeah, they're not going to. Okay, so now we've got to push through the ranch area. We're getting deeper into it, and there's a lot of obstacles that we have to maneuver around, which we can use for cover, but all of these are wall bangable, so you don't want to make a lot of noise. We have to be sneaky to get into some actual real cover. But in that feed, Palooka goes down, and this is where things are going to be so tough for this Palooka roster because they found themselves in 5th place. Team Zach still holding on, but FIFA Kill have leapfrogged into that top 3 position. So we've got to keep our eyes on 23 because they have to get into that building. And look at where Pro Urzen's squad has taken high ground, and they've got all the angles onto this roster.
Talk about spoiler, Pro Urzen coming out of nowhere and frying this team, opening up the window of opportunity for the other squads. Toyor out of here, full wipe by the Reapers, coming in for the third party. Team at the top making a statement. Down goes one of our bubble teams outside of top 5. That could mean Toyor doesn't make because of it. There's still a lot of math to be done, but what we do know is this: 2 more teams on the bubble. Team Zach right now in 4th, still alive. That's your team number 1 coming in seated 1st, and then this team right here, they both make god rotations, they battled through adversity, and they still have a chance to make global finals. 2 teams at the top. We've got 4 of our top 4 teams right now still in this lobby, with Boogs and Blade still playing spoiler to some of their opposition. They want it all, and they want it all right now. As off screen we're seeing Zach falling to Vortex, Robstar. They're trading out left, right, and center with the second team as well with Benzi and Stukex. It's a battle of Warzone's finest. It's a battle of the EMEA LCQ gods, and right now Vortex finally falls. The team at the top cut down. Opportunity knocks, folks. Who's getting the 2x multiplier? Who's booking their ticket to the grand finals?
The 1.8 is going to do wonders for the roster on your screen. Now down to a duo, but look at that circle pull. So you'd probably see that the squad on the roof is going to maybe wait if they can, and FIFA and Lennon might look to hit a rotation a bit early. Stukex, Bagel, Benzi, they've got the farthest to go. However, they are the current most safe in terms of that leaderboard.
Team Zach needs this. They've got to secure their spot. They've likely made it, but they got to make sure right now, if you win this map, you're going to grand finals no matter what. Look at our final 4 teams. It's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and our overall live standings leaderboard that is completely and utterly unofficial right now. Watch out for that as we see our teams continue to dwindle and Zach rather in trouble. Aizen last alive for his team. You cannot leave anything up to chance. You cannot leave it up to map. You've got to secure the 2x to make sure. And Bagel is coming in to play spoiler, currently in 2nd place, 88.8 points, looking really strong. All 3 alive and split from his team. As on the opposite side, Pro Urzen being cut down by Stukex. Linen coming in for a little bit of the mix. How about 16, 17 kills for Linen and FIFA Kill? Not only spoiler, they look for the win. They look to make grand finals. Here's the push. RPD goes down. How about a snap from Linen? How about a beam from Linen? How about another? Can't find it. Unfortunately, finally falls, but a monster effort. Boogs on top in 1st, but I can only imagine we're going to be seeing FIFA Kill and Linen after a monstrous wrap, a monstrous effort, and a ton of kills. We should be seeing them in the grand finals with 18 eliminations in the final map.
But a beautiful win there by Boogs Benzi and StuKX. And for a moment there, it did look like it would go the way of Team FIFA Kill. But this squad, they really separated themselves out, kind of leaving one to remain on that high ground, to take all of those angles and be a distraction. And albeit a well-needed victory, because when everything comes down to that final map of the day, it's almost a wild card in itself. Now we've just got to figure out our 4 teams, locking it in for the Global LAN Finals.
So drastically different from yesterday as we watch this final stand moment. Again, you've got some of your top teams plus Pro Urson in the final map. The thing is, that Blade team, they fell at around 5th, 6th. The team at the top, they had 24 kills in that map. They were playing spoiler across the entire map to any team that had any dream of making the grand finals. But Tiff, break down this final fight, because this Bagel, Boogs, and StuKX team, welcome back and welcome home, Benzi. My goodness, what a win.
Yeah, you gotta look at StuKX, right? Just kind of going out into the gas. You see that map with, like, going around FIFA. He PRDs to the roof around and effectively trades spaces with that Pro Urson squad. He gets knocked, but that's where all these self-reses start to come into play. And I get Sharpie wants to bring in the LTV and just full send, but you eventually just fall towards that FIFA Kill roster. FIFA down on the ground, and it's Lennon trying to make that final stand. You re-knock StuKX and kind of turn it back to Bagel, but now I want to hear from the players themselves. Let's run back that victory moment.
Weak on live. Nice, get those balls. Oh, Jesus. We won. Oh, good shit, bro. Oh, fuck me, bro. Bro, I just did the nicest play, but I had the worst timing ever, bro. Right when I run up to PBS.
Hey, no Selly, because they know they made it. They just added insult to injury. I respect it from the boys. They're feeling good with their new team, and it paid off. 2nd place likely overall, especially with that 2x multiplier at the end. But all eyes are on the admins and the map behind the scenes. I know I saw some celebration from that FIFA Kill squad. I'm not trying to play spoiler here, but I think everybody knows 18 kills from that trio and a 1.8x. I can only imagine books their ticket to the grand finals. The biggest question mark is down in that 4th place position. Who gets 3rd, who gets 4th, and who gets 5th? Will it come down to less than a point? I'm excited to see what our analysts and our amazing desk have to say, because that couldn't have been a better finish to an amazing EMEA LCQ.
Pumped up, bro. Pumped up, man. That was a great ending. And it's like, a lot of times, right, Gio, we have the suspense at the end, and then it's killed normally like very early on. It's like, oh, this team that was in 4th, who had a chance to make it, right? They died off in like 30th place, and it's like, oh, the suspense is killed. But no, it went till the very end, right? Toyor and then FIFA, both fighting for 4th place, engaging in combat, right? And then you have the spoilers, which was Robstar and their crew. They were already in 1st, but getting greedy, taking everyone down, crushing dreams, Gio. Well, I think, at least for FIFA Kill and their crew, unofficially, I want to say they're top 4. I think they got the job done, Gio.
It was a map that you know that if that had been on LAN, the crowd would be losing their mind.
Oh, absolutely.
I kind of wish that had been on LAN. It was set up so perfectly, like story-wise. And yeah, I know a lot of people out there are just going to be so thrilled that, Team Jukies, we think, have probably made it to the global finals. So they're not necessarily thinking like, oh yeah, I'm so glad they did it for the plot, because I'm sure a lot of them are thinking, I wish they'd done this sooner,
Yes.
But it was so perfect. They fought for their lives out there. And yes, you're right. There was the constant battle with Team Toyor as well. We saw Team Robstar playing huge spoiler there, because when Team Jukies even had to do their water crossing, Robstar could have absolutely shut that down. Could have shut that down. Right moment that allowed Jukies some room to move through. Now, of course, they could have ended up winning that fight had there been a fight, but fortunately for them, they didn't even have to worry about that. But then it was Robstar later on that absolutely slayed through Team Toyor. So there was so much, this #1 squad had so much influence over what happened with these 2 very, very important bubble teams.
And talking about a varied position, Team Clapper was in, man, and it's heartbreaking, right? Enigma, to see them go into the gulag, you know, it's pretty much all on the back of Zakar. He loses the gulag fight. Obviously, they don't lose solely because of him, but man, a team that had a phenomenal game number 4, come into game 5, and, well, just couldn't get out of the blender.
No, it's tough. It was difficult to see. Like, we were all in the back where we're trying to like, oh my god, what's happening? And you know, it was really difficult to see that happen. However, I have complete faith in the boys. There aren't many sides coming into a wildcard game. You think, yeah, they could be up there for sure, but that Team Clapper side really could, because they win today and they've shown throughout this tournament and as well at the EWC, you know, that they're very strong when it comes to their positioning, their co-IGL system. I think it gives them every right to believe they can still go into that wildcard and make themselves that squad that goes on through to Global LAN.
That's it. Wow. Big news for Robstar and them. They were already in first by 30 points. They got even better towards the end. I think 20 plus eliminations might, in fact, be our elimination leader whenever it comes to all aspects of our broadcast for World Series of Warzone. Boogs obviously lasting till the very end. They get the win. They were already in second. They should qualify. Zach, Hollow, Azen should also be up there. The big question is, who got 4th place? Was it FIFA? Were they able to do it? Did Toyor and their co, even though they finished off a little bit earlier, was it enough? Well, we're calculating the final scores, but let's start recapping the day, because we started off with drop number 1, which did not disappoint. Gave us our first tasting of what Robstar and them were all about. They started off the Enigma flying and frying. They finished with 10 eliminations. They didn't get the victory, though. This was our first opportunity to see Jesus Jr., who did not disappoint in maps moving forward.
No, he didn't. And the one thing I will say about this Jesus Jr. lineup is I think they were just struggling with kills. I think their placements were actually really good throughout. I think that if they'd had a bit more time, if Jesus Jr. had picked up as a last-minute substitution, I think that this squad had become more a part of the conversation. The one thing I will say this map should be remembered for is that incredible zone rotation that dragged so many people south and caught so many of them cold nice and early.
Yeah, that zone rotation was brutal, as it typically is when it comes to the World Series of Warzone. Even the second game ended up going straight up to the north. This was a good start, though, for many different rosters. Also, you know, can't forget Diablo, Ghoul, Infernal, who Infernal making grand finals last year. They came in as the underdogs, but performed very well. Crazy Snake and his crew ended up with 17 eliminations, right? There were some big scoring games from some rosters that we weren't necessarily hyping up when it came to the beginning, but they ended up making a massive impact in game number 1 and making their names known. Then we move into drop number 2. Same narrative started, right, for the underdogs, but also for the top dogs of the day. This is where we noticed Robstar, Vortex, and Blade take their first victory, Gio.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this was the one where we had that really all the way up to the north, and this team just had some really great rotations, really great positioning. They were all 3 players remaining at the very end. This was also the map where Vortex took 12 kills alone, which is absolutely insane to even think about. The coordination that they had on this drop was just mind-blowing, and I think this was the point where we were like, oh, okay, they're in then. Like, they're gonna win. You know, like, we were already talking about them pretty much having cemented their spot as early as this second drop.
And let's not forget, too, this is also our first taste of what Boogs, Benzie, and Stukex, who ended up winning, obviously, the last game we just seen, and potentially qualifying in top 4 of what they could do. I believe they finished off actually right here in second place, just behind our first place team of the day, Blade, Vortex, Robstar. They ended up picking up 15 eliminations there. Then we move to drop 3. Things start to get serious, but it also brings us some fresh faces once again to the top in Skulls, Luciano, and Revolt Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, that lineup, they basically weren't a lineup as of about 2 days ago. So came together, I think, maybe about 3 hours before this whole event. Showed exactly what they could do here by putting it up that big map. It won't be enough to have them as part of the conversation, but I think 2 of the squads, maybe even 3 of the squads, that really did show plenty of life through that. Zach, Robstar, as well as Toyor and Co, and all 3 of them are going to be in the conversation. So this is the point where we started to really get a taste and lay the land to understand exactly what was unfolding in front of us.
And also an opportunity for Jukies and Co to prove that, well, they had a real chance to break into top 4. This was the game where they got top 5 with 14 eliminations, which drastically pushed them up the leaderboard, which they were absolutely needing. They were just on the cusp of breaking down to the second page. I believe they were in 8th place. After that win, they moved up just a little bit to 6th. Good on them for doing so. We move forward to our next game, which was drop number 4, and a little bit of a worry spot, right, for Jukies, Gio. They end up falling very early. Lennon was in that gulag. He loses it. And then I'm like, well, now they got to throw that Hail Mary on game number 5. We know how it ended up resulting, but this was also a chance for Clapper, Rocket, and Zakar to prove themselves.
Yeah, it was a really scary round, I think, for Team Jukies because of that fact, but it meant that all of these other teams could kind of see this open opportunity. And of course, Team Clapper, who had a little bit of a rough going of it so far in the LCQs, saw that opportunity. And I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast that up until that point, there had been 2 out of the previous 3 games that Clapper himself had scored 0 kills on. This one, he took 10 just for himself. And of course, the second place was Team Boogs, who we have just seen win this final drop.
Ooh, here it is, the standings. We got Rob starting with Blade up in first, Boogs in second, and Beat the Kill will make it to third, followed by Team Zach, who is holding on the top 4 for it seems like an eternity. Those are your 4 moving forward to global finals. Shout out once again to FIFA, Jukies, and Lennon, one of my favorite teams out there. The stage would not be the same without them. I cannot wait to hear the crowd go nuts for those 3 individuals. But let's sober up the mood. We got our wild card coming up at Enigma. Plenty of incredible teams, just barely missed out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to look at that Team Toyo squad. They've been in the conversation all evening, so I really feel for them, and the heart in me would love to see them make it after being the squad that just misses out. But then I mentioned a minute ago, Rocket, Clapper, Zakar. I really feel like their core IGL system, the brains they have here, I think they qualified last year. They're bringing Clapper, who they feel gives them an even stronger IGL presence around the map. I truly believe that they are one to watch for our end circle. But the thing is, and all this conversation doesn't matter, it's the beauty of the wild card. You can be in last place right now, you could still make LAN.
Oh, isn't that wild? That's right, Gio. Last place, going from that to first place. Now it's all about surviving, right? No holds bar. Anything goes outside of rank play rule set and the weapons and stuff. But 36 teams now have a chance to make it happen. And I can't wait to see how that's going to work out. And I think we have an interview set up. Let's actually bring in one of our winners and see who it is. It's Lennon. What's up, yo? You got this, Joe. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Dude, Lennon. First off, like I said, you know, I try to remain unbiased, but you're like the trio that I wanted to see go for to land. It would be so weird. They were already in NA, right? So many powerhouse teams didn't make it there. That should, you know, be there or have a chance to be there. But Lennon, you made it. First off, how are you feeling, brother? Because this is huge.
Oh, honestly, I'm on top of the world right now. Yeah, I'm so gassed. I'm so happy. So happy we're making it. It would have been so awful in 2 months where like you had to wait until whenever World Series is. I would have been just like, right. I don't know. I would have been sad. I would have been sad not making it. So making it, it means so much to me. My passion's through the roof. If anybody knows me, I'm so passionate for this game. So passionate. So yeah, I'm so happy. I'm honestly so happy. I've lost the words. I'm so happy.
I'm happy for you, like you have no idea. So let's sober it up a little bit and talk about what the struggles were beforehand, right? You obviously have made it now, so now we can talk about it openly and honestly. You guys were struggling. You guys were not looking like the powerhouse team that we needed you to be. How did you turn that performance around to now where you finished third and you're going to global finals?
I think one of the main problems, and I said this to Enigma before before this, we didn't have a landing spot, like a proper landing spot. We didn't have one coming into like stage 2, stage 1. If you know the finals, we had no landing spot, and now we had a landing spot. We stuck to it. We landed around City High Rise, and we got loadout pretty much every game, which before we were struggling. And then once we get the loadout, that's when it starts getting. Yeah, we started getting loads of kills, started racking it up, and then we got FIFA's IGL to get us towards the end game, and then that's a change, and it was needed.
Lennon, talk to me about Game 4. Not just what happened, but how did you guys feel afterwards? What were the conversations happening between you guys, and what was the key conversation before Game 5?
So Game 4, we got a bit unlucky actually because we were staying consistent for the whole thing. We had like 15 points for Game 1, 16 points Game 2, and in Game 3 we had like 22 points. So like coming to Game 4, we thought we're probably just going to stay consistent, right? But we got a bit unlucky. We got third-partied, and I was last alive in Gulag. Unfortunately, I didn't win it. So we got like 9 points. But after it, we knew we were going to tee up in game 5. We knew we was going to ice up. So we didn't really have much conversations. We had like a strat that we could have done, but we decided to just stick to the normal strat because we was getting so many kills that way. So, I mean, we knew we'd ice up. We've been doing this for like years. I've been playing since Verdansk. Liam's been playing since Verdansk. FIFA's been playing since Verdansk. We've been through these situations so much, so we know how that when the pressure's on us, we're going to tee up. So, yeah, and we did. We iced up. Man, I'm so happy. Let's go.
Love it.
I was on the flight back from Riyadh with both you and Liam. Spoke to you quite in detail about what it is that been going wrong and what it is that you wanted to do. But at the end of the day, you guys had to have those conversations. So, I mean, what was the moment when you guys sat down and realized, look, we got to figure this out because shooting and just hoping isn't working right now. We need to come up with a plan. How did that all come about and when did that begin for you boys?
It was after the finals, the last final, the one before this, where we came like 17th or something. We really, that was poor from us. So we really had to like step up for the LCQ and we had a little conversation. It was like, boys, what are we doing? Come on, we're a top EU squad. What are we doing? We need to lock it in and just play better because we're really poor. And then, I mean, today we definitely played a lot better, and I'm happy with our performance, to be honest.
As you should be.
As you should be, right? I mean, that is incredible. Again, like on a personal level, I'm so proud of you guys and happy that you're going to be playing in global finals. I can't wait to hear the crowd go absolutely nuts for you wherever we are in the world. Lennon, I give you this chance, right? You finally made it. You punched your ticket to global finals. The job's not done yet, but at least you can rest a little bit easier now knowing that you made it. Talk to your fans and say what you need to say to them.
Guys, thank you for your support because we've been playing rubbish, and we've been playing rubbish. We finally locked it in, and you guys have been supporting us ever since beginning. So I really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us, and thanks for supporting. So big shout out to the fans because they're the real goats. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Lennon, you get the job done with Jukies and FIFA Kill. Congratulations, so pumped up for you. And now the real work begins, heading to global finals, baby.
Let's go. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you.
Of course, brother. Thank you. Thank you for playing.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, man. I like that. I was looking at chat. They were killing me out. Peaky Lennon, with the. I love it. That's one of my favorite shows.
Also with the cat, but it's kind of a vibe with the accent as well.
It is.
It's a vibe.
It is. I love the guy. You could tell the passion is there, right? I mean, he really, really wanted this opportunity, and he finally got it. Shout out to them who ended up making it happen. Let's look at our top elimination leaderboard, see who ended up on top with following it, and there it is. It's Vortex and Geo. No surprise, right? They finished off with 84 eliminations for today. Vortex got 34 of them.
It's disgusting. It's illegal. It's actually foul. Even just when we looked at the number of points that each of the teams have accumulated, the fact that they got up to 147 is disgusting. And it's just, it's such a testament to how much aggression and power these players are putting in. But yeah, Vortex there with 34 on his own. Okay.
It's huge. It's massive, right? I mean, in 1, 2, and 5, by the way, for Robstar, Vortex, and Blade. Juki's making 4th place, which, shout out to him, right? We knew, Enigma, that he was one of the main slayers for the roster at one point when they were switching up their play style, sending Juki's out to go slay. Well, it seems like it paid off, and Lennon not far behind.
I mean, 100% with Juki's. Unfortunately, I think we come to expect it of a man of his reputation, but I definitely want to turn my attention to the second guy you mentioned there, and that is Lennon. He's quite often seen in that trio as the guy that just kind of does the dirty work, doesn't really pop off too much. Drops 22 there, and also can I remind you that final game, he has an absolutely huge pop-off moment on the coastline to cover over Juki's while FIFA Kill is rezzing him. If that doesn't happen, I don't know if they make it, quite frankly. So he comes in, does the interview. He should be very proud of himself. A lot of pressure. Either burst pipes makes diamonds. And they just said, what pressure made it happen on the day? And I'm delighted for them.
That's it. I love it. Such a great story, and 4 wonderful teams make it to the global finals. One more, though, still to earn their spot in the final map, the wildcard map, which will be coming up very shortly. Before, though, we head to break, I want to let you all know the Out of This World pack is available now. The bundle includes the Spaced Out Operator skin, Rocket Weapon Blueprint, Decorated Emblem, and more. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. It's available in-store now using Call of Duty points. 5 games down. We know 4 teams who are going to global finals, but we still need to figure out who the last one would be. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the wildcard map will be coming your way. And welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone EMEA Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Taylor Reflections Opal, joined by Geo and Enigma, and we have one more map to go, the wildcard map, where anything goes, anybody can take it. It seems like we're already ready to go, so let's bring in our wonderful casters, Spider, Tiff, and Goj. The final map, 1 spot remains. Who will take it, and what crazy plays are we about to see? Well, let's find out all that and more. Tiff, Goj, take it away.
You know, Goj, I don't even know what to expect when it comes to these wild card matches, because we've seen it all, right? And you just need to be the last one standing. I don't care how many eliminations you get, Goj, just one. Ooh. Okay, wild card lucky pick going down on your screen.
Tip, this is exactly what we expect here in the LCQ's wildcard game. Yeah, it's nearly totally random, so how about Ripper? We take those. Sure, let's go for it. I'm telling you, we spin the wheel, the lucky pick, our wildcard draw. We're going Ripper according to a randomization. W. There we go. It's time. The final map of the day wildcard is here, and it is all up to chance, skill, or otherwise, Tiff.
Skill. You gotta be the ultimate survivor. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you rat it up, if you're chilling till the end, you got 6 PDSs between the trio. Do what you gotta do. We've got a relatively central zone likely to be kicking things off, and Goj, it's time. It is time.
It is time. The final map of the day, the final map before global finals, the final team to make it to the end.
The final map of the World Series of Warzone online stages. We're looking to send our final squad to the World Series of Warzone Global LAN Finals. But if you're Team Blade, Team Boogs, Beefakill, and Zach, let me just tell you, you get to sit back and watch all of the chaos action, knowing that you already solidified your spot. And for everyone else, good luck. Have fun.
That's exactly right. I said at the beginning yesterday, and I'll say it again at the beginning of this one, Tiff. 36 teams because the top 4 have already made it. We're looking for the final 5th team. But again, kills literally don't matter unless it's just keeping your team alive. We see a ton of early contests in other places, but the team that just barely missed out of the top 4, Toyor, they had, frankly, pretty good map. Unfortunately, every team ahead of them on the leaderboard also had a good map, so they didn't make, still have an opportunity. But to the Gulag we go, and we're going to be hanging out here a lot in our wild card map. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like only will, but because, well, the Gulags are nearly everything, Tiff, especially in the like early mid game. This is the life of the tournament on the line. This is your final moment of the LCQs to make grand finals. You got to make a move.
You really do. And honestly, what was your prediction? I think you threw it on the timeline.
I did.
But what was it?
Yeah, see, here's the thing, Tiff. I'm no stranger to being right in the LCQs. I'm also no stranger to being dead wrong in the LCQs. So I might be somewhere near the middle as we see Wiz go kind of wild here to clean up a couple kills that he got. Yeah, my pick is the German trio, Marcus, Rafix, and Scuffology. Frankly, I've been loving their rotations. They've been great getting to in-game. They also won final 2 maps in an earlier stage in this competition, so I think it's just kind of high time that they get their win. We'll see if maybe Jama can win his here in the Gulag, but that's my team of choice. We'll see what they can do this time around.
Ooh, I mean, it could be a good one. It would be nice to see Jama and them kind of clutch up also. And, you know, I would really like to see the Clapper roster make it. They already won a map and, you know, we'll check back in with them. Chow versus Tony White in the Gulag here. Little warning shots. Now you're kind of giving away the location. We got that smoke and now we are full send and
sneaky.
Kind of send the middle, and it's a little tough for these squads. Let's see if these teammates have any better luck.
No, wow, that was, yeah, how about a stick to the face too? Gulag's getting a little spicy already. Look, frankly, none of this really matters. Like at the end of the day, you just gotta be the last team alive. So if you're already falling pretty early, it doesn't spell, you know, good fortune for you to be the final team remaining. But we've seen teams do crazy things here in the wildcard map. So again, last team alive, you make global finals. If you get second with 45 kills, no one cares. You did a great job cleaning up the map, but you don't make it. The truth is you just got to win. So I think while we have a moment to breathe and watch some of these teams rotate around, we see a couple fights here. We're going to be trying to shout out the teams that get fully eliminated, Tiff, because we have this rare moment where we kind of just yap and chat and talk about the circles and stuff. Again, folks at home could take a look at that on the Call of Duty YouTube channel if you want to take a look at where our map's at. And then things are going to get absolutely unbelievable at the end of this game. So many teams alive depending on the zone. Okay, so watch out for that. It's gonna be kind of slow here at the beginning, and then it's gonna get wild.
It really is. And Paxor there unfortunately falls in the Gulag. Hopefully some of the teammates can keep the dream alive, knowing that this is the wild card. If y'all 3 go to the Gulag, you want 1 to get out. Looks like R7 will be able to achieve that. So far, no teams have fully been eliminated, which is great. And usually this does move a bit slower than the beginning matches that we had witnessed. But Circle 1 is just about to close. There are a couple things that'll be consistent here, and that fire sale at the top of round 3 will be one of them. I'd like to see some advanced UAVs come through and kind of get that information as to where we are going. I don't care if you look in the bunkers, you grab Foresight, or you farm recon contracts, whatever it is that needs to be the best case of success for you, do it. As we just slide cancel Gulag.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we definitely wanted to see Gulags, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody else is dying on the map, so Rain is just gonna run around in circles for a while. So we head back to the game here. Yeah, zones. I mean, right now, it's looking like a little bit Eastern, probably. We could see maybe a kind of like low town-ish farms finish maybe is my guess, but frankly, we're too early to maybe call that. It looks like there's several teams that are kind of hedging their bets that way as well, but tons of teams playing as far west as you can go, even with this zone showing probably an eastern finish, because frankly, they think they can probably rotate in a bit later than maybe they can. So we'll see. We'll try to keep an eye out for some of those teams on the wide rotations. Big key things that a lot of these teams use: vehicles, huge for success, especially as we get closer to the late game. You don't want to burn these vehicles out too early. They're super valuable in late game, and it's a great way to wrap if you need to, as the zone punishes you or rewards you.
All right, Chow, full regain for them over here in Village. Not too bad. I'm still looking around for like uncharacteristic things that we were kind of expecting to see that would really throw a wrench into it. Like I wasn't expecting that weapon choice, but maybe a battle for the train.
I don't know if this is a hot take. I think the train is super fun. One of my favorite value adds. I love that you can change directions. It's kind of horrible to hang out on. You can get shot in so many different ways. All of these walls are wall bangable. You don't really have a lot of cover, and we're seeing that here on main stage. A Spyro's team in an utter blender right now from Benno and Physic pushing the equation, trying to wipe some of the teams here in the lobby. We still haven't lost a team yet, but a lot of teams have already used their gulags and burned a ton of resources. Not a fan of using the train for cover. It just doesn't really work.
It really doesn't. It's nice to kind of take control of it and have the ammo cache and the buy there. But for now, a lot of squads, you're right, getting into that early action in Lowtown. If we're going to keep centering up, and we've got all 36 teams still on that Urzikstan match, no one willing to fall just yet. But Spyro, Monzo, Rancid gets under the cover of the building. We gotta start taking some angles. You've got that Jesus Jr. roster kind of rotating into this area as well, and knowing that they already had the capabilities of getting a match win in our earlier series, they very well could do it again here.
This might be the one and only time, by the way, that teams might have more information than us. If they're getting a ton of recons done, a lot of these contracts to give circle information, we could see the conglomeration of all these teams to Lowtown, because they know this is where the in-circle is. Not guessing, they know it because they're doing recons. The problem with recons, shoot the flare up in the air, people will know where you are. So it's a little bit of a high-risk, high-reward strategy, if you can even call it that, with going for recons when all 36 teams are still alive. But action continuing to spiral, kills continuing to fall in the feed, but no teams fully eliminated.
Still holding down, like we said, a lot of conservative playstyle coming out from our rosters. Actually, we only have 2 players in general that are off the map, and with Circle 2 about to kick off, and we'll see where Circle 3 pulls up. I'm just kind of biting my breath to see where we end up going, and for the time being, Intercensal in the Gulag, too strong on the other side.
Yeah, looks like an Italian trio gets cut down, and all 3 into the Gulag. This could be one of the first teams to get fully eliminated. We'll see. I would love, while we have a moment here, to show the map view if we can. Folks, you can take a look at it yourself, of course, on YouTube, but the map is polling Lowtown and Farms. It's kind of exactly what we thought. Could go either way still, though, Tiff. So here's a quick look at that map. Most teams have predicted Lowtown. Look how many there are sitting in Lowtown right now. A couple on the kind of eastern side of the map there in Farms, looking to maybe make a play across the river there. But the teams in Farms are going to be punished if it does end in Lowtown, because they do have to cross the water or the bridge.
Good shouts there for Gabs in the Gulag. Still a very healthy lobby, but needs to keep on moving. Down to a duo here, maybe looking for a buy station to get back to a full 3, but back to Gabs to see if we can hit it. Meanwhile, we did get that buyback onto Intercensal.
Yeah, full team up. Even if they lose, it's not the end of the world. Ideally, you don't have to spend the cash, because, well, cash is certainly king, and you need that a lot, and you will lose one. So you have to spend basically all of your cash to get back your 3rd, which really does suck, frankly, because you need UAVs, you need information, and you need it now. As you're rotating in your edge of zone, I don't know that you can make really a play into this zone without getting punished somewhere. I think the only place in the new zone that is wide open is kind of that like north outpost place, which is actually where we saw our last wildcard map from
North America end just on the north side of Old Town. It's the only spot on the map right now in this circle that is pretty much wide open with no teams even planning on going there right now. So keep an eye out for that. But well, speaking of keeping an eye out, unfortunately, we're going to continue to keep eyes out for people in the Gulag because frankly, this is the only action that really matters. This is where you're going to be losing a lot of your teammates.
And you're losing a lot, but we're still regaining as our lobby just keeps repopulating back on up. We've been sitting north of 100 players the entire time, and no team has been fully wiped just yet. But the amount of teams that have moved into that low town area are making things pretty hectic. You think of the layer cake that we got in the wild card map of the World Series of Warzone Last Chance Qualifier last year, where Tactical Brit was able to thrive and be the last one standing after we pulled out a village on Al Mazrah. Crystal shots on the opposing side, and Benno on 4 eliminations, looking for 5, still trying to hold it down. Gets the reload onto the BP-50, taking some angles and not able to finish it off. Crystal, okay.
AB Wiz had a pretty solid performance in global finals last year, but been fairly quiet since then. A very rough day today, but does win the Gulag, a big win. And also, by the way, we do have one team, it looks like, fully eliminated. I don't know who it is. I think they're in the bottom 30s, something like that. Would love to get a chance to see which team is out, but frankly, we're going to see a lot of teams fall here probably in the next like 2.5-3 minutes as the circle will get smaller and smaller, especially when this circle closes here in 20 seconds. This will give us a ton of info, so I'd love to see that new circle shown here on broadcast if we can, because this is where it's going to get real mixy. If it pulls towards farms, it is going to be utter chaos in low town as everyone tries to rotate out early and catch up in farms. So here's the look as we take a quick swing through the teams. Wow, it pulls onto low town. Yeah, I think the players knew more than we did, Tiff, because of the recons. It goes low town and will likely end low town, and a couple of our farm teams are going to have to rotate in.
Well, at least they do have the redeploy zip to work with, but you've got that squad number 10. That's Mini Team Skinner, and they're just holding it down. Now, this was the lucky pick that our random generator kind of threw down, but Sion finds himself in the Gulag, and we got one more player left standing, about to go into a big 1v3.
If this guy 1v3s, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might leave you to solo cast the rest of this. Be an incredible feat.
You're just gonna be like, I'm taping my mouth back shut. Right. I'm done.
That's right. And I think he knows this is gonna be a really tough one to win. Gotta isolate all these 1v1s. And I think Kong might just full send from the redeploy zip. Sure. Oh no, it gets punished. Okay, wait a minute. Tiff, you might be solo casting the rest of this. Come on. Looks like a third party from distance, but Team 38 potentially being the team maybe playing spoiler from distance, but or at least just kind of threatening. Kong thought better of that one.
Yeah, no cash. Wanting to see if maybe the teammate can get out of the Gulag. If anything, you can kind of run around, grab the cash, and come back swinging. We need $2,300, but look at this. We're still not done. We're tanking the mortar. We're just praying.
Yeah, still 35 out of 36, by the way. Team Solds is the team that, well, frankly, sold in this one. First team out, fully eliminated, not going to be making it to grand finals. But there's got to be one. And we actually see Intercessal go down. That is that Kong squad we were just watching. The third party apparently came in from the opposite side. You see Sion try to keep this team alive and is able to do so. We will not be seeing Kong at the grand finals either. 2 teams down, and it's about to get real nasty real quick in our next zone.
Oof. What is happening? Like the fact that we've lost out on 2 squads. Team Kong gonna be the second one that gets full wiped here, but still a very healthy lobby. Now, we've already gotten through the point of where we've had that fire sale. If you stocked up on all the goodies, great. But the majority of our squads, they found a building, they're setting up shop, they're putting their interior design decorations all on point. Whether that's a trophy system or bouncing Betties galore, whatever it takes to make you feel very comfortable. But our teams are not interested in fighting in Lowtown right now.
No, there's no reason to, especially if you do have a building completely secured and by yourself, and you're covering all the advances, you're covering all the ways to get into the building. You're just gonna hang out. I mean, look at them all. I mean, this is, again, all quiet here on the kind of eastern front of the map here in Lowtown. You've got to hold on to these positions and just bide your time. Here's another strategy. Why don't you just hang out in a helicopter? I don't mind it. I don't hate it at all. The problem with it is all it takes is one Kar 98 to the face and you're gonna be in trouble, or maybe a couple ARs, maybe a couple SVAs. Who knows? A Superior 2 could take you down as well.
I mean, fine. As long as you got the gas and the thing is healthy, sure. But as soon as you call it out, we're already seeing people start to really target. Goodbye, Diablo. Down and out at the hands of Rocket.
Yeah.
Rocket grabs Ghoul. Wow. This is falling apart real quick for this roster here on the screen.
Yeah, Tim, here's the thing about this strategy, all right? This isn't Verdansk anymore. These helis, they're not very, what I'll call hardy, I guess. They die quick. They don't offer a lot of cover. Still very good for rotations. But when there are 34 teams that could shoot at you while you're flying in, I think they definitely thought better of that one. Maybe very late game when if any team looks up and shoots at you, they're going to give away their lives to somebody else. But to the action we go. The team that got 5th, looking to prove that they are actually supposed to be there. Just barely missing out, and so far so good on the edge of zone, but frankly, I don't think edge of zone is where you want to be right now.
I was gonna say, yeah, you don't want to be there. You want to find yourself in a nice spot, but we have one heck of a zone pull in Toyor, Palooka against Tachi. They've got the work to be done. Now, they're moving towards the center of the zone, and look where it has pulled. Water all between them. A bridge to the north still in play. We have the smallest rock of cover here to play with. And honestly, they just need to make sure that they've got their back clear, which they definitely don't when you look at the mini-map up left, because we're looking for the only building. And goes your pick. They've got it.
They've got that center. They've got the building. The problem is everybody wants it, so everybody's going to swing on them. There's going to be a third party here, no problem. Let's see what the Germans can do. Marcus Scovology holding it down in center. Shots going down from all which directions. Nobody can get a handle on where we should even look at this point. And because of all the covering fire, because of the C4s and everything in between, Marcus's team is still safe for a moment. A hair to breathe, but here comes the push. You got to make it, and you make it now. Marcus got to come out on top if you want Ghost to be correct. And right now, apparently I am right. Toyor all by himself and in trouble. Where do you go from here? There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, Toyor, you are out of here.
Oh no, we got a self-res though. We are still alive. And we've got a mobile. Okay, welcome back, Tachi. Still hanging on by a thread. Now, mind you, it doesn't have to be flashy. It doesn't have to be pretty. You just have to know when to ice up.
All right, folks, I need you to buckle in. We've got 30 teams remaining, and this next zone, there are 3 total buildings inside of the circle, and the rest is water and what I'll call river coastline, all right? Look at this thing. We've got Squad 7, Squad 9, and Squad 12 all inside the zone with Squad 10 right beneath them, sharing a building or a pair of buildings, it looks like. Those are the teams in cover already. They technically have the best position, and everybody else is battling out in the edges of the zone. Here's a quick look at the overhead of some of these teams. You see Pink Turtle, Solitude, Zakar, all in the mix and all inside of buildings. But here come, what is this? This is like something in Spain. They're running with the bulls. What is going on right now? This is chaos as Jesus Jr. and everybody in between. Smoke and run, smoke and cover. We got to get to the zone.
It's the running of the smokes, not the bulls, but it's happening. And Tomsterbaum, Pink Turtle, Skinner have found themselves in that building alongside Too Strong. There's LTVs in the midst with Valvin looking to put up some numbers if he can just find people, but not a lot of people out in the open. And quite frankly, Darzity lays splashed, trying to cut people down. Jesus Jr. takes the brunt of that damage, but stays up somehow and is just flying around the map as a solo.
Unreal. Look at the new zone. Everybody's gonna be wide out in the open. Not a single building is inside new. It is wide out in the open, on the river coastline, in the water. This is going to be utter chaos, and it's gonna come down to smokes, and it's gonna come down to PDSs for the final wraps through. Marcus's team is still holding down. It's the yellow 7 at the bottom of the screen when we see the mini-map, but up at the top, Darzity raining terror. Again, kills don't matter. You got to get to zone, and they still have to cross the river tip. I don't know how you're going to get out of this alive. Sure, you're going to punish some teams. Sure, you're going to cut some teams down. We're seeing teams fall left, right, and center. We went from 30 down to 16 in the blink of an eye, and it's only going to get worse.
This is crazy. This is the most chaotic thing I have ever seen. Lays Darzity making the play, doing the Hail Mary dolphin dive into the water where we can focus on healing. We lose out on one, but so far we are just like, okay, I got a PDS here. What other goodies can I find lurking beneath me? But a pistol in hand, and well, remind you, it only takes one. Someone's trying to call in that mobile buy station, and while everything just erupts in sheer chaos, buybacks galore,
Darcy, you're just gonna swim. You just gotta keep swimming and just see what happens. I don't care if you're finding Nemo or anybody in between. You just gotta keep swimming. The pull of the zone, it goes to absolutely nobody. To the river it goes. We are gonna have a water finish, folks, and it's gonna get real nasty real quick. The team inside the zone, yellow 7, that's Marcus, that's Scuffology. They're hanging out, PDSing, holding on, and they're getting a ton of eliminations, which don't matter. But we go to the river, and several teams try to make a move. It's Pink Turtle making a move first. You see them tin in that weird blue color. But this Marcus squad, they've got plenty of resources. They've been here since nearly the beginning of the game. We go to the river, folks, and it's going to be a battle up the river. You know what they say about rivers? If you don't have a creek, you can't go up the river. But right now, you just need to be swimming in the river to make sure you stay alive.
No paddles here, but they're keeping the high ground. They have this building, and someone's trying to play on their low. Here come the streaks. We knew this was going to be a massive factor, especially for all of the chaos in the water. I see Rocket, Zakar, Peter, Splawick, Wicker, Skinner. Who is going to outlast in this area? You can see Splawick looking for just some land so they can make sure that they can anchor from that PDS down on the left. But all of these free cams, this is just painting one hell of a picture because more buybacks coming in, and as you can see, we cannot.
So many portable buys. You've got Team Rocket, all 3 alive. You've got Team 40, Splawick, all 3 alive. Team Rocket getting cut down by that Team 40. They're trading out in control deck. It's going to come play spoiler. Could clean up some of these teams that have a good spot. Team Rocket is not going to allow him to get here all too easily. We've got 2 more alive for Team Rocket. Team Rocket could do it right now. They've got a nice high ground position. Team Marcus fully eliminated, 7th place. They don't make it, and right now it is all on the back of Rocket as he barely keeps his teammate alive. He gets the revive off. This could be the difference maker. This could be the team to win it all. They could make it through LCQs and make it to the grand finals again. They've got high ground. They've got the gunny. They're not letting anybody swim away. This river, they're just shooting fish in a barrel. They're not salmon. They can't swim upriver. They can't go anywhere. We're deep in the zone. Tiff, this is all she wrote. This is going to be Team Rocket unless there's a heroic play. Could they do it? A 2v1. They did it last year. They'll do it this time in the wild card game. They're trying to find the final player, but they don't need to. The gas gets its victim, and at the end of the day, Team Rocket is blasting off to the grand finals. Are you kidding me?
They won a map in an earlier series, and they're like, look, it's not done. It's not over. We've got more to go, and they don't get into the top 4, but you know what? They had the ability to lock it in for a map win, and it was looking dire. I was worried when you've got 1 up standing, 1 member knocked, 1 fully eliminated. You get the res, you have the high ground, and you just turn it into a map win for the ages.
Unbelievable. I don't even have words at this point. This team put themselves in position to win it. They had a massive victory during the main part of this competition. They put themselves in contention. They were tied in 4th, but then they have to do it in the wildcard map, and apparently all things are clicking for this trio. They're headed back to grand finals for Rocket and Zakar. Let's see that last stand moment. Tiff, you got to break it down. This was unbelievable.
Yeah, you were like losing it. You're like, oh my God, it's happening. Zakar and Rocket, here we go. Control deck tries to make a play for the high ground, goes prone when they realize someone's already up there. That's a quick pickup. But then everyone else that's still on the water side of things, this is just how you do it. You get your friend back up on their feet. You still have gas masks. Rocket has that self-res in pocket, and you've got 1 smoke in your hand, and you don't even need it. Honestly, you just need to take those angles, play reserved, play conservative, and focus on that position, which is crazy because a lot of the things that this squad had been working on was their discipline, not chasing down eliminations when you know you need to focus on positioning, because at the end of the day during the wild card, it doesn't matter what you've done and how many elims you got as long as you're the last one standing, but you do it in style because you don't want to win on 1. So let's run that victory moment back. We gotta see the hype.
Yeah, we know.
Let's go, man! Let's fucking go, man! Come on, bro! Get the fuck off me, man! Get the fuck off me, bro! Get the fuck off me, man! Get into this fucking lab, man! Good fucking shit, bro! Fucking go, man! We are fucking best rocket, you hear me? We are the fucking fucking best, man. Do you fucking hear me, man?
Wow. Certainly the best in the final moments when your back is against the wall. Unreal performance. And Tim, I love what you said. You said they are slowing down. They know when to take their fights, and they have the ice in their veins. And that was exactly the case. The patience there, the virtue that is patience that they had in the final moment with everything on the line. Unreal. To smoke and go for the res because you know your competition's not looking at you at the moment because they're getting third party from the opposite side of the river. Just a beautiful breakdown. Well played by the gentlemen. And this time, they don't have to be worried about staying locked in. They've done it in the final seconds. That is going to be your last team to make global finals. Desk. Taylor, talk to me. Unreal that we have every single team making it to globals.
Yo, I am so unbelievably happy right now. So it's funny. Gio was like, she was asking me, she was like, oh, who do you think is going to win it? And I said, I don't know who's going to win it, but I want Team Rocket to make it. Like, that would be the cherry on top. And they did. I can't believe it. It's a team that I wanted to see personally into global finals. They barely made it last year. They barely made it this year. But the point is, they made it, right? A team that worked so incredibly hard. 6th place, just narrowly missing out of top 4. Yet game number 6, they get the job done. Gio, Team Rocket, they will be going to global finals.
Yeah, insane. And I mean, no, because just like listening to them at the end there, like there was so much like unbridled passion, just as there was in our DMs as well. Like you were losing it, you were losing it, both of you were losing it in the DMs. And I just think like it's just that feeling of like, you know, these guys deserve it. We had them get their one win earlier today, and then sort of after that it was like, oh, are they, aren't they? And they are, like, you know, that's just kind of where it's come down to. And I love the way that they played the end of that round. You know, we had this weird river circle. Lots of fish analogies coming from Goj. But they actually took what ostensibly was this kind of high ground in that position, and just really worked together to make sure all angles were covered, that they constantly had a dominant position on those angles. And they capitalized on them. And it was just, they really, really kept it, like, just locked in until that final moment where they...
It's just, come on, look, we've been watching Rockets, Clappers, Zakar, Enigma for the longest time, right? And for them to make it in back-to-back years to global finals and doing it in the fashion they did, I know you're personally happy as well.
The thing is, right, we're not supposed to have biases, but it comes back to a similar conversation we had around like Lennon and Co. Like, you end up like growing relationships with these guys and loving the nice guys amongst the groups, right?
They are.
Exactly. But like, honestly, like when I got started, for example, Clapper was the first person to come over, like give me a big hug. We were like, yo, how are you doing? And like, you know, you have those moments with these players over the years, and to see them pull that off was absolutely outrageous. And actually, while we're back on camera, so I tweeted really like awful predictions yesterday, so I didn't tweet them today. I don't know if you're gonna be able to read this because my handwriting's terrible. That says Robstar, Jukies, Clapper, and the Frenchies. So technically, I kind of went 4 out of 4. So I'm like in the back. I was losing my marbles back here. I feel like I've aged 4 days just in the last 2 maps. I don't know how the players are doing it.
It's like, I don't either, you know, Tiff was talking about how she basically had the death note of caster curses, but you guys went the opposite. You guys bring to life predictions.
Not yesterday, but today at least we did.
Yesterday doesn't count. Yesterday wasn't even a day, Taylor. Today is the only day.
Today's the only day. Oh my gosh. Like, I seriously, like, genuinely as a host, as just a fan of Warzone, right? To watch the teams qualify today, it just blows me away. I'm so happy. Global Finals is set to be absolutely incredible, at least with the teams that we have going there. So many storylines, so many incredible moments, and just great, I think, opportunities as a whole to qualify. Man, what a day it was. You know, wildcard never disappoints, and yesterday's was wild. Today was even crazier. And the thing is too, like, there are certain teams that make it through, like the wildcard or whatever, and you're like, oh, okay, well, they're gonna go to LAN, right, Enigma, and they're gonna be all right. But like Rocket, Clapper, Zakar, like, again, a team that was in 6th place in the final standings after the 5 maps today. They are shot hitters. They're a team that could very well go all the way and make a massive massive difference on land. So them making it here, man, is scary for everybody else that has to play against them.
Well, I think one of the things is, like, you know, yesterday you look at the teams that came through NA, and I think there's going to be a few sides, especially when you see like some of the big hitters not make it. A couple of the sides that have made Global Land, I'm kind of glad about that because I don't have to deal with them on the map. Here in EMEA, we got a lot of our big teams come on through. So, you know, it makes that whole lobby quality so much higher when we talk about global finals and makes all the storylines so much better.
Incredible storylines going into global finals. I cannot wait to get to that point. So many, and Gio too. Right, we have a lot of underdogs who are going to be competing at global finals from the NA side of things, who we don't know too much about. We learned a little bit about them yesterday, but like they're here, Gio. They're going to be playing, right? The underdogs looking to be the top dogs.
Yeah, no, okay. It's crazy because, you know, obviously coming into the World Series of Warzone 2024, this is my first foray into Warzone.
Sure.
I feel like one thing that I've really learned over the last couple of weeks is that, is there really such thing as an underdog? Because everyone can just come out and perform and have the game of their lives and completely turn the trajectory of the entire thing.
That's
and so, yes, of course, there are underdogs, but I think I just don't doubt anybody. I think that's kind of what I mean by that, is like nothing will really surprise you ultimately, just because the level that we're looking at for all of these players is so insane. I mean, especially considering that, you know, yes, Warzone itself has only been a thing for a number of years, but Call of Duty as a wider thing has been around for so long, and a lot of these players will have been players for years and years and years, and they have developed these skills over so long. They've developed these relationships with their teammates over so long. They have learned how their opposition played. They've learned all these very, very specific minutiae that you just don't have the option of in certain other games, because they simply haven't had the lifetime that this franchise has had. And it just means that the way you look at skill in this game is very unique, because you don't really have people who are, you know, are write-offs. That doesn't exist. And it makes it very exciting. And it basically means there's never a shoe-in, and there's also never a boring game.
That is a fact. There's never a boring game, is it? Well, Enigma, like, we can even extrapolate on what Gio just said. It's like, there are so many teams that make it through Warzone. BRs in general, it's an incredibly unique ecosystem. Warzone is no exception to that, right? But you go back to last year where we introduced a new route to global finals, the first introduction of global finals, right? At least on LAN. Before that, it was all separate regions competing online. And we also got rid of the invites, right? It was all about, there was no invites to global finals. And the same thing here, right? So now it's like anybody can make it to that point. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is earned.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I saw the format this year, I was absolutely thinking that someone cooked here, because it has been brilliant to watch these sides battle it out across this format and really kind of figure out who is top dog in all of this. And we've had so many storylines, and I think that's one of the beauties of our space. We have not only the incredible sandbox and everything that goes on, the storylines, but the human element, the human factor, the relationships that all of these players, you know, have, and how we watch them evolve over the years and watch them do their thing on the main stage.
Well, let's talk to one of our Game 6 winners punching their ticket to the global finals. We've got Clapper coming in. We're just going to have audio, but that's all right. Clapper, great to hear from you, man. Congratulations on a personal level. We all send our congratulations. We're so happy to see you at the global finals.
Yeah, man, thank you so much. Obviously, going into it, I've had a lot of internet issues. I've been kicked off the servers twice over the past two, obviously, qualifiers. So, no, yeah, and the 1070 Ti as well doesn't go well. But yeah, I'm just really happy to obviously I'm just really happy to have obviously called. I would obviously love my camera to work right now, but obviously I don't know why it's not working. But yeah, I'm just really happy right now.
All right.
I've got a massive smile on my face.
Brother, let me know. I got a 3090 sitting in my closet right now. I don't even use. So, dude, 1072.
I mean, if you're feeling...
I'm feeling generous, right? That's it. Well, we'll talk about it offline. We'll talk about it. And I might have to tax you if you win the 300,000 at the global finals. But no,
yeah. Of course,
but dude, seriously, congratulations. Talk to me about your run. Obviously, we had a chance to speak a little bit earlier to I believe Zakar, and now obviously we're talking to you. There's a big difference in Zakar's mindset going from map 4 to map 5. Obviously, he was so locked in. You guys don't qualify at least top 4, 6th place, right? Tell me the mindset going into that final game, because you clearly win it, obviously, but like how hard did you guys have to hold on to your mental after barely missing out on that top 4?
To be honest, same thing happened with us in Riyadh. I don't know if you saw that. We barely missed out on obviously getting top. I believe it was 14. We just decided to obviously just regain, just lock in, and obviously things didn't go our way. But after that, we had a little chat, and going into the last game, we just completely locked in. And obviously myself as the IGL, I think I did quite a good job. And obviously the boys, they also locked in. So I'm really proud of the boys. Other than that, yeah.
I love that. I mean, just such an insane showing from you guys. I just was curious, like going into that last game, was there anything to be afraid of?
We weren't afraid, obviously, because it's the last game. People are going to be playing a lot slower, so we were afraid of a team maybe with maybe just a full backpack of PDSs. But luckily, we had quite a few. And thank God, whoever threw that portable bat at the end definitely saved us. I managed to land in. I managed to crack 2 people at the end. I did die, but that allowed Zach and Rocket to obviously run up and just get the kills. And then because they had the high ground, they just managed to smash it. And I'm really proud of the boys.
You touched on it there. You did die and have to sit and watch over Rocket and Zakar clutch things up. I know that you're quite often the IGL for the team, but when you're in that moment, how much of you is screaming and how much of you is actually helping?
I can't lie, I was stood up out of my chair. My chair did fall over my bed, but no, I was just calming. I was saying, just keep checking your back in case someone's rotating with a gas mask, because the people down low, they're all fighting. There's no point in them watching that. So I was just like, boys, just watch your back. Obviously, I was screaming a little bit, and then they just brought it back. Obviously, I was screaming the house down, so my mum and dad aren't too happy with that. But what can I say? Eh?
It is 11 p.m.
Yeah, it is quite late. Yeah. And before this as well, I had to pack my setup from my girlfriend's house to bring it here, because obviously I disconnected over there, and then obviously I disconnected here again. So it wasn't great, but I'd like to say it was deserved, because it was very unfortunate that we disconnected so many times. But yeah,
that's the universe trying to nerf you.
Yeah, right. And they still failed, by the way. They still failed in there. Can you clap for? I'm so happy for you on a personal level. I remember at Global Finals last year. Of course, dude. Well, I remember at Global Finals last year shouting you guys out, shouting out Team Rocket, and the crowd went just nuts, right? Over in London last year in 2023. Yeah. So I'm excited to see you this year, wherever we may end up being, obviously. What are your final words, man? Like, what do you want to tell your fans, bro? Because you did it. You made it.
My fans. I don't think I got too many of them, but shout out to the boys, Pink Turtle and all the boys. Obviously they've gassed me up loads. I appreciate everyone obviously that's messaging me. Even right now my phone's just going crazy, but no, I appreciate everyone that's obviously messaged me, and obviously everyone else that supported me. It's been amazing.
Well, you got fans in us, right? We're supporting you all the way at the Global Finals. Clapper, once again, congratulations to your team, man, and I wish you the best of luck at Global Finals.
Thank you so much, man. Obviously, thank you so much for having me on here as well. I really appreciate it. I wish I had the camera on as well, but I'm sorry about
that. We'll get you next time. We'll get you in person.
You will do.
All right, brother. Oh, what a day. What a day it was, right? So many incredible moments. EU did not disappoint, and some heavy hitters ended up making it through. And again, Team Rocket making it is just a cherry on top from a personal perspective. I know from all of us, we do support them, and they ended up doing it. Well done. Let's go up and down. I'm trying not to confuse the camera operators this time. Let's go up and down this time. Spider Temple, start with you for your final words before we get out of here.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of words, honestly. It's just been an absolute joy. I said yesterday, I've seen so much competitive Warzone over the past 4 years, and it's so cool to see what our next iteration of the World Series of Warzone Global LAN Finals will look like. Now that we've got all of our teams, I guess we just need to figure out where it's going to be, and I'll just wait until then, you know?
We'll have to wait. COD_esports. Tune in to their socials to see when the announcement is going to go live. Gio, first time coming in for Warzone, you smashed it. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Well, definitely coming in, I was like, oh my goodness, there's like this whole universe and I'm just being thrust into it. And I want to do a really good job, but I've really fallen in love with the game and with the players and just getting like so excited about everything that's happening with them. And, I'll do a very deep, sincere apology to all of the people who I upset with the comment about FIFA kill being cooked. But listen, they're not cooked now, are they? So there you go. No, I know, honestly, I've had such a good time. I absolutely love this game and this scene, and seeing these players and these stories unfold, like, it's been the best time.
They went from being cooked to cooking themselves. Love it. They're a great team. Can't wait to see them and how far they can go at the global finals. It's been a pleasure, Gio, really. And Goj, always great to hear your voice right on the cast. You absolutely smashed that final call where Rocket was on top of that high ground, gunning everybody down. Always a pleasure to work with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Thanks, man. I had a blast. I gotta say, I don't know if it's the Enigma effect or what. I might have swapped sides, man. EMEA on top. I don't know. I'm telling you, today's cast was one of my favorites I've done in a really long time. Of course, with the wonderful Spider Tiff. Just the regional stories we get to tell here in EMEA is so much fun. The action, of course, amazing. I mean, the team at the top won by like 49 points, but it felt close all the way through in the top four. So I'm excited to see what happens in global finals. I think what Enigma said at the very beginning of kind of our post-show wrap-up here is a perfect explanation. I think our EMEA squads coming in are really, really strong this year. I think it's going to be really tight in that regional battle in global finals, wherever it is.
I think so. EMEA, right, has just been so fun combining those regions and seeing who the top dogs are. And it's made for some highly, tense moments without question. Enigma, you handsome fella. It's always great to work with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you very much for having me on board, and it's been a pleasure to talk all over this along with everyone here, the amazing team in the back, and of course our superstars, the players. I can't wait. LAN hits different. We know that. We just done one of those, and I can't wait for the next one.
Can't either, and we're going to have to wait a little bit, but at least for the qualifying stages, well, they are now officially done. The thing that remains now is who's going to become champion to win that $1 million guaranteed prize pool, $300,000, and will there be a new champion, or will SSD continue to reign in their dominance? A lot of questions to answer that can only be answered at the global finals. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Geo, Enigma, Spider Tiff, Goj, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for following World Series of Warzone throughout the qualifying stages. And we hope to see you on the big stage for the global finals.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Let's believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground till the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earth